From lions to hippos, Indian elephants to timber wolves, welcome to Meilin Zoo. My name is the Lady Designer, and I'm proud to say this was the very first fully finished zoo ever built using only the base game of Planet Zoo. This series has been an incredible journey, bringing in over 5 million views and more than 25,000 new subscribers to our community. That's why Meilin Zoo still means the world to me and my channel. Today, I'm sharing a special supercut almost 9 hours long so you can relive the entire series from start to finish, including the grand final tour that reached over 1 million views right here on YouTube. And even though this first zoo was finished more than 5 years ago, I'm still creating loads of fresh Planet Zoo content today. So if you enjoyed this supercut and find it inspiring, please leave a like and subscribe so you won't miss my Planet Zoo content, including tutorials, franchise mode series, community zoo tours, and more. So whether you're here for fresh building inspiration, soothing background gameplay while working on your own projects, or just some cozy Planet Zoo vibes before bed, however you choose to watch, just sit back, relax, and enjoy. But before we jump in, a quick shout out to the sponsor of our channel, Instant Gaming. They offer all Planet Zoo packs at amazing discounts, and by purchasing through their website, you will get a great deal, and you'll also be supporting the channel. You can find a link in the description of this video and in the pinned message of the comment section so you can easily find it. Now without further ado, please enjoy this supercut of our Meilin Zoo Sandbox mode series in Planet Zoo. And just a quick heads up, this series was recorded 5 years ago, so you will hear my slightly younger and maybe a little cringier voice, but I promise the builds are still worth it. Hey guys, and thank you so much for tuning into my channel. My name is the Lady Designer, and we're here with the very first episode in the Planet Zoo full version. And I'm really thankful Frontier Developments that I got early access. So I have been playing around the last few days, and I'm really excited to finally share this with you guys. The game is really incredible. It looks so beautiful, and we have so many animals, guys. It's absolutely awesome. So we have a total of 76 animals. Now I do have to admit I didn't really count how many exhibit animals and how many habitat animals there are, but I'm guessing that will be around 10 to 15 exhibit animals and the rest will be habitat animals, something like that. Hopefully that is pretty close. So yeah, the game is really incredible, and I'm really happy that it's finally launching. Also because the franchise mode is my favorite of the whole Planet Zoo gameplay. I really love the franchise mode, but having early access with like maybe a dozen people, I have no idea how many people got early access, but it's not really possible to have like a good running market, right? So if I want to sell any animals on the franchise market, I'm not really sure if I would even be able to sell them. So I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna wait until the game will launch before opening a franchise, and I'm really excited for that. So yeah, we have our first park right now, and I'm super excited to share this with you guys. Obviously, we're going to add a lot of the new animals during the first few episodes of our zoo because I'm just really excited to share that with you guys. So we're going to start with a dome, obviously a dome, because we did do that during the beta, and I'd love to have a dome in our zoo, or at least something like a dome, because it's like 3 domes blend into each other. The 3 domes are too big to upload to the workshop, but I will be uploading this first dome you will see right now to the workshop so you guys can use it and edit it yourself however you want it to be. And yeah, so hopefully you guys like that, because I do saw a lot of people asking me during the beta, oh, is your dome uploaded to the workshop? It wasn't. I'm so sorry for that, but now we have a new dome which I put in more time, so hopefully you guys will like the look of this dome too. So this is obviously sandbox mode, and I really like sandbox mode. Like everything is unlocked and you can really uncheck a lot of things, like you don't want animals to die, or you don't want animals to get sick, you don't want animals to grow up, you don't want animals I don't know, there are a lot of options you have in the menu of how you want to run your zoo. But obviously there's also the career mode, so the scenario mode, and I highly recommend everyone at least that wants to play franchise mode instead of sandbox mode, because sandbox mode is more easy, of course, but I think for everyone, I highly recommend to start playing the career mode because it just really explains a lot how the management and everything works for Planet Zoo. So I highly recommend that, not only for that, but also because they put a lot of work into the parks, and I think it's really inspiring to see how they created the zoos for the scenarios. They really put a lot of time and effort in there, and you can really tell. So definitely go and just play the scenario mode and just have some fun with that. It's really a nice way also to see all the new animals you will get. Like, I can imagine that a lot of people are like, oh yeah, I'm gonna open sandbox mode and I'm just gonna check out all the animals. Now you can create like one big habitat, and I think you can just add all the animals to that. But if you want to do it right, then you should add a lot of habitats first before putting in the animals in there. So yeah, basically if you just go to the scenario mode and you just play along, you can see all the new animals coming by. It's really a lot of fun to experience it in that way. But that's obviously my opinion. Do whatever you want. If you want to play sandbox mode right away, just go for it. But I think definitely if you want to start a franchise mode and the game is really new for you and you haven't played it during the beta, I would definitely highly recommend to play the career mode first, because then you will definitely learn how you can manage your zoo and what you need to know when you start your franchise park. Now, obviously, because of a lot of requests, there is also a challenge mode. And challenge mode is basically an offline gameplay mode. And with the challenge mode, you can either just start a zoo from scratch, so like an empty map, or you can also use a scenario zoo if you have unlocked them, at least with the first star of it. And basically what happens is that you just start, I think also with like $40,000 or anything like that. And then you can just start building up your zoo, and you have like small little challenges on your left side, and you don't really have to do it. You can also just close the challenge, but you can earn some extra money with it if you complete those challenges, but that's just really optional. So it's basically a franchise mode. I have no idea how the market really works. Obviously you can get animals from the market, but I'm not really sure how it would work if you would sell animals on that market, because there's no online mode where other people would buy your animals. But maybe that is more with releasing animals to the wild. I honestly have no idea. But yeah, if you can and you love the management part of the game, I highly recommend just to play franchise mode, because that is just really awesome and I really love that experience, and also because it's online. So I'm really curious to see how the market will go of the franchise mode. Like, we have seen a lot of really expensive animals and those kind of things. So I'm really curious if they tackled anything like that, if they made any changes. Obviously I have no idea yet because I haven't played the franchise mode yet. So yeah, it's gonna be really excited to see how that is going to work out. But I really look forward to just play around with that and have the challenge in franchise mode. But I'm just really excited to start playing franchise mode again and just see how everything turns out, and to finally have more time to put in the creative part of my zoo together with the gameplay. I'm really excited for that. So we're definitely going to play at least, I think, 2 series of the franchise mode. So we're definitely going to play franchise mode on the channel, and we're going to start a franchise mode just like video let's play like we just did on a channel, but then obviously with more speed builds in between, because I really want to focus on the creative part of it. So at least for now, I want to do a live stream on Thursdays on Twitch, and on Saturdays we will stream 1 to 2 hours on YouTube, and then we will move over to Twitch again. So we have one franchise series during our live streams, which I will upload later as only a speed build series on my channel. And I will also start a Let's Play series like we just did on the channel, but then only video it. So we will have 3 different series on the channel with Planet Zoo. So we have this Sandbox mode series 2, which I'm really excited to share you guys more of. Obviously, we're going to add a lot of animals. So we're gonna start with the Chinese pangolin. After that, we're going to add the Komodo dragon and the saltwater crocodile. And we're going to add the giant panda and we're going to add the red panda. And after that, I think we're going to add the hippos, because I just really felt the last time I built a hippo habitat in my franchise series from the beta, I was like, oh my god, no, I really want to do it better now. So I just really wanted to add a hippo to this zoo, so it's not really a new animal, but after that we're going to do a lot of other new animals too, so really don't worry about that at all. And also we're going to use a lot more no fences during this series, no more using of the standard barriers too much. Like, we might sometimes use them still, but not that much as we did during the beta. We're definitely going to use way more natural barriers and those kind of things. And also we did create a backstage area, and I'm really excited how that turned out. I'm really happy how that turned out. It was quite a struggle in the end. I did cut out a lot of the footage because I was like, oh my goodness, I tried so many different things and I wasn't sure how to do it, and in the end I just ended up with like a round circular area behind the dome, and I think it really turned out nice. Like, especially it's just a backstage area, so no guests will be able to see it, but I think it's nice for a starting point of the middle of our zoo to have some facility buildings for our staff to use. So yeah, I'm really excited for that, so hopefully you guys like that too. So in the next episode we're going to build the Komodo dragon and the saltwater crocodile, and then we already finish up the dome from the inside. This time we're not going to make a outside versus inside habitat, but we're going to add a lot more buildings to our zoo later, so we have inside and outside habitats. Oh, I did forgot to mention, I also add the Japanese macaque in the later episodes. I'm really happy with how that habitat turned out, especially the climbing structure is really awesome, so stay tuned for that. Of course, don't forget to subscribe if you want to see more of this series or the franchise, the Let's Play franchise mode series that will be coming up later. And we're also going to make a lot of blueprints for you guys, so you guys can use that if you're going to play franchise mode series, or maybe just sandbox mode and you want to use other people's creations for that. So I'm definitely going to provide you guys with a few blueprints to enjoy. I think I have a Pygmy Hippo habitat, which can also be used for Nile Monitor, and I also have more of a smaller habitat you can use for a lot of different animals, like the pronghorn and Chinese pangolin and the warthogs, and all those smaller animals would also all fit in that habitat. And I'm also making a very big one, so you can also use that for different animals. So yeah, a lot of blueprints coming up, so stay tuned for that. And of course, thank you guys so much for watching. I really hope you guys enjoyed this episode. Please leave a like at the video if you enjoyed. Don't forget to subscribe, of course, if you already haven't, and I really hope to see you guys in the next one. Bye guys!
This is the second episode where we finish up the dome with a Komodo dragon habitat and a saltwater crocodile habitat. And I am really excited to show this to you guys. This is... basically, what I want to say is if you build a dome, you kind of should start building the habitats first, even though that's also a bit challenging, I think. But for some reason, every time, like also we did during the beta, every time you feel like, it's maybe just slightly a little tiny bit too small. And that's exactly the same thing with here. Not that the animals mind, because the animals are like, yeah, no, I'm perfectly fine with the amount of space I got. But just for your eye, you feel like, maybe they should have gotten a little bit more space in their habitat. So yeah, I'm not really sure, to be honest, like how you would do it. I think for some reason just to try and build the habitat first and then build a dome or building around it. I think that would work a little bit better, just so you have the total freedom. But not that I'm not happy with how it turned out. I'm quite happy with how it turned out. We build a waterfall in this habitat for the Komodo dragon, and we have lots of babies. I'm not really sure if I got them in these cinematic shots in the end, but I did do a live stream yesterday on Twitch. I know I didn't want to stream on Twitch yesterday. I wanted to plan it on Thursday, which I'm still going to do, but because the franchise mode didn't really work out during my live stream on YouTube, I was like, oh, I really want to play some franchise mode. So I was like, okay, you know what, I'm just going live on Twitch, and I played some franchise mode, and I think we're just gonna wait and see on Saturdays what we will stream. We might just build in Meilin Zoo, or we just do a little bit of that franchise mode park. Again, I think that it's better, at least for Twitch, to just have one series there going on and not have too much of progress on YouTube. I don't think it matters that much if we do 1 or 2 hours a week on YouTube during that park. But maybe you would like to see more of Meilin Zoo, just the sandbox mode. So I will keep it to you guys. What would you like to see on Saturday streams? Would you like to see more of the franchise mode, or would you like to see more of just building in general in the sandbox park? Let me just give you guys the choice, and let me know in the comment section down below, of course, what you would like to see in my Saturday streams. And now I am really curious, because hopefully you guys were all able to finally play Planet Zoo today and yesterday, and I am really curious, like, what are you guys playing? What is your most favorite animal? Are you happy with everything? Like, are your expectations fulfilled? Are there things you're not happy about? I want to hear all of your comments and ideas of what you feel about Planet Zoo. What is your most favorite animal, and what is your most favorite baby animal you have seen so far? And have you been playing the scenario? I'm really curious to hear about that, and what do you guys think of the scenario? And I really feel like you can get a lot of inspiration of the parks they've made for the scenario mode. I think they're really nice. I think really, as I said in the first episode, they did a great job building those parks, and it took them, I think they tweeted about that, for like 600 hours or something like that. So yeah, you can imagine how much time it will cost to just build one park if you really want to put in a lot of creativity. I'm also very sorry for my voice, but yesterday I have been talking so much during my live stream, and it has been such a long day, and I just woke up sounding a little bit weird. But I just really wanted to put out this episode for you guys, and as mentioned during my live stream on YouTube, I will definitely give early access again to all my faith and members. You guys are really amazing, and thank you guys so much for your support. And the early access videos will return this week, but it's all super hectic, so these kind of first weeks of launch and with all the live streams and stuff, and I still haven't really made up my mind, like, how am I gonna do this, how I'm gonna really make a schedule for you guys. I'm gonna upload daily, but like for myself, like, what do I want to upload today, what do I want to upload the next day, like those kind of things. I'm still debating a little bit about that. So the YouTube and Twitch schedule, when I really know exactly how it will work, I will put it on my website. The link is in the description, of course, with my YouTube schedule. But for now, I'm just a little bit like, how am I gonna do this? What am I gonna do exactly? So it's a little bit finding the right way, and yeah, I'm just really excited that the game is finally out and we can finally play, and I'm so happy and I'm so much enjoying franchise mode again, because I was really, like I mentioned in my live stream, I think like the sandbox mode is okay, but there's just no challenge. Like it's a lot of fun to have everything unlocked so you can really check out everything and learn the pieces and stuff. But in the end, I just really enjoyed franchise mode and I missed it so much, so that I was able yesterday evening to finally play it. I was like, oh yeah, back to franchise mode. I love it so much and I really enjoy it. So I'm really excited to also start a series on YouTube for you guys. So hopefully you guys will like that too. And I really just can't wait to really get a close-up of all the animals and just really enjoy their animations and stuff. If you have seen my Let's Play franchise mode series during the beta, when we have like the so many surprises episode with Pumba getting so many babies and all other animals are mating and ringtailed lemurs fighting with each other, like slapping each other in the face. It was so hilarious and I'm just really excited to really look more to all the little animations, the interactions with each other. Like we have seen it in the launch trailer. You see like the Timberwolves and the babies really play with each other. You see like a baby cub rolling. I think that will be in the game, right? Frontier is not really known for like making animations in a launch trailer that aren't in the game. Like many times their trailers are really accurate to what the game really looks like. So yeah, I really hope to see those kind of animations. I'm really excited for that, to just explore the game with you guys and really take the time to really enjoy this. So yeah, we're building a underwater viewing gallery right now for the saltwater crocodile, and especially during this part you really can tell that it is a little bit too small. I really would love to see the underwater viewing gallery being a little bit bigger and give it a little bit more space. But in the end, I'm really happy with the end result of how the overall viewing gallery and above with the terrain looks. So I'm actually really happy with that. But just to give it a little bit more space, I would highly recommend just to start building the habitat first, so you know exactly that you have enough space so it will look as perfect as you want it to be, if you really go for creativity, of course. Also, the coverage, I remember playing the very first time building in this zoo, and I really felt like every animal I added into my zoo that the coverage has been changed, and during the gameplay I noticed that didn't count for all the animals, so some animals still don't like a lot of coverage, so I think it was just coincidental that some animals do like more coverage than the others. I didn't really dive into it that much, so maybe some of the animals really in real life also like the more plain, more boring areas. I'm not really sure about that, but in the end for this animal, I added maybe a little bit too much. But the good thing to know is that as long as the welfare is above 66%, so like the total welfare of the animals, your animals will still be able to breed. But we also noticed yesterday during my live stream that the higher the welfare is, the higher the chances will get that your animals will be able to breed. So still you might notice, and I think that's also the same for like my warthogs during the franchise mode, as soon as I remove a few of the trees, now it could also be the research that I've done for them, but as soon as you remove the trees and the welfare went up, they got so many babies. So I don't really know, could also have been an update, so very coincidental. But yeah, overall it also says in like the left top menu, the question mark. I really highly recommend you guys to watch that, because there are a lot of controls and stuff in there, like shortcuts and a lot of information. And I also read there that the breeding, as long as their welfare is 66%, they will be able to get babies. So if everything is like 100% or almost 100%, you're totally good. So it doesn't really matter when the plans are like lowered and you to put in too many plants and bushes in the habitat as long as the rest is green. I kept saying it during the franchise mode, but back then we didn't really knew that it was like a minimum of 66%. But if you can have it like around 70 or maybe 80%, like the total welfare, I think that should be definitely doable for your animals to still get babies in and you to be able to make a beautiful habitat of which you can decorate it however you want. I do have to say, like, obviously I was Googling a lot of pictures for inspiration for the habitats. And in the beginning, when I knew that Planet Zoo was coming out, I really felt like, oh my god, I really want to make it more realistic and those kind of things. But the more I look at pictures, like, a lot of pictures are pretty boring. Is that just me? Or not the pictures, of course, but like a lot of habitats, especially for like older zoos, they have a lot of concrete. And it makes sense because concrete is used a lot in zoos because it's like easy to clean. They take like, I think it's called a fire hose or anything like that, or like a water hose, and they just spray that on a concrete floor and they will be able to clean it, right? So there is definitely a purpose for a zoo to do that. But for me, I feel like this is a game and I just really want to have the feeling of giving them a natural habitat, like more that you would see in real life when you would see them in the wild. So I'm still a little bit debating, like, how do you guys approach that? How do you guys feel if you start building a zoo? Are you really going for like the recreations of zoo habitats, or do you really feel like, no, I want to have it more of the natural approach like you would see in safari parks? I think in safari parks you see more of the natural environment, even though it's still not really super natural. Like in the Netherlands, you can never really get the feeling of a African savanna, maybe because we just don't have that biome, like the hot weather. So not all trees you would see in Africa, for example, that would be able to grow in the Netherlands. So it still doesn't really feel like you're in Africa. I don't know. I'm just really curious how you guys feel about this game, and like, are you going for a more realistic zoo feeling or more for a realistic real life habitat? I'm really curious to hear your thoughts about that. Like, obviously we can have like a mixture of both feelings. So like we did during the beta, we had like that inside habitat, which really looked more of the realistic way, only it didn't have the concrete because I just felt like, no, I don't want concrete on my flooring. It feels so sad for those animals, you know? But yeah, it is realistically what they do in real life zoos to clean it better. So yeah, I'm just really honestly curious what you guys think. Also, for the next franchise series I want to do just mainly on YouTube or only on YouTube, I really would like you guys to participate more. Like, obviously during the series we will do a lot of polls, like what animal habitat should we do next, but it's gonna be a hard one because of the conservation credits. So it's going to be very challenging to do that with you guys, but I want to give it a go at least to try it out. So what I'm mainly probably going to do is I'm gonna put down some polls on my community wall so you guys can vote for it. So we're not going to do it during this series, so I have a little bit more freedom of how to record a little bit beforehand. But yeah, keep an eye on my community wall for polls for the next animals in my franchise mode. So it might be that the episode you voted for will be a few episodes later, but we're just gonna try it and see if this will work out. And also, I really want to name the animals after you guys, your YouTube name. So not your real name, but really your YouTube name, so we can see in the comments during the series like, oh my god, that animal is named after you or after you. So if you would like me to name an animal after you, please do go to my community wall right now and just leave a comment there and tell me not what animal, because it's gonna be too hard to decide what animals we will get in the habitats, but at least let me know on my community wall if you want to have an animal named after you and if it should be a female or a male, so I can make a list of like male names and female names, and we're just going to use those names for the animals during the franchise series. So I'm really looking forward to that, and hopefully a lot of you guys would like me to name an animal after you, and hopefully we can make sure that you guys can have a lot of babies and don't die too soon. Because yes, I have noticed that the time hasn't been changed yet of the franchise mode, which is pretty much a pity. I really hope that there is a lot of feedback already. I did see that on the forums and on the Steam reviews, like a lot of people love the game, but the time is just still too fast and it didn't change it. So yeah, I honestly agree. I really hope that they will change the time and the animals, that they won't age up that quick. But I do also realize that by changing the time, probably your cash flow will go really a lot slower. So maybe there is some kind of engine behind it that we are not really aware of, but once they slow down the days, that might screw up a lot of the gameplay and it might be very hard for us to play around with. So I have no idea if that is the case. I honestly still just really hope that they are able to slow down the time in the game and that we can have a really nice bond with our animals. So yeah, we just have to wait and see for that. But please do go to my community wall and tell me if you want any animals to be named after you. So that's where we're going to leave this episode, with the entrance of Meilin Dome, and after that you guys will see some cinematics. We will return with like the more tour episodes in a few episodes, because this is all pre-recorded, so I pre-recorded cinematic shots to not go too far behind, but that will return obviously, so I can tell you guys a little bit more and show you guys more around. But for now, do let me know in the comment section what you guys think. Don't forget to go to my community wall. Don't forget to leave a like at the video if you enjoyed, and subscribe of course if you already haven't, and I just really hope to see you all in the next one. Bye guys! and we are back with another speed build video of Meilin Zoo, and this time finally we're building a giant panda habitat, and this one is basically inspired by two different zoos. The giant panda habitat of the Copenhagen Zoo, like we used also as an inspiration for the Formosan black bear habitat. I will link that one in the top so you guys can see that habitat, because it's totally different in the end from this habitat. So it's inspired by it, but yet again it's completely different. I don't really like to do a lot of recreations, but I do have to say I also inspired this by the Ouwehands Dierenpark giant panda habitat, which basically I used the whole building to make some kind of recreation of it, to use it a lot as inspiration, because I'm not really that good with the Asian theme like my favorite friend Silverred is. He is really a pro with building Asian buildings, and I'm just not really that good at it. So I really used that building as inspiration to make some kind of indoor habitat for the giant pandas. I don't really think the people can really look inside of it. They are able to walk above it, so you will see that in a later stage during this video. There is some kind of, just call it a balcony or whatever you want to call it, around the building on a higher raised level. So the pandas will be able to use that, which is actually really cool. And again, I keep saying it, it's always like, you should basically just start building the habitat and then build the rest around it, because also in this case, I wish I had a little bit more space, not because of the pandas, because the pandas are totally fine with the size of their habitat. I could put in like, I think it's even 8 giant pandas, so it's perfectly fine the size for them. But for me, for the feeling and the look of it, just to look at it, I feel like it should have been a little bit bigger again around the building, just to give them a little bit more space. But it works, it totally works. The pandas are super duper happy with it. And obviously I used like the underground viewing gallery and like the path going down it. Like in the Copenhagen Zoo, you have, it's more of a yin yang symbol they have. I think it's even 2 giant panda habitats. I'm not really sure about that, because in the beginning when I used the art piece as inspiration, it wasn't obvious for me at all that it was some kind of yin-yang symbol. So I just thought it was one big round habitat and just different heights levels. I had no idea, honestly, that it was like a yin-yang symbol in the end. But someone pointed it out and he was like, oh yeah, here's the link of how it looks right now. And I was like, oh my god, that's so different but so cool. But as I said, I don't want to recreate it too much, so I just used the round habitat as inspiration. And then we have the Ouwehands Dierenpark building and the entrance, of course, to Pandasia. It's also called in Ouwehands Dierenpark, so I really was like, yeah, I'm just gonna use that name because I'm super bad at making names. Meilin Zoo, I'm really happy that I found that name. It was a lot of googling, seeing like, okay, what are Asian words that have a beautiful meaning or anything like that. It's still not like super perfect or anything like that, but I feel already that Meilin Zoo just fits, and it's called Beautiful Forest, so we're gonna use a lot of nature during this series, and obviously we're gonna build buildings and stuff, but I just really want to have the habitats as natural as possible. Doesn't make any sense if I have an Asian building for the giant panda, but hey, we also want to have a little bit of fun, right? So we're just gonna have a mixture of a lot of natural habitats with some buildings and some fun. In the end, I just really hope you guys enjoy this and can use this as some inspiration for yourself when you're building, and just enjoy the game. Like the giant pandas, I always said the Formosan black bear, and especially the babies, are the most cutest baby bears in the game. But for now, yes, the giant panda will definitely win. The baby pandas are so adorable. I mean, seriously adorable. They definitely win from the Formosan black bear. I can't help it. They're still cute, the Formosan black bear babies, but the giant panda babies are the most cutest thing ever of the bears in the game. So yeah, I'm sorry for the Formosan black bear. I'm really curious who agrees with me. Do you think the giant panda baby bears are cuter or the Formosan black bear? They're both cute, obviously, but if we should talk about the cutest one, then the giant panda baby bears will win, definitely. It was quite a struggle, by the way, just building those paths around the habitat, at least what kind of color. I changed it so many times just to see like, okay, what color will we do? I think we stayed with this stone pattern right now, but I changed it so many times to wood and to other bricks and some stones and tiles, and then I went back, and it was really like searching for the right path to make it fit. But this one also has like a nice Asian fencing around it, if I remember correctly, so that's why I was like, yeah, I think this one fits the most. And here's my struggle with the Asian buildings, and yeah, I think it looks okay, but I really need a lot of practice. I remember having this at Planet Coaster, and it was also really struggling, and Sil was like, no, it looks fine, and I was like, I don't know, it's a really hard theme for me for some reason, but I will just keep trying. And I think the more you keep trying with it and to find some inspirational pictures of it, I think you will get a hang of it. And I think that counts for most of the themes. I'm really excited to just try and test out more of the themes and more parks. Like, I don't think we're gonna make this zoo too big. It's not going to be anywhere near to the Lady in Wonderland, which we also never finished because it's just a huge park. So that is in Planet Coaster, obviously. So yeah, I think we're going for a bit smaller zoos, so we are able to really start building in different biomes and try out new and different themes, because I'm really excited for that. I'm also excited to start a park with like a real safari ride with like a lot of the bigger animals like the giraffes and the elephants, and really make an African savanna and those kind of things. I'm really excited for that, but you also just have to be careful that you don't have too many different series going on at the same time, so you guys are still able to follow it. So yeah, we're just hopefully going to finish this one before we start a new Sandbox series. And also we do have Koali Zoo coming up. For those who don't know, me, Silver Red, Rudy Camel, and also Coralis back in the days, we did a collaboration park in Planet Coaster, which was basically a very tropical, a bit Hawaiian, really awesome and beautiful park. Every time we look back at it, we were like, oh my goodness, this is something to be really proud of. And as soon as we heard that Planet Zoo was coming up, we were like, hey, what about a koala zoo? And we know a lot of people were asking like, oh my god, are you gonna make a koala zoo? So yeah, we obviously felt like we should definitely do that. Coralis is not going to be part of it, as in like mainly. He might join us in some podcast and maybe even 1 or 2 episodes, but mostly me, Silverette, and Rudy Rancamo will be passing along Koali Zoo at our channels. And if Coralis has some time, because he's just very busy at the moment, then he might join us for some podcasts and maybe even an episode, but we just don't want to make any promises. So that's why we were like, okay, it's just mainly going to be me, Rudy, and Silverette, and hopefully he will be able and have some time to join us for some episodes. That will be awesome, obviously. So for those who don't know, I will link the Koali Beach series in the description, or at least this cinematic video that Silverette made for us. That cinematic video is so stunning. The music is like, it gives me like goosebumps all over every time I see it. It's so beautiful and well made. So I really hope that with Koali Zoo we can have the same feeling and the same vibe, and even better hopefully, because Planet Zoo looks even more beautiful than Planet Coaster did back in the days. So I am just really excited to start playing with that. So it's gonna be really exciting, because I know Silverette is like super well known of creating themes that are not basically in the game. Like he already did during the beta, he made an Asian theme when we didn't even have the Asian theme. Like he's so good at that, and he's like a big inspiration for me. So I'm really excited to work with him again in a park, and I'm really happy that also he will start with the first episode. So make sure to follow him for the first episode, because he's just so creative, and I don't really like to create the entrance of my parks. Like I also felt the same with Planet Coaster. Now I feel the same with Koali Zoo. Like I love to build the habitats and all kinds of buildings, but just starting with an entrance, it's always so hard for me. I feel like that really sets the tone for the rest of your zoo. And so in this case, I was like, oh, please, Sylv, please you start with the first episode again, because you're so good at it. And if you start with that, then I will be able to just take that theme for my buildings in the end. So I really just like that he will start with bringing his passion and creativity into the zoo, and we can use that for the future. But Rudy Rankin was known for like the most crazy ideas. He made a Noah's Ark. I don't know if I pronounced that right, but Noah's Ark, he did that during the beta, which is really amazing. And I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say, but he's working on something right now. I think it's from the movies Planets of the Apes. Now, I haven't seen it, but I have seen screenshots of it, and oh my goodness, it's gonna blow everyone away. It's so freaking crazy and beautiful. So having us three into a collaboration is hopefully going to blow everyone away, and hopefully we can add our creativity, and everyone has their own style, so hopefully that's going to bring something amazing again to Planet Zoo like we did in Planet Coaster. So yeah, I'm just really excited for that collaboration, and I hope you guys will love it as much as we do. There is no exact date yet. It might be in a week, it might be in 2 weeks, because Silver Red has his studies and Rudy Rankin has his job. So yeah, we just have to hopefully make it fit. Like, the plan is again to upload it every Saturday, but we don't want to make it too much of a tight schedule. Like, I obviously have my chronic fatigue of chronic stress, so yeah, that's also something we have to deal with, and we don't want other people to really stress out. Like, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. So we want to make it a little bit more free, so hopefully you guys will understand. Like, it's obviously not gonna take a month or anything for in between episodes, but we just don't want to have people being pressured with building stuff. So yeah, hopefully you guys will understand that and are just excited as we are for the collaboration. It's gonna hopefully be super awesome. And in the meantime, we have Meilin Zoo, and we have the franchise series, we have the live streams, so hopefully it's gonna be a lot of fun. And you guys are playing too, and I'm just really excited to hear your thoughts and ideas about the game and how you guys feel about the animals. And who knows, in only a few more weeks it's already Christmas, and I just really have the feeling there is already a DLC incoming. Like, with Planet Coaster and with Jurassic World Evolution, they all launched like somewhere at the end of the year, like around October, November, and then right before Christmas there was a DLC. So I'm just really excited already to see, like, oh my god, there's a DLC, more animals coming in. But first things first enjoy the game. Now we have it. But just so you guys know that I really have the feeling that not very long from now, I am thinking that we will get a DLC. So that's gonna be really excited if that is true. Maybe I'm totally wrong, but mostly they launch a DLC right before Christmas, and then it will take a very long time for a new DLC to come up. So the new DLC after that would probably be somewhere in April. So I think I'm right, but don't pin me on it. But I think at the end of this year, we will see one more DLC, and then the next one will be around April or maybe May. So yeah, stay tuned. We just have to wait and see. And for now, just enjoy the game to the max, because I do feel that it's gonna take a long time for us to really create a zoo with a lot of different animals. So just take your time. Obviously, I talk too much about people being super creative. Like, if you're just playing like, oh yeah, this is a habitat and here's a tree, here's a bush, here's your feeding tray, and that's it. That's totally fine, of course. I think then many people will be able to get all the animals in. But I think for us and the way we're going to play it on the channel, it might take some time before we really went over all the different types of animals in our zoo, which I really like. So it's not like within 1 month we have seen the game. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. So hopefully you guys enjoy. Do let me know in the comment section obviously what you think of this habitat. There will be cinematics at the end of the video too. Leave a like at the video if you enjoyed, and don't forget to subscribe, of course, if you already haven't. And I really hope to see you guys in the next one. Bye guys. king red panda habitat, and obviously I wanted to put them as close as possible to the giant panda. They're both super adorable, so lovely, so beautiful. So I really wanted to have them pretty close, and again a little bit inspired by our Dierenpark, where the giant panda and the red panda are pretty close too, and also the climbing structure is a little tiny bit inspired by the red panda habitat of our Dierenpark too, but the rest of the habitat is created by me and not really inspired by anything else. I think I do have to say I had a lot of struggle with the feeders and the keepers being able to reach those feeders. I wish there was some kind of heat map for that, so you could see, or at least that you could see the walkable area for the keepers itself, because I don't know why that was. I had to redo a lot of things in that habitat to make sure they were able to really fill those feeders. But other than that, it now runs, and I'm really happy with that, and they are getting tons of babies, and they're absolutely adorable and just really cute in general just to look at. They're really cute, and I bet that like 90% of you guys all build a red panda habitat. Tell me in the comment section if you did or did not. Maybe you didn't make a red panda habitat. I'm really curious to hear more about that. So I did record this during the early access, so in this stage it was still really a struggle of how to make the path right next to the habitats. I remember doing this like so many times. I even cut it out for like, how am I gonna do this while the edges of the habitat are still smooth next to the path, and I ended up making this. And so yeah, I definitely, if you want to create these types of habitats with a path really nearby your habitat, I highly recommend you to first lower down the terrain, then make sure you raise the path a little bit, and while doing that, press Ctrl and Shift. So with Ctrl you make sure it will not snap to path nearby, and with Shift you can raise the path just a little bit above the terrain, and if you do that, then you will be able to place the path wherever you want it to be, right on the edge of the terrain edges. So then you are able to do the exact same thing as I am doing right now. I really hope this makes sense. So Ctrl and Shift, those are the buttons for laying down the path if you want to do it like I am doing it right now. And I didn't really pay too much attention this time to the backstage area. I really wanted to have just an area where the keepers could come in, but I didn't really want the door of this habitat to be inside of the guests. So that's why I just made a hole. I might come back to it later just to give them a inside area, also something to really chill and relax for them. Also, because they also want a little bit of shelter, they do have some kind of small little house in the middle of the habitat, which you will see in a later stage. So they still have some shelter. They do use it a lot, which is really cute. You see them sleeping there and just chilling, and they use the roof of it to climb over it. So that's also really cute to see. But yeah, they actually wanted a little bit more shelter if I remember correctly. So that's why I just made this very small section in the back, also with a keeper's hut, so the keeper would be able to give quickly food to the animals as soon as they are hungry, and the people just don't even see what is in the back of that stone fence. So I really think this all makes sense, and in a lot of zoos you have no idea what is going on behind those fences anyway. So if you just walk around in your zoo, it does all make sense, I feel. I'm really curious how you guys feel about that, but I think it works this way. But as I said, I might come back to it just to make it a little bit more pretty and nice to look at. And if I remember correctly, the red panda does not mind any trees and bushes at all, but I'm not really sure. So at the ending we will have a look at that, but I really feel these animals don't really mind to have a lot of trees and bushes and stuff. So I really let myself go. When I remember going to Safari Park Beeksbergen here in the Netherlands, there was a lot of of trees and bushes there too. So yeah, I think it totally makes sense to give them a nice and lushy area. I wish they would play more in the trees, because that is something you obviously see a lot in real life zoos. So you will see them a lot in the trees and sleeping in the trees. I'm also really missing the feature that they are sleeping in the trees, or I haven't seen it yet. I'm really curious if you guys have seen any red pandas sleeping in the trees they are also able to climb in. I really hope if they don't do it, that is something that will be added, because I see them doing that so often in zoos, and they just sleep like a really cute little, I don't know, it's just like a cat, you know, like completely rolled into each other. It's so adorable. So I really would love to see something like that in the future in Planet Zoo. And if not, well, it's just like wishful thinking. I'm really happy already that they are in the game, and there are so many things I would like to see, but I think as a developer, with having so many animals, you just have to make decisions like, okay, this we're going to add and this is something we're not going to add. But who knows? I was actually recently thinking, like, wouldn't it be fun to have like a DLC, like not a super cheap, super expensive DLC, but more like a cheap DLC for like more animations and stuff. I don't know. I think a lot of people would not really like to pay for that. Maybe, I have no idea, but like for every animal, just having different animations and like different types of enrichment for them to use, like extras, like compare it a little bit to maybe The Sims for like a customization pack with not that many new gameplay, but for like, I don't know. I'm just really thinking out loud right now. Does that make any sense what I'm saying right now? Like a smaller pack for just some customizations for the animals to be able to use new items and stuff, and that's completely optional if you want to buy it or not. I'm just really curious. I'm not really sure, the more I think of it, if that would be something cool or not. I don't know. Just give me a DLC with a lot of new animals, I guess, and I will be really happy. But for now, I'm really enjoying the game as it is right now. There's so much to see, so much to experience, and I'm really excited to start playing the franchise mode for you guys on YouTube. We already started a series on Twitch, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. It was super challenging to get some money in, but finally we are getting some money. So now it's really more of decorating and making beautiful habitats. So yeah, I'm really excited to continue that, but also to continue or to create a new series for you guys on this channel with, of course, all of your names. I have been writing down a lot of the names already in an Excel sheet. So if you have a heart on your name, that means I already added you to my Excel sheet. And if you guys want your name, your YouTube name to be added in that series, please do go to my community wall and give me a comment. I definitely feel that we will need a lot of names because, well, animals get babies, animals will die of old age, so we have to trade animals and we will get new ones in. So definitely keep sending your message. Don't think like, oh, but there are so many names already. Don't mind that. Just send me a comment there and I will add you to the list, and hopefully we can add as many as possible to really have some kind of community park going on. I'm really excited for that, so hopefully you guys are too. For now, just enjoy the rest of the video and I will be right back with you guys to show you around live. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is the red panda habitat, and as you may have seen, this is Pandasia that we uploaded in the previous episode. So right on the other side of the entrance, we have this lovely habitat for the red panda, and they're actually really cute. So the people can just walk around and stand here around the habitat and just look inside. And there are so many in here. Oh my goodness. I wonder if there are too many in here. Maybe there are, but they're so cute and they have a lot to walk around here. Let me check what I just mentioned. That they like, yes, they do like a lot of coverage. So you can go really crazy with these animals and just have fun. Do they like to have this many animals in the habitat? I do wonder. There are way too many, and there's again one pregnant. Oh my goodness, current mate, it has 4 mates. It's probably inbreeding, which is not good, but oh well. We just enjoy them right now, and I will remove a bunch of them in a later stage. Oh, they're gonna have food? Come on guys, get some food. Oh, this is so adorable. We're so lucky that they're getting some food right now. There's so many. Oh my goodness. Look how small this one is. It's so adorable. Go away with your loud noise. Oh my goodness. How many can eat here, I wonder? Yeah, there's probably a lot of poop you have to clean, right? Oh my goodness, look at them. This is so adorable. There are actually way too many. So there's 11 of them in here, right? Wow. But this is really cute. So yeah, they can just walk around everywhere. I had like some kind of tower here, which was raised, but they were actually able to jump to this edge of the fencing. So yeah, I couldn't really keep that in the habitat, so instead I just made it a platform with that little rubbing pad right over here. Are you going to use that? Because that will be the first time I would see any animal using it in this habitat. I don't think you are. But yeah, they're able to climb these cherry blossom dry trees, and yeah, it's actually, I really like how this turned out, and like the use of the stone underneath these educational signs, so to give it a little bit of variation. It's not perfect, but at least it blends into the fencing right over here, so I really like that. And they're just absolutely adorable. Let's have a look at one. This one is moonwalking. The baby was. Oh my goodness, you're so adorable. Yeah, jump. Are you gonna jump? Oh my gosh. Okay, cool. Walking through the shrubs. Having fun. As you can see, I didn't do anything backstage yet, but as I said, we might want to get back to it. But right now, it's all good. People don't really see it anyways. Oh my god, you're getting babies now? No more babies! 2 babies! Oh my goodness! Oh, now we have 13 red pandas. Oh my god, that's such a baby boom. So yeah, I'm definitely going to remove a few of them. But it looks really cool, right? I really am curious what you guys think of this habitat build. I'm really happy with how this turned out. It should not be too big. I mean, they're just very small animals, and I think the size right now is, well, double the size they want it to be. So I think that's totally fine. And yeah, let me know in the comment section what you guys think, and hopefully I can inspire you guys to do something similar like this, or maybe you get a very different but amazing idea from this. So let me know in the comment section. Leave a like at the video if you enjoyed, and subscribe, of course, if you want to see more of Meilin Zoo. Can't really see that much of it, but I think the look of it is starting to really come nicely. So yeah, let me know in the comment section what you guys think, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. And this time we're going to create a habitat for an animal we've already seen during the beta, which is the hippo, and I absolutely love the hippo, but the only downside is you really need to give them a huge habitat. We built a habitat for them during my Let's Play franchise mode series in the beta, and I had so much fun, but I just didn't have any time to really create a beautiful habitat for them. So yeah, this is basically me like, oh, finally I can create a beautiful habitat for them, and I'm actually really proud of it. Still, the surroundings are completely unfinished because this is so much work, but the view of different areas, the guests have like different points where they are able to stand and see the hippos from all the sides except for one side, because I really want to have a big habitat for a completely different animal, but I have no idea yet which one. But that's why we leave that side. It's for you guys on the right side if you see it from this angle. So yeah, there will be some kind of different animal on that side, but it's absolutely lovely to just go around this habitat and view the hippos from so many different sides. And in the end, I also ended up with making a indoor habitat because I want a shelter, and I don't really feel it's a lot of fun to just give them a shelter right in the middle of their habitat. So right in the corner of their habitat there is a big round, because I just love the round shapes, but not with like a round roof like we have with the dome. So it's a flat roof, but it is round and a little bit less annoying shadows, because the middle section of that shelter is basically just dark, so no weird shadows and those kind of things. I love to make glassy roofs, but the shadows can be super annoying. So yeah, we still have room for a different animal inside of that indoor habitat. I'm not really sure yet. I might go for the Pygmy Hippo. I really love those guys too. They're super small and tiny little hippos, so it's absolutely adorable. But for now, we're going to create this beautiful hippo habitat, and it basically has two different underwater viewing gallery. This is the first one I've built, and I do have to say this is inspired by a hippo outpost, but I have no idea what zoo it is from, because someone just shared that picture in my Discord server. We have like an inspirational channel, so everyone is just posting all the pictures they found interesting of zoos in that Discord chat, so we can use it as inspiration. And I use it as inspiration, but I only know that it's called a hippo outpost. So if anyone knows from what zoo this is inspired of, I think later during the video you will get the idea of what it is, but I only saw a drawing from the top, so it's only the layout of the water with the underwater viewing gallery. And on the left side of this big underwater viewing gallery there will be some kind of big restaurant. Now I have been thinking a lot about it, like how do I want to do this, and I'm still not completely certain, so I will just wait with building that. But the idea is that the people will be able to sit and relax and eat their food and stuff, and then they will also be able to see the hippos in their water section, or maybe on their land area, just walking around making a lot of noises, pooping a lot. Well, pooping a lot is not really tasty when you're eating, but hey, it's a zoo, all the animals poop anyways. But I thought that was a really nice addition, and I also saw something like that on the drawing. So yeah, I really like this idea, and as I said, I'm just really amazed with the look of it. Like, the water is so stunning in this game, together with the lighting. It looks absolutely gorgeous, so I really hope you guys like this too and can use it for some inspiration. And I do have to say, like, the habitat is huge, like really huge. And still, if I add, I think I have 4 hippos in there right now, and they are really happy with the land right now, but the water should have been a bit more Well, actually, I have been watching them for a long time and they didn't really went into the water that often. So I was like, what are you complaining about? But it's still in green, so it's only like 200 cubic meters. They would like to have more as a water section. So in the end, I ended up with creating a little water section too in the shelter area, which I really like how that turned out too. But they didn't even use that water section at all, but they did right away when I put down the bedding. They came inside and they were like chilling and laying there, so like having fun. And so yeah, I don't know. I really hope they will be using the water sections a bit more in the future. Maybe they are working on the animations that they're not doing that often, because I didn't have any issues with that during the beta. They were in the water like a long time. They were just chilling underneath the water. So yeah, I have no idea if they changed anything with the animations or whatsoever. How do you guys experience that? Did you create a hippo habitat already, and did you notice they are using the water a lot, or that they are not really using the water section? I'm just really curious how your experience is with that. Maybe I'm just very unlucky and my hippos are just chilling in the sun and they don't really mind to go into the water. I have no idea. I'm just really curious how you guys are experiencing this. So yeah, basically this is the first underwater viewing gallery and I'm really happy with how it turned out. The only downside is that if you have raised path, you can't really hide away the curbs. So instead of keeping them inside, I just wanted to cover them a little bit more with a darker wooden, unpainted, they're cold, I think. So with the darker wooden poles, I really wanted to cover it a little bit so it doesn't really look like the curbs of the path itself too much. So I rather just hide them away. And obviously we have some educational signs and some speakers and those kind of things. But at first I didn't have any electricity or whatsoever. So I had to put down a water treatment and transformer and of course a staff room and a keeper's hut. So you see a gate right now at that round little viewing area section, but I replaced the gate to the complete other side of the habitat, so next to the underwater viewing gallery. And later on we will create a nice building for it to cover up all those facility buildings because we don't want to see that. So yeah, here's me building the shelter area for the hippos, and I just really thought, okay, let's use my dome because that one is also in the workshop. For those that don't know, that dome I just placed down, you can find it in the workshop to download and just use it in whatever way you want. And I just really wanted to use the same textures, or at least to keep it a little bit in the same range of the dome we already have, because I just really feel like the more you use the same types of pieces and those kind of things, then it feels a little bit more like one whole of the zoo. So yeah, I'm really happy with how it turned out. We still have to do a lot of other things. So this will basically be some kind of Africa area, because what we did with the giant panda and the red panda, that area is basically more of the Asian animals, and in this section starting from here there will be more African animals, and I think that are the two continents we will be using during this zoo mostly. We might want to add one or two other animals, but I think mostly African and Asian animals. And I just want to have the animals a little bit in the same area of my zoo to, I don't know, just have them separated from each other, or at least the two continents a little bit. But yeah, I'm just really excited to see how our zoo is coming along. I'm so happy with how the game looks and how the game feels and how the animals behave. I'm just so excited for this game, even though this is not franchise mode, so I don't really enjoy it that much as the franchise mode. But other than that, I'm just really happy with just creating beautiful habitats for them. And I really hope you guys enjoy that too, and that you are also just really excited with everything you can do with the game and how stunning it looks. So I do have to say that I did cut out a lot of the rockman placing and trees placement. You see a little bit of it, you get the idea, okay, she did place down some trees so you're not completely in the dark, but I did cut out a lot of it because I can imagine it's starting to get pretty boring if you see a lot of rock and trees and shrubs placement. So I tried to balance it out a little bit more to give you guys more of an idea of the variation, what I'm doing. But actually this recording was, I think, 3.5 to 4 hours in total, so I really cut out a lot of stuff also with like the terrain forming and those kind of things. So yeah, I really hope you guys enjoy the look of this habitat, and in the end I will add some cinematic shots for you guys, so I really hope you guys enjoy. Please do make sure to leave a like at the video if you did, and subscribe of course if you already haven't, and I really hope to see you guys in the next one. Bye guys! back to another speed build episode of Meilin Zoo, and this time I have a very special guest. I am joined by the amazing Mike Sheets. Hello.
Hello, I'm special.
Yes, you're very special. And for those that have...
Oh, this looks familiar.
Oh yeah, it is, right? For those that have been following me during Planet Coaster, I have had you on for one episode, I think, together with Mass Bandit. And it was some kind of spooky episode, right?
We are actually on 2 episodes, and
That's right. It was so
and I revealed something that you had to cut out.
Oh my god! Now you mentioned that, that's true, but I have no idea anymore what it was. Oh yeah, I know. Oh, never mind. Yeah. I remember.
That fell right into view.
I remember. No, but it was a lot of fun having you on, and this was actually not even planned. I was watching a video of yours called, I think it was Botanic Gardens in Planet Zoo, right?
Mm-hmm, Planet Botanic.
Planet Botanic, I love the name. And I was commenting like, oh my god, this is so awesome, Mike. I love it. And you were just texting me like, would Meilin Zoo maybe like a botanic garden or anything like that, right?
Yeah, a little bit of what I'm doing in this particular zoo, I thought would be pretty cool, because the domes are really beautiful in this zoo, and I really like the giant panda exhibit.
Oh, thank you. I really feel like with every habitat, do you feel this? Did you build any habitats though?
Not yet.
Okay, good that I asked. Because with most of my buildings, I feel like I should start with the habitat first to see how much space I need. But every time I start building the walls first, or like a dome first, and then I end up like, oh, it's way too small, shoot. But yeah, that's just a learning curve. But a lot of you guys are watching this video, and this is not really how it looks, because Mike got my park and he was basically saying like, yeah, I'm gonna make a botanic garden, and I was like, I'm gonna send you my park so you can see where you maybe want to add something. And you were like, oh my gosh, I want to build in the Japanese macaque area. Am I allowed to? And I was like, yeah, sure, go ahead. Go ahead, do whatever you want to do. And I'm just super excited.
Those were the famous last words.
Yes. You have total freedom. And I was like, ooh, did I really say that? But yeah, I still haven't seen what you've done. We're gonna look at that live together at the end of this video. And
yeah, you have amazing control.
I do?
Yeah, because if I was working in the zoo, because you had been working in like the animal enclosure, the hippo one, right?
Yeah. I have been finishing off that one, indeed.
It would have been really hard for me to not look over, because like I said, I did pretty much the whole south of the zoo. You'll see.
I'm so curious what you've done. Maybe I don't like it, then what?
Oh, well then you're stuck.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure. I love your work. I love the work you did in Planet Coaster. Are you still playing Planet Coaster, or are you like totally Planet Zoo? I
will once the hype dies down of Planet Zoo a little bit, because it's fun to build in this game again, or in this series again.
But it feels so much more beautiful in some kind of way. Like the lighting and stuff, it's so different. And the items, I love the items.
I was going to say, the reason why it might feel like it's much easier to build and fill up Planet Zoo is because the items are just a lot more well curated.
Yeah.
Because it's... A lot of these pieces are just beautiful. And even though we only have about 4 themes, really... they're all really well fleshed out. 6?
Yeah, I think 6.
That's how much I know.
But it's more like generic themes. Like, I think one is just called Planet Coaster. And
Planet Zoo.
And Planets. Did I say Planet Coaster? No.
Planet Coaster DLC for Planet Zoo.
No, but there should be 6 themes in here. But what you said, like, the items are just so good and so well made, and especially the glass items. Like, everyone is using the glass. It's incredible.
I know. remember when Frontier used to say, "Oh yeah, no, we can't do glass.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
it's gonna blow up your computers." Like,
We had just one small piece of glass, like in different sizes, and they were like,
Yes.
"Yeah, don't add too many. Don't add too many
Uh-huh.
because it's not good for your for the game." And now we're like using glass everywhere. And
yeah.
it's
So what do
many.
you do immediately? You build a giant glass dome and then multiply it 3 times.
Yep, that's me. Yeah, I love the glass, but the only downside is just the shadows, like, but we can't do anything about it. Like, the exact piece we only had in Planet Coaster, that glass piece without any edges. We don't have it in Planet Zoo, so you can't build
Not
a glass
yet.
dome without having shadows. It's just not possible.
Yeah.
So yeah, I really hope that something like that will be added in a later stage to Planet Zoo, so we can have domes without those annoying shadows. But still, it works. It's shadows. It's real life. You have shadows of windows, so it makes sense, right?
Yeah, there's got to be a structure that holds all that glass in.
Yeah, definitely.
Your dome actually reminds me of a project they're doing in Dubai,
Really?
which they have built this like canopy of light type structure. And the way that the light comes in, it comes in with beams and stuff like that, or forest of light, I think is what it's called.
Oh my, I'm gonna look that up. That sounds so cool. I have a lot of people saying like, "Oh my god, you have this dome from, I think it's some kind of Denmark zoo or anything like that." And I was just like, "No, I just love to build domes." Like, I think also in an episode you were in Planet Coaster, wasn't that with like the chess area in Toysland?
Yes.
Yeah, see, that was also a dome. And in my Christmas village, that's probably the first dome I've built in my Christmas village. And I just love to create domes because they can be so gorgeous. And definitely in Planet Zoo, when you have like the rain falling down or the snow, oh, it's so gorgeous.
Yeah, it's very pretty.
I love it. I love it. But did you play with any animals so far then in Planet Zoo? Like testing it, like maybe not uploading for your YouTube channel, but...
Pretty much the first time I have worked with animals was because of this Japanese macaque exhibit, and
Oh really?
oh my gosh, it's a challenge.
Oh yeah, yeah. But the Japanese macaques are pretty. Well, I don't know. I had a lot of boxing during the early access I had.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's still really the case. Like, it sometimes happens, but I think it's not that bad anymore like it was.
I've gotten this exhibit to be pretty stable, so sometimes they get hungry, sometimes they get starving, but they don't seem to box up anymore.
Oh, well, now that's perfect. And
Yeah.
you didn't mess up anything in their habitat.
I did, but I fixed it.
Oh.
When I was working on Paz, I actually accidentally broke the path that makes access to the mechanic and the vet and the zookeeper. And so eventually I had this like big old red flashing light come up, all the alerts that come up like, oh, this exhibit is falling apart.
Yeah.
Like, what? What did I do?
Oh my goodness. So basically, I still have no idea. I'm so excited to see what you've made. But basically, like the outside of this whole snowy area, you did something with the bridge, right? You did something with like a viewing gallery or anything? Can you give me a sneak peeky idea?
So when I started this, I noticed that the paths were way far away, so I wanted to get them closer.
Yeah.
And that worked for a time until I actually unpaused the game and the macaque started like jumping out and I'm like, ah, crap. But I did
like almost finished. Oh no, this doesn't work.
Yeah, exactly. But I did a little research and I learned that the macaques are from northern Honshu in Japan, which is the not the northernmost island, but I think it's the third northern or the second northernmost island.
Yeah.
And so I did a little Google search of some images and stuff like that and tried to get the feel of northern Honshu. And so that's what I hope I have accomplished. That's why you've seen that bridge. Now the one that you've seen is not the bridge for the macaque exhibit, but you'll see soon enough.
Oh, I'm so excited to see it. Like, it's something you just mentioned. Like, I noticed that watching Syl, for example, you also follow Sylvered, obviously.
Oh,
we
absolutely.
all do. And watching Sylvan, the last episode, well, the episode he did with the Japanese macaque one, I was laughing so hard about him being like, oh yeah, and another fun fact, they also make snowballs and they roll them down, and it was like so funny. But those kind of things, I definitely should do that. But in my hype, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna build something really beautiful. And every time, I just keep forgetting, like, maybe I should learn a little bit of the animals, where they're coming from. Maybe read the Zoopedia every once in a while. So something like that I should definitely do. Or I just need to watch you guys, your videos on your channels. Because you were talking about your latest video about how you made those gardens and stuff. Like, you really know a lot about it. You really try to learn of how those things work and stuff, and I found that really interesting. And I really like that you give more information than me just like, hey, look at me, I'm just placing down a platform. You know what I mean?
Well, thank you. Yeah, I work for a fairly high-end nursery with some demanding clients, and sometimes they trust you to kind of pull some plant material together and design a bed. And so I've gotten used to how to kind of isolate the customer's need and then turn that into something. So there's a lot of like design principles that go with it, because I am a graphic design major, but I don't use it very often.
Can tell. No, but seriously, like, for everyone that is watching and have no idea who Mike Sheets is, now obviously we're gonna see what he can do in Planet Zoo, but like what I said, your Planet Coaster creations and what you've uploaded of Planet Zoo, even though you haven't really been making habitats, but it's so super inspiring. So seriously, I would highly recommend everyone to check out his channel, because I will link it obviously in the description, because it's really amazing work. And you, together with Mass Bandit, you both do incredible work. Yeah, you work together a lot of times. You do a lot of collaborations, right? So it definitely, I highly recommend everyone to go to his channel and enjoy everything that is there. But obviously, I will say this 100 times during this video, because I'm so excited. You can't imagine how excited I am. You just mentioned, like, it was that you're so proud of me that I didn't have any peek while I was building in the hippo habitat, and it was so hard to not peek. And I told you, like, how I put down the camera, like, all the way to the floor, and then when the Japanese macaque was boxed, I could not see any surroundings unless I just clicked the Japanese macaque, and then I went over the floor to the animal, so I could not see anything, and I still haven't, and I'm so excited to see it.
Well, the good news is a lot of what you're seeing right now, the playground and stuff like that, is pretty much intact.
Oh, I hope so, because I'm so proud of it.
The macaques were really using it. I don't know if they're using the like the pads, but they're definitely using the ropes and the logs and stuff like that.
You mean the rock pads you see in the background?
No,
or your pad?
The wooden. No, the wooden pads that you had. So you've got like the log, and then you've got a little log that comes out, and then a pad. And then a log that comes out in a pad.
If I'm right, they pretty much use everything. I have been looking at them for a long time, and if I'm right, they should be using everything, but it doesn't really matter. It just looks really cool, and I really liked how it turned out. Like, one of my first, a little bit more creative structures, and I don't know, I just really think it works with, like, the very big, thick poles. So yeah, I really, really like that. But we are out of footage right now of the speed build. May I now finally look, Mike?
You can now look, yes.
All the way around it, because I don't want to see it. Oh, wait, I'm stuck.
Forget where the entrance is.
Oh,
there we go. There it is.
Okay, people. This is, like, super unprepared comparing to, like, cinematic shots. But we're going to do it. This is like when
the gates of Jurassic Park open.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Oh. Oh my goodness. Did you really? Oh my gosh. Yeah. Okay. Oh my goodness.
You can see all the benches that people have tipped over to.
You were telling that so many vandalism. Oh my goodness, but that sign is so cool! Holy cow, that's beautiful! Wait, do we have these
Uh-huh.
What? Are these other letter signs that I don't know of?
They are,
Oh wait, those are just signs.
they're just the signs turned, with one letter.
Holy cow! Oh my god, I love this! This is so cool! Oh, we haven't even started yet, and this is already amazing! You see, guys, this is what I mean! It's so beautiful! Oh, and you see the dome in the back, indeed.
Yeah.
Holy cow, oh my goodness.
Why don't you preserve that view, because it's so important.
Oh, I don't know what to say. This is so cool. Oh my gosh. This is so cute. How did you got water in?
Little water garden. I hid a fountain, like a bowl or something like that in there.
Oh, that's so smart. Oh my goodness. What is that?
Those are broken trash cans. You may want to replace a few of these things before we go through. Because vandalism
I was like, what
still,
is that? How is these things to sit on or what? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is so cool. I haven't even noticed these statues yet. That is so awesome. Oh, I love this. Do I need to go right or left?
I mean, I'm just gonna let you decide.
Oh my goodness. Entrance here. Well, that's the entrance, so this is the side we should go. Oh my god.
It would be nice if you could actually direct people through exhibits, but as far as I know, you can't do that.
No, but that could be something they will add in a later stage because...
Oh, that'd be nice.
You remember those signs? I don't think we have that in Planet Zoo right now, but in Planet Coaster you could like get a... What was it called again? A focus point? Not a focus point, but like a real advertisement for the sign.
Uh-huh.
And then it would like lead to a shop or to like a ride. And I don't think we have that right now. Is it like a destination? Advertisement destination?
Yeah, what the heck was it called? A visitor point or something like that? A Vista.
No, that was a Vista point where the people would look at, but the signs had if you have like an empty area in your park, then you could say like, oh, this sign is pointing, is leading the people to a ride on the other side of the park, and then it would lead to more people going there. Something like that.
I think it was called Set Advertised Destination.
Yeah, something like that. May I just say that I really love the use of this. I've seen these signs, and I used one in my hippo habitat, and I'm like, I don't know how to use them. I don't know. One of these things, but this is just really simple, but super cool. I really love this.
I assumed you were going to have an elephant in here somewhere.
I hope so.
That's why
that would be really cool.
That's why I chose the elephant.
Oh my gosh, I love this already. And we're now going in. Oh my goodness. This is so pretty. Oh, I love this. I love the rock work. It's so good. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I forgot the name of the signs. Conservation, education signs. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, this is my... Oh, you put down all kinds of rocks. Cool. Oh, you have glass. Is that because
yeah,
they
that
were
was for the jumping.
Hilarious. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm freaking out. This is so beautiful. Oh, wait. Seriously?
Yeah.
They have another platform over here to look at them? Oh my goodness.
And sometimes they actually do use it. If you unpause the game, sometimes the pathfinding actually brings people up there, which is really cool.
I'm a little bit afraid to get frame rate issues. So, oh, but that's so cool. That's why I keep it on pause. Because it's a little bit like shaky. I'm very sorry for that. But oh my goodness, this is so beautiful.
And so now when you walk up there, you can see the dome over the macaque exhibit.
Oh, I love that. That's such a cool viewing. Oh, those are my domes though. But I really like that you paid attention to that. Oh, and this rockwork here? That is so beautiful.
So that was meant to be, so when you kind of enter the exhibit, it feels like that rock is a lot taller than it actually is. And it's meant to look like those big towers of rock that have like pines on them and stuff like that. So I included some forced perspective to make it look like it's in the distance.
That's awesome. You see those kind of things. It's so inspiring. Oh my goodness, this is so beautiful, Mike. I'm so happy I gave you my park. Oh my god, this is like... But I like that. Like, it's the same when we're going to do Koala Zoo with Rudy and Sylv. And I honestly say, Sylv, you make the entrance, because if you set the tone for, like, the theme we're going for, I can use that for, like, my inspiration for the rest of the zoo. And I really love this because I know that I am going to use this a lot as inspiration for in my zoo, and I'm really thankful for that, because I really love how you just it's so beautiful. Like, you use flat rocks here, and then you put like plants in between. So it's meant to look like really mossy, and because when I looked at pictures of northern Honshu, it's just green. There's a lot of green. That is so cool. And
then that's supposed to be like a little trickler.
Oh, that's beautiful. That is so beautiful. Oh my goodness. And then this building. Oh my goodness. Can people seriously... Mike, this is so cool. Oh my god, I'm so happy that I didn't peek, because the first reaction is me being blown away, and I could never replicate that. This is so good. This is so beautiful. Holy cow. I love this, how you did, like, put those signs in here. Why is Kermit here?
I don't know, because we have a limited amount of signs. But yeah, people can walk right up to the glass. And what's cool is the macaques sometimes start using that ramp or that runway.
Yeah.
And then I've also got a block of ice with fruit there, so that you get to see the macaques quite a bit.
That's so beautiful. It's so awesome. And then I can stand here. Oh, wow. Oh my goodness, that bridge! Oh my goodness, there's so much to see in here. Let me just take a peek from here. This is so beautiful. People, oh my goodness. I keep forgetting that I'm recording. Like, oh, and you added like those VFXs in the water here. Is that the river rabbit one? That's so cool.
Yeah, it's the river foam, so it looks like the water's actually running.
Oh my goodness, and that bridge too. I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go. It's so beautiful. Oh my god, how many hours did this take you?
I cranked on it. This was the first time that I actually got to play the zoo instead of designing something a little more strict. So I many long nights.
Oh my gosh. And you're going to upload the creating of this on your channel, right? It is probably already up when I upload this video. That's the plan.
But if you want to see like the reasons why I started and kind of the 4 areas that I called out, then that's what that video is for.
Shall I do it again? What is this? Oh, it's a bin.
Yeah, they do that.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god, you did so much. I am going to check this out at the end. From above, but this bridge. Do we have these pieces?
Yeah, we do.
Seriously? I did not even see them yet. There are so many new pieces. It's like impossible to see everything. This is so beautiful. Did you raise it, or is it the same height and did you lower the terrain?
So the bridge was changed quite a bit.
Okay.
Because I wanted it to be at about a 3 degree angle, so that people, when they're walking up, it looks a little bit more realistic than the big slopes that we get, normally in Planco or Plan Zoo. See, I did it too. So this is designed in a way, if you actually go up into the sky, this is designed to get people to the dome as quickly as possible. So there are different paths to take. There's more.
Holy cow! This is so beautiful. It says, you made these custom, right? Yeah. Oh my god, there's a lot of copy pasting incoming. I feel it. I
felt like that was very Meilin Zoo, this kind of naturalized path here.
So beautiful. I I love it. Oh my god, more paths. Oh my goodness. And there's another little bridge here. And that one is so cute.
And that one is really cool because you can just copy paste that wherever you want. That one is all intact.
Oh my goodness, that's beautiful. Mike, I love it. I love it so much. You did so much work in here. It's nuts. It's seriously nuts. I love it so much. Oh my god, I can't believe that I did not see anything you did.
I'm surprised you didn't see anything because it's
cow.
like it takes up quite a bit of room.
Holy cow, I feel like I'm just walking in someone else's park.
Well, that wasn't the intention.
No, but I mean, it's so big. Like, it's so beautiful. It's absolutely stunning. Okay, there's another bridge I really want to check out here. Oh, wow. I can't believe it. And that view from here.
It's funny, people sometimes just stop on the bridge and look at the macaque exhibit.
Ah, I believe so. I would do the same. It's so beautiful. And also just the view of here. Oh my god, I can't believe it. It's so good. It's even more than I ever expected. And that was already high, don't get me wrong. My standards were already high.
If I had screwed up, then oh man, this would have been an awkward video.
Yeah, true that. Oh my goodness. Okay, so wow. I'm just really amazed by this. I'm so amazed. And actually, yeah, the lighting is pretty good, right? It's not like you intended it to be like differently.
I mean, you can check the bridge lighting if you turn it to night. There's some lighting in the zoo. Yes, I did.
Oh my goodness. I want to make it like almost night. Like, oh, but nighttime is so beautiful, isn't it? With the stars.
It is in this game, yeah.
It probably.
I don't think there's any lighting in the macaque
Oh,
exhibit.
not. Oh, okay. Oh.
Because I figured the exhibits would close by that time, so.
Good point. Very good point. Oh, the lighting is so good. This is so beautiful. The signs look so much better, by the way, than in Planet Coaster. The letters.
So much better.
Oh my goodness.
Just the textures and the metal looks so good in this game.
It's such a difference. Holy cow. Oh, it's so beautiful, Mike. Oh my goodness. You want to build more, my partner? You want to build my Meilin Zoo? Oh my goodness. This is absolutely stunning. This lighting.
The lighting is so freaking good in this game.
Oh my gosh.
It's so easy to make things look really, really well lit, flat lit, and even the spotlights look really good too.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I wanna see some. Oh, that's really bright.
The bloom's a little harsh when you come out at night.
Whew, that hurt my eyes. So yeah, basically, oh, you also did the rocks over here. That's so cool.
Yeah, to make the exhibit kind of feel a little bit more enclosed.
Yeah, that's so beautiful. So well thought of. Okay, so I see you deleted this section, this I had inside, and I have to do a lot of decorating still here, but I now...
Yeah.
I'm feeling so inspired to continue doing this. I mean, I still have to do, like, a lot of stuff inside here, but oh boy. I could basically just remove it, because this is probably already a shelter enough, but we don't want to.
It kind of is, yeah.
Yeah,
But you have a facade now that at least helps kind of frame out the whole zoo.
oh my goodness. Just look what you've done. Holy cow. That's even more than I did. Almost. That's amazing.
I told you, I got a little carried away.
Oh, but that's cool. It's better than that than like, oh my god, I don't know what to do. Right? I mean, oh Mike, I'm so happy. I am so happy you've made this, and this is, I'm so thankful. If I can do anything back for you, I mean, I'm not that creative. Like, I can build in your botanic gardens, but I don't know if you want that.
I don't have it well built enough to add.
If you want me to add some animals.
There you go. Yeah,
No.
I could probably use an exhibit or two. Like a flamingo garden or something like that, or a peacock garden. That'd be nice.
No, but seriously, people, please give Mike a follow. Check out his video of how he built this. I also already seen it by now when I'm uploading this video, but I'm super excited to hear more about like why you did things and how you created it, and I am just super excited for that. So definitely go and check out Mike Sheet's channel. It is in the description. I just don't know what to say. It's I am so surprised, so much blown away. It's so gorgeous. I really love it, and it's so inspiring. Like seriously, thank you so much.
Excellent. Well, that's what I wanted you to feel. And then I think you could do like a little entrance plaza. So I've kind of set that area for you on the left-hand side when you walk into the zoo.
Let me check.
That would be a great place for a row of buildings or something like that.
Oh yeah, perfect. Oh, that's so awesome. I had no idea how to do the entrance part. That's the whole reason why I just started right in the middle of the park, because I was like, wait, you know what? If I have an idea at some point, then I will do. And this is like, oh, it's so beautiful. I love it. I absolutely love it. And that you see the dome from here, that you've paid attention to. I'm just really blown away. I love it.
You forgot my favorite detail of the whole thing.
May I say one thing?
Sure.
What does it say?
Meilin Zoo?
It's basically without the E.
Oh no!
Yeah. I just noticed.
I didn't know I had another E in there.
It's totally fine. I will fix
that's
that.
funny.
I will fix that.
Meilin.
Yeah. It's hilarious.
Did I spell Meilin right on the little dome sculpture? That was my favorite little detail of this whole thing.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, good.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. Now you mentioned that. That's so cool. It's actually, that's so awesome. I thought it was just like knobs, like those round shapes you have with the Asian trees and stuff. So I didn't realize these were the domes. Oh my god, that's so cool.
Gotcha.
I love it. But you wrote it down right.
Yeah, I figured that. Okay, good. I figured that the dome was like the oldest thing in the zoo, and it's like the biggest attraction. So people would want to get there the fastest.
Oh yeah, definitely. But now they wanna go to the Japanese macaque first, because that's the most beautiful
At
one.
Meilin Zoo.
We will fix that. No, but seriously, Mike,
Oh, that's
thank
funny.
you so much.
You are very welcome. Thank you
love
for letting
it.
me play in here and
I love it.
Just work my way around.
You can't see my face, but I have like a huge smile on my face and like my hands in my face. Like, oh my goodness, this is so beautiful.
As we started, I was gonna say every time Delady says "beautiful," take a shot as like a little drinking game. Like, don't do that. Don't do that.
Everyone,
Somebody's gonna go to the hospital.
It's amazing. I love it. Thank you so much, Mike, and everyone.
You are very welcome.
Well, thank you. Everyone, please go and check out Mike. Give him a sub and watch his video and watch his other videos, because he's so inspiring. Definitely go and check him out. And thank you so much for doing this again, Mike. I really appreciate it. I love it so much.
You are very welcome. Yeah, if you guys like the style of design that we do, Season Zoo of Bro Coaster is going to be a lot like
Oh, I'm
this.
super excited for that. I really can't wait. So yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. Please do leave a like at the video if you enjoyed. And subscribe, of course, if you already haven't. And don't forget to subscribe to Mike. And I really hope to see you guys in the next one. Bye, guys!
See you later.
in this episode, we are going to create a flamingo's habitat. For those who haven't seen it yet, in the previous episode, I had a very special guest, Mike Sheets, who got my park. That's why we are a little bit behind, for at least for my feeling, a little bit behind with this park, because I sent my Meilin Zoo to him for a short holiday. So Mike Sheets, he had my park for a few days, and he was working on the surroundings of the Japanese macaque, which is almost finished now, but he did like a very beautiful surroundings and some really beautiful viewing galleries, and he did the entrance and like a sign, and it's so beautiful. But he left this particular side left empty for me to build some shops and those kind of things, and I really, that was my plan all along, wanted to have the flamingos somewhere at the entrance because I just really feel they're super beautiful. I don't know if it's right, but I feel that many zoos have flamingos at the entrance because they make a lot of noise, so people that are just passing by, not really planning to go to a zoo, will hear the flamingos and they're like, oh, that's right, there's a zoo here, let me go there. Something like that. I think it's some kind of it's like the same thing you have when you go to, for example, a train station or like a city and you have like a bakery somewhere, and then like smells like so nicely and you get like drawn to that bakery to like, oh, I'm so hungry now, I want to have some food. And I think it works the same way a little bit with flamingos because they make pretty much a lot of noise. So I can be completely wrong, but it's something that I have in my head, which is the reason why flamingos are very often at the entrance of a zoo. But please do let me know in the comment section if I'm right. Maybe I'm talking complete nonsense. I have no idea. But anyways, we are building an Asian theme, and this took me so long. I was working on this, I think it was Monday, and I think I started right around 11 a.m. and at the end, when I normally upload my video around 6 p.m, I still wasn't finished. And it's not that it's like so much work, but I really wanted to do this somehow right, or at least get a different feeling than just putting down a lot of shrubs and trees and flowers and stuff. I try to at least give it the Asian vibe, but for those who know my channel, I am not really that well known with an Asian theme, and we tried it a bit with the giant panda habitat, which was like highly inspired by our Hans Dierenpark and the Copenhagen Zoo. So I had a lot to work with, and especially the building is like more, it's not like replicated, but it's highly inspired of it. But it's just a really difficult theme for me, and I think a lot of people have the same thing, so I am glad I'm not the only one. So I'm really trying to get it, and I was sending this picture to Silvera. I was like, oh my god, look at this, and he was like, wow, that's actually pretty good. And I was like, oh, thank you. And he was like, yeah, sometimes it just doesn't have to be like super difficult. Like he would make this roof from like 1,000 pieces, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. I can, but I just feel like it's gonna take me even more and longer work, and I think it already looks really nicely. You will see that at the end of this video, but I'm actually really happy. I was really struggling with like the underneath area of this round viewing platform because I was like, how am I gonna do this? Firstly, I closed it with like those gray rock pillars, those poles, and then I was like, okay, maybe I should make a structure, and still wasn't happy with it, and that took me really long though. But in the end, I ended up with like using, I think it was the African wood, and just made like a small little strip around it, and then have those poles underneath it, but you don't see them that clear. And I'm quite happy with how that underneath area looks right now. And obviously we're going to decorate it a lot with water lilies and common reeds and those kind of things. I really had a lot of fun building this. Also, I used the bridge of Mike Sheets, that area he made. I keep saying it. If you haven't watched that video, please do check that video out, because it's so inspiring what he made, and it's so beautiful. And I definitely used a lot of his techniques and his ideas to decorate this park, because it really feels like this area should be a whole, so it should not be like super different from the area of the Japanese macaque, because I really feel that would fit the best. And then once the people get over the bridges he've made, then we get into like the Meilin domes and the red panda area, and it's all going to be a little bit different, a little bit differently themed. But yeah, I'm really excited how this is turning out. And obviously that was a very fair point when I was sharing pictures with Silverad. He was like, oh, I really like the area, but why are you making this for flamingos? Because they're not from, I think it's East Asian theme, and they're not from that region. And I was like, yeah, well, I don't care. I just really wanted to have the greater flamingos, and they look so beautiful in the area. I was streaming yesterday on Twitch and I was showing people around, and they were like, yeah, well, it definitely fits. It doesn't matter if they are not really from this region. And I was like, yeah, they just look so gorgeous. And when they swim around in that water section, they actually go underneath the bridge and like around the viewing platform. It's just so incredibly cool. I really love how this area turned out. It took me a long time, as I mentioned, but it was definitely worth it. And especially just the feeling of the water by just using those water lilies. It's so beautiful together with the water and the graphics of the game. It just completely works. So yeah, once I was finished with this viewing gallery, I had to think of like, okay, now I need to do the land area. And I had no idea at first of how I wanted to do that. And then I was like, okay, maybe I should do something with like a very small waterfall. I don't really know how you call it, but it's like with different flat platforms. You will see it in a bit. And I was like, okay, I'm just gonna do something like that. And then I had to raise the terrain to make it look better. And then they have like a very, well, it's not really a steep hill, but they do have a hill, but the flamingos don't have any issues of using anything, so that's really cool. But then the top area was still flat, and I could either choose to make some kind of shelter building area for them, but I don't really feel we should do that too often, even though that happens in a lot of zoos in real life. They have a building where they have a shelter, but I just really feel more natural to create some kind of cavey areas for them. So we will do a few of the buildings, like obviously we have the buildings like the domes and stuff that also works as shelters, and we have that for the giant pandas, but I really prefer to build more natural shelters with like caves and stuff. But I didn't really feel like building a cave right on top of it. So I ended up with like on the right side, there was a pretty empty area. So I was like, okay, I'm going to create a shelter out of that. And then I was like, I'm not going to create some kind of building on top of it. It feels a bit weird to do that. So in the end, I just really wanted to have a more flat area because people don't really see it. So I just put down some beddings and some rocks, a little bit of trees, and that's it. And I think it totally worked. I might get back to it in a later stage, but for now I'm really happy just with the overall viewing of the habitat. I'm really curious how you guys feel about it, other than the fact that flamingos don't really have this area as their natural habitat. I know that, but I think the fact that they are so beautiful in this region, you guys will love it, and hopefully you will get some inspiration out of this build. It was actually a lot of fun to create that waterfall, even though it's still a little bit hard because it doesn't really feel supernatural, so it's quite a challenge to get the best result out of it. But I do like the fact that you just have a different waterfall than just like the one going straight down. So this is definitely an idea, but just try to play around a little bit with the pieces you have in the water section in the construction area and just try and build something like this. It needs a little bit of practice, but I'm pretty sure that if you just keep trying, keep playing around with these items, you can get something really cool out of it. And even I am still not 100% satisfied with the waterfall, but the idea is really cool, and I will just keep trying these things to make it perfect in a later stage. But I think we're already getting there, like, don't get me wrong, but I'm always a little bit like a perfectionist, so I just never am completely satisfied with it. I do have to say, like, the rock work of Mike, of like using those pointy rocks going up and then use the crowberry bushes to decorate them. He has a really cool video about that on his channel, so I highly recommend you to check it out. And he also explains in his video that how he created like a very, how you call that, like a very slow, not a slow slope, like an unsteep slope, like a very smooth slope with a monorail. Like I've never tried that yet. I really want to try that one time, but he really explains on his video like how he creates like a very beautiful, smooth sloped pathway, and he made a bridge out of it. It's just absolutely, it's so cool to see, and it's so inspiring. So I really highly recommend you guys to check him out and also give him a sub. He definitely deserves it. He is such an inspiration for me and a lot of other people in the Planet Coaster community and the Planet Zoo community. So definitely go and check him out. He's really awesome, and I just really love his laugh. He's so funny. So I just really like Mike. Mike is really awesome. So yeah, when decorating a waterfall, just try to use a little bit of the smaller rocks in between to break like the very straight edges, just to give it a little bit of a different feeling. And you can also use some more of the VFXs to get like the feeling that the water is really running onto the rock. I don't know if that makes any sense, but like to get more of a movement in there, which is just really cool. It's really fun to play around with this, and I really wish we had some pieces that really fits more to make these kind of waterfalls. So hopefully if Frontier is watching, they know exactly what I mean and what I would need to make these kind of waterfalls. Like it works how it is right now, but you can see on the edges like all those little middle sections, they're pretty obvious and you can use them in your advantage, but it would be so much easier just to have a piece that would create these kind of waterfalls. So hopefully we will get something like that in the future. That will be really cool and really useful to create more different waterfalls in our zoos. I really had a lot of struggle with making the gardens in this habitat. Like I really wanted to create a very Asian themed garden, and I don't think I have completely made it a really Asian garden, but I use it a lot as inspiration, let's put it that way. And I think it looks just really beautiful, no matter if it's really themed the right way or not, because I was told by Silvera and Mike that mostly the Asian gardens don't really have that many flowers. It's more like very green, and then you have the trees, like the very colored trees, like the orange one or the cherry blossom one, which in my case I only use the Japanese, the orange one. I don't know exactly the name of it. And you put those guys really in a very obvious area, which I didn't really pay too much attention to, but I just really like to use them a little bit in this habitat. And I also just wanted to add some more flowers because I really love the flowers and those round topiary bowls. I don't know how to call them. I feel so bad. I'm so sorry. But you guys can see the item I mean. I'm just really bad in reminding all those names. And don't forget, I am Dutch, so all those words are sometimes so different for me. And I just sometimes mess up a little bit with my pronunciation. So I'm very sorry for that. But yeah, I'm just really happy with how it turned out. I really hope you guys will enjoy this too and get a lot of inspiration out of this. Please do let me know in the comment section, of course, and leave a like at the video if you enjoyed this video. Don't forget to subscribe, of course, if you already haven't. And I just really hope to see you guys in the next one. Bye, guys. And in this episode, we firstly finish off the Japanese macaque area that the awesome Mike Sheets, he got the park for a bit and he made such a beautiful area around this Japanese macaque one. But he didn't do anything on the, well, call it backstage. There is some kind of glassy viewing gallery, something very simple. And I actually had like a big roof, like a very big building where the people could go inside and watch the macaques right over there. But he actually removed the roof side of that path, so there's only a small inside area. And as you can see, I did add a chain fence, and I really thought that was really cool because you see that a lot in zoos in real life, that you have like that chain fence. But in the end, I just was a bit annoyed of the look of it, so I replaced it back again with some glass. I just built some very simple pieces. I will probably get back to it when I am more inspired to do those climbing frames. But for now, I just really wanted to finish off this section of the zoo with just a very simple overhanging. So it's still some kind of building, but it's more open, so more free. And I really like how this turned out with a lot of wood and just hide it away because it's also a little bit lowered into the ground. I think it really looks nice, and I will show you guys with some cinematics at the end of this video, but I'm really happy with how this turned out. Obviously, where I did put down the keeper's hut is not the place you want it to have. There's also a water pump hidden away there, but I still have the feeling about those things, like you can't hide away keeper's huts. I get that question a lot at my community wall with tutorial requests, like how do you build around a staff building that people don't get unhappy? You can't. That's something I really want since the beginning. Like, they only have a radius around it, and when you put it far enough from your guests, then your guests won't get a negative impact. But for me, it just really still feels like in real life, I would love to see those behind the scenes things, and that's exactly what I did over here. Like, you have that glassy window where the people can just see inside when they prepare the food for the Japanese macaque, and that is exactly how I would like it to be in real life, that you sometimes can see what is happening behind the stages, how it looks like, and those kind of things. So in the end, what I really was hoping for and asked for when we heard more about those negative impacts and those radius around these staff buildings, I was like, but please make it so that if you put down a lot of scenery, the radius inclines or anything like that. But that's just not the case. So it doesn't matter how much you put around a building, the negative impact will stay. Obviously, your buildings have some kind of scenery rating, but that is only for your staff, that your staff will get more, I think, faster happiness or anything like that. They enjoy it more to be in that staff room if you have more scenery around it. So it's not that if you just decorate it a lot that your guests will be less negatively impacted by those things. I don't know if that makes sense, those sentences that I just mentioned. But yeah, I'm not going to do a tutorial of how to decorate your staff buildings to make sure that your guests don't have a negative impact, because that's just not the case. Just make sure that your staff building is far enough and you have like your heat maps on the left bottom corner, that little button, and you also have that negative impact heat map, so you can see with that heat map where your staff buildings do have a negative impact on your guests. So you can see in that heat map what kind of radius your buildings have, and if your radius is going above a path where your guests can walk, well, then you just have to make sure that your staff buildings are far away if you don't want it to have an impact. But in this case, as I just mentioned, I kept it there because I just really feel like it's fun for people to see what is happening behind the stages. This is Sandbox anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much. So yeah, that's the reason why I chose that to have there, because I could have chosen just to make a path to this whole big section and have the keeper's hut right over there. But I just didn't want to. I really wanted to have a staff building right in that section with the Japanese macaque. So right now we are building the timber wolves habitat, and now this was basically a bit of a struggle because I was so inspired by what Mike did with the Japanese macaque area, and afterwards I've built this beautiful, I'm super proud of the flamingos habitat, even though they are not from that region. I know that the flamingos are not from that region, but I was just so proud with how that area looks. It's so beautiful with the big water area and all the water lilies and the reeds, and it's absolutely stunning. I really love the view of it. And now I was actually we're in a different area of the park, and I was like, oh god, what am I gonna do now? And I had this big space that I really wanted to finish up, and I just really had no idea what to do with it. I wanted to do something basically with timber wolves and grizzly bears, because I think I mentioned it in one of my videos that there's a zoo in the Netherlands, and I'm not 100% sure if they have them really in the same habitat, but if you Google for grizzly bears and timber wolves, or at least wolves, I don't know if it's specifically timber wolves, but if you Google that, you see that in real life those animals don't really hunt each other down, they don't really fight with each other, they just leave each other, just live their lives, and they don't really have any arguments or whatsoever, if that makes sense. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna try to get the grizzly bears and the timber wolves in here, and it didn't really work out. So I don't know what kind of message I got, but it was a different message than you see normally. And they did fight, I think, because at some point I got a message that one of my timber wolves was severely injured, and I was like, okay, this is not going well. So then I just deleted the grizzly bears again. But it's really sad because I really wanted to have those two species in the same habitat. I thought that would be really cool. So yeah, unfortunately, no grizzly bears in this habitat. But I also had a big struggle with the path system, not only because my game was crashing while I did a lot of stuff building the path and surroundings and stuff, but when I got back to it, I was like, oh, how am I gonna do this? Because I just really wasn't satisfied. And then I put down the path again, and I was like, okay, well, maybe this is how I want to do this. And then we built a cave around it, which is really nice to see, as something I had in mind. I'm still a little bit debating of how I can add some little things to make it look a little bit more pretty and more interesting. But in the end, it's just a cave where the people can walk and sit down and just see the animals and try to vary it a little bit with the glassy windows and the fences and stuff. So yeah, in the end, I'm happy with how it turned out, but especially the path outside, I was like, oh, how am I gonna do this? And I ended up with a lot of wooden roofs and stuff, and I really now finally feel like, okay, this is actually going somewhere. I still feel something is missing, but I can't really tell what that is, so I might still get back to it in a later stage, but for now I'm quite happy with how it turned out. And it's, as far as I know, like, we had a new update on Thursday, which totally broke my game. Don't get me wrong, but the game really was already, for 7 days straight, it was very hard to start the game. And I think a lot of people recognize this, that the game will freeze when you load the menu and then you have to restart it. And most of the times after the second time of restarting, the game already started working without any problems. Sometimes it took you a third time, but right after the update on Thursday, my game just refused to start. Like, I restarted it for like, I think 10 or 15 times, and it just didn't work. So I was so sad about it, and I just couldn't start the game anymore since Thursday evening and Friday. I could do like a very big workaround, and then I was only able to play offline mode while I just had uploaded my first Let's Play franchise mode series. So I was just super sad and I wasn't able to continue it. In the end, on Friday evening, very late, I was like, I'm gonna try it just one more time, because everyone was able to play, even though it took them like a lot of times to restart the game. So I was like, okay, let's just try and restart it just one more time. And well, not one more time. I think I tried it for 6 times, and then eventually it finally started working again. But that also meant that I was really falling behind with all my recordings. I lost 1.5 days, and it's not like I only have time to make YouTube videos. I also have other stuff to do. So yeah, it was really sad that I just was falling so far behind. But well, in the end, we're back, and I'm really happy we are. And I just need to keep in mind to restart the game a lot of times, and then I will be able to play it. And oh boy, I love these statues. I love these statues so much. They're super cute. I really love them. So yeah, I will definitely show those guys around the cinematic shots of this video. So yeah, we have timber wolves, and for some reason they did do an update to make sure that you can have more timber wolves in one habitat and they will not fight frequently. I saw a whole discussion on the forums like they don't fight at all. If it's like family or stuff, they just don't fight at all. So please remove that. I have no idea, but I like the fact that we have more timber wolves in the same habitat now. But for some reason, I think my sandbox park is a little bit broken, because how long do we have the hippos right now? They just don't have any babies. They also don't swim. They still don't swim, or they do swim, but very rarely. And also my timber wolves, they just don't want to get any babies. They tried and tried and tried and tried. They have a very high chance to get some offspring, but for some reason I just am not able to get in some baby timber wolves, and they're so cute. So yeah, I don't know. I do know that they did some changes with the raids, because I think that many people complain about it that they didn't got babies. Now for me it was too soon, so I started building this probably before the update. I think the day before the update, but when I really started to pay attention to them getting some offspring, that was definitely this weekend, so after the update. But still they don't have any babies, so it might be my sandbox park, because my sandbox park has been started in early access, so maybe something is bugged in there, and that is why some updates just don't really influence my park. I have no idea, I'm just guessing here. But yeah, I just really hope we will see some babies soon, because the hippo babies are the cutest thing ever, and especially the timber wolf babies are super cute. And other animals don't have any issues of getting babies in so far. So we have the saltwater crocodile, Komodo dragon, Japanese macaque, the red pandas, the giant pandas. They all have no issues at all in this park to get some babies. So yeah, maybe I'm just very unlucky or something. I have no idea. But I really hope to see some babies in the future too, because well, you guys know I can freak out about babies. They're just the cutest thing ever in this game, and I'm really happy that we started Let's Play franchise mode again, because that is the point where I really pay attention to every little detail of how they behave, how they interact with each other, and I just really love that. So I'm really excited to play Let's Play franchise mode again with you guys. I'm not really sure yet how many videos of this sandbox park and how many videos of this franchise mode I will upload weekly. I'm still a bit figuring out my way, and it didn't really help that I couldn't play, obviously. So yeah, bear with me a little bit. It's gonna be a little bit messy. I will sometimes upload more videos, like I'm going to make some separate blueprints, so I will make a short video of that to inform you guys. And I will also do some tutorials like we just did. So if you have any suggestions of tutorials I haven't made yet, please do go to my community wall and tell me there if you have any suggestions, or leave a comment at those videos if you are like, hey, I have really struggles with this or that, could you maybe make a tutorial? No guarantees, of course, but if I feel like I can make a tutorial for you guys about that, then I will definitely make one for you guys, of course. So please do let me know in the comment section. And bear with me, it's gonna be a little bit messy maybe sometimes with uploading schedule, but I will try at least to have one video a day, and sometimes there will be a smaller video or something different on the channel next to it. And we're just gonna try to find a way to make it something regularly, and then I can tell you guys, okay, so that day this will be uploaded and that day this will be uploaded. So yeah, bear with me, but I really hope you guys enjoy. Please do make sure to subscribe, of course, if you already haven't, and leave a like at the video if you enjoyed. Enjoy the cinematic shots, and I really hope to see you guys in the next one. Bye guys! guys, and thank you so much for tuning into my channel. My name is The Lady Designer. We are back with another speed build video of Meilin Zoo in Sandbox mode. And make sure to subscribe, of course, if you already haven't, and leave a like at the video if you guys enjoy. And in this episode, this is the very first time we are building a walk-in habitat. And I'm very excited for this. This wasn't really planned, but I was looking at the park and I saw that Mike Sheets, who did the beautiful surroundings of the Japanese macaque habitat, and he left a few of these paths on the right section of the zoo. And I was thinking like, maybe I should build some kind of beautiful park or garden around it, something like that. And then I was like, no, wait a second. I could also make a walk-in habitat with an animal. And then I was like, I think the Indian peafowl would definitely fit. I know it's not a super popular animal, but I just really wanted to try this out. I really love, they're super beautiful, but I'm curious how you guys feel about the Indian peafowl not being super popular. It's like the same thing with the tortoise. Like, you can definitely tell when I uploaded a video of a tortoise, no matter when it was, if it was during the beta, like the speed build videos I did, or the Let's Play franchise mode during the beta, and the tortoise is just not as popular as most other animals, and I have the feeling it's a little bit the same with the Indian peafowl. But then again, I just really hope you guys will like this, and it will make you inspired to make something like this too in your own zoos. I just really love to use that Asian theme just one more time again in this area of the zoo, because I just feel like the further away we go in the zoo, I don't really feel it completely fits to use this Asian theme too much. But then again, we also use it for the giant panda a little bit. So maybe we could just get away with it, just use it a little bit more. In the end, it is a Asian continent located tropical zoo of the franchise mode. No, it's not the franchise mode. What are you saying, lady? It's a sandbox park, but then again, it's still the tropical one on the Asian continent, I think, if I remember correctly. I hope so. Oh my god, I'm rambling. But okay, so you're looking at a building right now, and I actually changed it a lot, and the reason for that is just because the lighting is exactly on the wrong side. So the front of this building just never gets any sunlight, so I wasn't happy with the roof at all. Unfortunately, I did lose a little bit of footage, that's why this video is a little bit shorter than normally. But hopefully you guys will still enjoy, and I will leave you guys, of course, with a lot of cinematic shots. Talking about cinematic shots, in the last episode, we built the Timberwolves habitat, and I totally forgot to add some cinematic shots of the Japanese macaque area on the other side, which I also finished during that episode. And I also got a lot of feedback about the Timberwolves cave, where you guys were saying like, I think you should better call it Wolf Cave or something like that. So I did change that and also added the cinematic shots for that particular area, just to show you guys that it has been changed, and hopefully you guys will like that. I do have to say, I'm really happy that I'm able to play again, because it was so frustrating that because of the latest update, I wasn't really able to start the game at first. But now it does run better, so after maybe 3 times restarting the game, it will load, so no more 10 times freezing of the menu or anything like that. But hopefully they will fix it this week, so we don't have that issue at all with the game not starting properly. So yeah, I'm really excited to see that. As you can see right now, the sun is basically a little bit on the rooftop, but that will change because of all the trees and stuff I put down. So there's not that much sunlight anymore in the end on that building. So yeah, I just really had to change it in a later stage. And this is kind of like the forage bogs, and surrounding it with rocks. I really like to do that. And I did that too with the flamingos habitat. I basically just covered that whole feeding section with a lot of rocks, because I just really like that to look a lot more natural. And I do have to say, it's so much fun to see the Indian peafowls just walking around and eating there, and they're just so beautiful with the garden we've made for them. And looking at the people, the guests, just looking at the peafowls, and it all feels so natural. And I really think they did a great job with like people not really walking through the animals or vice versa. So I think it really works, and I'm really excited to start experimenting with other animals like the ringtailed lemur. I think you can also make walk-in habitats for warthogs or pronghorns. There are a few animals you can make a walk-in habitat for, and there is actually a website made by a fan of Planet Zoo, so it's not an official website, but he did put in a lot of effort to create a website where you can just select the continent and then see all the animals from that continent. You can select it for temperatures, you can select it for walk-in habitats, you can actually see how many animals you can have in that habitat. Obviously, sometimes when there has been an update, the website isn't completely accurate, but he is totally on it to update that website as quickly as possible. It's super useful in my opinion, so definitely if you're like looking for a quick way to find out things of where animals are coming from and you don't want to click all the animals one by one in the Zoopedia, definitely go and check that website out. It's in Dutch, it's in English, and it's in German right now, so hopefully that will help out a lot of you people. And at least for me, I have it like as one of my favorite pages, so I can also always use it if I need it. It's really useful, but I honestly also feel that Planet Zoo should add something like that themselves, because it's just really hard, especially like when I had the early access and I was like, okay, I want to know about all the Asian animals. What are the animals from the Asian continent? And I actually had to click all the animals one by one and write them down, because there's just no option that you could just say like, okay, what are all the Asian animals? What are all the African animals? You can't really tell, and well, my knowledge is not that well that I know that all by myself beforehand. So yeah, I need those kind of lists to help me out with those kind of things. So yeah, definitely go and check that website out. So yeah, we're already at the end of this speed build video. I'm very sorry that it's a little bit shorter. Tomorrow we will be back with the Let's Play franchise mode, and we will also get back with another tutorial. I might upload that one today. No, I think tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. If you need any help and you're new to Planet Zoo, go and check out my tutorials. Hopefully they are very helpful. And yeah, I just really hope to see you guys in the next episode. Thank you guys so much for watching. Bye guys. And this one, I actually wanted to upload this one yesterday, but this took me so long. and not really because of all the building, but it's just a huge habitat. And I have to thank one of the subscribers, Michael, for this, because he sent me a comment underneath the video and he was like, why don't you make something like this? And he sent a video of the Zurich Zoo, which we actually used during the beta 2 for the African elephant's habitat, but then it was like the inside. So in this case, I honestly had no idea that the outside was so beautiful. I remember looking up some pictures of it, but I couldn't really see what was going on the outside. So I had no idea, but the outside is actually really cool. So I was like, oh my god, yes, I am going to start building this right away. Thank you so much, Michael, for suggesting this. Because I really wanted to have elephants now. Actually, this is the African area, but since we already had the African elephants in the beta, I really was like, no, I really want the Indian elephants right now, even though they're in the African area. I don't really mind that because I just really love how they look, and also because they like a little bit more sand and soil, if I remember correctly. So it gave me a little bit more freedom also with the rocks and rock terrain color to really make a nice habitat for them that can also look well and they really enjoy it. So yeah, basically that is the reason why we took the Indian elephants instead of the African elephants. But oh my goodness, I'm so happy with how this is coming along. It's not really a recreation other than the fact that I really use a lot of the layout, especially the underwater viewing gallery. I am super excited for that to show you guys because it's just so awesome to see elephants swim. Obviously they don't dive, but to see them swim, it really works well. Now the guests in my zoo don't really care, they don't even go down there, but maybe when we have some more animals around this elephant's habitat, they will start using it. So I'm not really worried about that much. And obviously I have been inspired by Silverette, but he has been inspired by Blightorp of the Giraffe house. I'm not really sure how to call it. It was a shelter in Blightorp, Rotterdam Zoo, and it's really awesome. And I had that in mind, obviously, to make something like that. Now he already created something really awesome, so I just wanted to get some kind of shape of it, and I didn't do the walk-in area like you have in Rotterdam Zoo, but I basically inspired it a little bit of that. And also Rudy Rankhamel is working on something which he didn't upload yet, but both two really inspired me to create some kind of shelter for these guys, because we have the indoor area at the hippos, but I really didn't feel like I'm going inside again with these elephants in that same dome area. So I really felt like, no, I'm just gonna give them a shelter which is big enough for them to use, and we're gonna have the Pygmy Hippo, if I have enough space, inside where the hippo inside area is too. So yeah, I'm really excited to start building there too, but this took me so long. I actually cut out a lot of the footage because I was like, yeah, well, you guys have seen me placing down a lot of rocks and stuff, so I really try to make sure to give you guys still the idea of what I'm doing, but also like not every single rock, because I think this whole habitat took me around 8 hours or something. Like, I have been working on this for 2 days, and especially because it's just so big and I really wanted to do it right. And like that bridge you see right now, I actually removed that one because I was like, no, it doesn't feel right. But then I totally forgot. Like, I made like a very slope through the water so the elephants can just walk from one side to the other side. But I totally forgot that the staff just don't go through the water. So in the end, I cheated a little bit on the end, so the staff can still walk around that water section on the end, but the elephants are not able to walk there. And I used a lot of the logs and stuff because you see that often in elephant habitats. The logs will just make sure that the elephants can't pass through a section, and I just use that a little bit. I really tried to have it a little bit more realistic, but I then again ended up with a little bit of green sometimes in the habitat itself. So yeah, it's a little bit of a mixture, but I really try to make it a little bit more realistic with like higher end rocks with the trees and stuff on top of it, so the elephants would not be able to eat from it, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's something they really do a lot in real life zoos, so I try to approach that a little bit, so hopefully you guys like that. I'm really happy with how this area, this Indian elephant's habitat turned out in the end, but it took me so long. And here you could see me just deleting a section because I was like, yeah, well, this habitat is already, I think it was 6,000 square meters. I kept saying cubic meters in a lot of my videos. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but it is actually square meters and I was so confused. But so yeah, sorry in advance if I confuse anyone with that. But yeah, it's so huge, and obviously I was able to reduce it because I did put down a lot of rocks and stuff, but oh boy, it has been so much work, but so much fun. I'm so happy with how this turned out. And the viewing gallery underneath the water, I try to attract some more people in there with a shop, with the Hats Fantastic shop, but no one still have ever used that whole section. So yeah, I'm really curious if that will change if we add some more different animals surrounding this. I was actually quite surprised with the Indian elephant that it doesn't get enrichment from any other species. So I wasn't able to say like, okay, it's so big, I can easily add another animal in here. Like obviously I can try to see what animal would fit, but I was just surprised, like the African elephant has so many different species you can combine it with. And for the Indian elephant, there's just nothing. So yeah, I'm like, if you guys have any suggestions of what kind of animal we could possibly add, but in the end, I'm also like, we can just maybe keep it like this because it's just really nice and beautiful. And you can have, I think it was around 30 elephants in one habitat. So that will be really cool if we can just have a lot of it. But talking about that, as I said in the previous episode, I have a lot of struggles with the breed, and I don't know if that is because this is my early access park or maybe because of the last update. Well, the Indian peafowl breeds like nuts. It's seriously, they're like rabbits, so that's not the issue. But the hippos, even though they have like 99% chance of offspring, they don't get any babies. The timber wolves have a 100% chance of offspring and they don't have any babies. And now playing around with the Indian elephant, they also have a high chance to get some offspring, but they're just nothing happens. And it's a little bit disappointing, and I am really afraid that it's because this is a early access park, so for some reason there might be something in there that is bugged and it will just not really work properly like when you would start a new Sandbox park right now. So yeah, I'm a little bit afraid of that, but I did report these bugs and hopefully Frontier is able to fix this, but I don't have that much hope for it, unfortunately. But yeah, who knows? We will see some more babies in this zoo. Like, as I said, the Indian peafowl and the Japanese macaque and all the other animals, Komodo dragon, saltwater crocodile, they all had babies. So it's not in my settings. I did see a few people saying like, oh yeah, you have to change your settings because maybe that's why they can't get any offspring, but that's not the case. My settings are all good and other animals are perfectly fine to get some offspring. So yeah, I really have no idea what that exactly is, but I really keep my fingers crossed that that will change in a later stage because I just want to see some really cute baby Indian elephants. That will be so amazing. So yeah, we're going to have a underwater viewing gallery and the entrance for it will be inside of that dome. At first I thought maybe I could have it like in a completely different area, but I was like, no, just stay close to it. But I didn't have space next to this path section you see to squeeze it in there. I did try it, but it didn't work. There's just not enough space for it. And the other path will be interrupting, so it's just not possible to put anything down there. So I went inside the dome, right among the corner, and then you will have a cave going down, and then the people can see the elephant swim, and I will definitely put in some cinematic shots in the end of this video to show you guys how that looks, because it's just absolutely awesome to see that. So yeah, I really hope you guys enjoy this video. Make sure to subscribe, of course, if you already haven't, and leave a like at the video if you guys enjoy. And in the next video, we will definitely build the Pygmy Hippo habitat because they're super cute, and I really want to finish off this area with the dome. So yeah, I'm super excited for that. Stay tuned. Let me know in the comment section how you guys feel of this new area, and I really hope to see you guys in the next one. Bye guys! time we're going to build a Pygmy Hippo habitat, and we're going to use the empty space we have in that dome-ish area next to the normal big hippos. So I'm really excited for that. We have to work with the land we have, and it's going to be only a indoor habitat, and they're also going to have a little cave, and they have a lot of water, of course. So if you're new to the channel, please do make sure to subscribe, of course, if you already haven't, and leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed this series. Very much appreciated. So yeah, this habitat was a little bit struggling. Like, they have enough space. I think the hardest part is to add the water into the habitat because they want a lot of water. And I also wanted to squeeze in some kind of waterfall area, which you will see in a minute. So yeah, you have to work with the terrain, but luckily the Pygmy Hippo doesn't really have that many issues with rocks and stuff, so you have a bit of freedom. As you can see, there is the path section, the rock section to go to the elephant underwater viewing gallery, but I totally did that section all over again, so what you see right now is definitely not how it will look. I will show that in a later stage to you guys. I didn't show it on purpose in the latest video with the Indian elephants because I just really felt like not really happy with it yet, so I'm going to get back to that in a later stage. And we're also going to build the backstage area, or at least a little bit of a backstage area behind that Pygmy Hippo habitat. We redo a lot of stuff, so we have it nice looking, at least to have a nice building and not like all those facility buildings without any walls or whatsoever. So I really try to finish up that little area. I'm not completely happy with that yet, so I will show that in a later stage too to you guys, but at least you get an idea of what I've been doing. I'm still not really used with like all the props we have with like those little cars and all those vases and stuff. So I wanna look into that a little bit more before I really say like, okay, this part is now really finished. But yeah, so the Pygmy Hippos have a cute little cavey area with some hay bedding so they can lay down, and it all works really nice. I do have to say that, especially the rocks, I made some kind of roof for the cave, and I put down some more straight rocks to make it look like it holds that roofs of rocks, and they actually can walk in between it. You will see that in a later stage, but it's actually really nice that it's pretty narrow and they still are able to walk there. So I really like that. And I have some really good news, because after this episode we're going to create a cheetah and spotted hyena habitat. And as you may have heard in my latest video with the Indian elephant habitat, I was a little bit disappointed that no other new animals were getting any babies. So the hippos are not having any babies. The Pygmy Hippo also didn't got any babies, but other than the other animals, the Pygmy Hippo only has a 54% chance for offspring, so I'm not that surprised with the Pygmy Hippo yet. But I was adding the cheetahs in the habitat, and I was clicking the female at some point, and I was like, oh, she's getting offspring, and I was so excited and so happy. So at least we know that it's still not broken for all the animals, so I'm getting a little bit more hope now. But still, I really hope we will see some Indian elephant babies and stuff in the later stage. The hyenas haven't got any offspring yet, but hopefully when I will record that video for you guys in the cinematic shots, so that will be up tomorrow, I think, then we hopefully see some more babies in there. That will be really cool. So yeah, I'm really excited that finally some things are a little bit changing, and there are some baby animals of the newer animals we add in Meilin Zoo getting some offspring. So yeah, I'm just really excited for that. And here we are building a waterfall section. And this waterfall section, since we don't have that much space, I was a little bit struggling. And what I mostly do if I'm not really happy with the shape, and you will see that in a later stage, I just add a tree a little bit in front of it, so you don't really notice it that much, and then it still looks good. So yeah, I actually thought, okay, let's just try something with a tree. And then I put it down and I raised it a little bit and had to put some rocks underneath it for the water, but it definitely works. So if you're not super happy, just try to play around with some trees and stuff, and I think you can manage to get something nice out of it. And I really like how this has turned out. The only thing that is a little bit a pity is the shadows again. So we don't have super annoying shadows, but in this case we have like a flat section in the middle of that dome-ish area that is not built from glass. So basically the habitat itself is mostly in a shadow area, but it doesn't really annoy me that much. I think this is way better than having a lot of annoying shadows. So yeah, I think it definitely works out. And especially in real life, like the zoos I have been to, the pygmy hippos have a really boring, more concrete-ish habitats. I have not in real life seen any very interesting habitats. So comparing to that, I think they should be really happy with what we created in Meilin Zoo. Even though it's a little bit small, I think we can get away with it and have a nice filled up area right over here for these small and cute little pygmy hippos. But obviously I really hope we will see some baby pygmy hippos in a later stage. So far, I'm really happy with how Meilin Zoo is coming along. As I just said, we're going to get some amazing cheetahs. I really love the cheetahs, and that's really thanks to the Twitch live streams we're doing with the franchise mode series. I added the cheetahs and they're so pretty. And I actually was really surprised about the cheetahs and the purr sounds they make. Like, I don't have cats anymore. Unfortunately, all my cats died of kidney failure. But I heard them purr and it actually just gave me a big smile on my face. I was like, oh, it sounds just so familiar. Like, obviously big cats have a different purr than like cats you have as a pet. But I don't know, it just felt so good, and I had a smile on my face like, oh yeah. I just really love how the game looks and the animals, and it was just amazing that getting such a smile on my face of such a small thing like a purr, and it just really made me feel good. Yesterday I didn't had a very good day, especially with the franchise mode. We wanted to do a live stream on Twitch, and the franchise mode was a little bit buggy, and I was like, no, I don't want it to bug. I just want to have fun and play it. So in the end, we ended up building in Meilin Zoo, which I not really record because it wasn't building a habitat or anything like that. It was mostly just filling up some empty areas with rocks and bushes and a lot of cactus and aloe vera plants. And I don't know if I pronounced that right, but hopefully you guys understand what I was saying, what kind of plants. So yeah, sometimes people are like, oh, you pronounce it differently. Yeah, so sorry, I'm Dutch, so sometimes words are completely different in Dutch, or I just don't know exactly how to pronounce it. So I'm very sorry if I pronounce anything wrong during this whole series, all my videos, and don't mind to tell me if I say something wrong. As long as it's nice and in a positive way, I'm all good for all your feedback, and I will try. But thank you guys so much for understanding. So as you can see, we're doing the backstage area, and we also I tried to hide away these paths, so I made them a little bit lower, because when you are standing on the other side looking at the Indian elephant's habitat, you could definitely see all the staff just walking around to the water treatment and the transformers or the solar panels, whatever it is, what there is. But yeah, so I really wanted to hide them away just a little bit more so I could just still connect that path. And I'm really curious what kind of animals and stuff we will going to add on this raised section next to it. Like, there is still a lot of space we can fill up, but I don't want this habitat, I don't want this zoo to be like super big. I wanted to keep it a little bit with that river section we've got going on, so I might end this series when everything inside of that is filled up, so we can just start a new sandbox park with a completely different biome and a completely different theme, because I'm just really excited to try more things out. And who knows, maybe we can just get back to Meilin Zoo once we get a new update and we feel like there are a lot of awesome new animals, and then we just start a season 2 of Meilin Zoo or something like that. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here and just trying to figure out, because I just really want to start other Sandbox parks too, but I just don't want to have too many series at the same time. So I feel like we should keep Meilin Zoo a bit smaller than you would normally do. And then we just going to upload it to the workshop so you guys can all just walk around and have some fun with it. And maybe after a DLC has dropped, we will get back to it and we will continue the zoo with some new areas and some new animals. I have no idea. I'm just thinking out loud if you guys have any suggestions or ideas, but I just really feel like I really want to start something new, like a season 2 with like a different biome and a different theme, and just get to learn all those new pieces. Like we do a lot with the Asian theme right now. We have a lot of the same kind of vibe going on, even though we're also in a African area. I really want to keep a little bit of that Asian vibe, even though we have like this African animals area right over here and the Asian animals on the other side. So yeah, I hope at least with around 15 to 20 episodes after this. No, not after this. So in total, like 15 to 20 episodes, and hopefully we can then finish up Meilin Zoo, at least for now, have a nice cinematic video uploaded to the workshop, something like that, and then we start a season 2 in a totally different biome. I'm just super excited for that, and I'm really curious what you guys think of that. So yeah, let me know in the comment section down below. Leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed, and I really hope to see you guys in the next episode. Bye guys! And in this episode, we build a habitat for the cheetah and the spotted hyena. Not both together, but I actually first wanted to have this one big cheetah habitat, but when I laid out the fences, I saw that the habitat was super big And I thought, well, you know what? Maybe we can just split them into two and have two different animals in this area. But as you can see, this is kind of a filler up area, so I'm not really able to do really crazy things. I really wanted to have something more with buildings and stuff, but I just realized, okay, that's just not going to work in this case. So instead, we're just building a habitat with just a lot of nature, a lot of rocks and those kind of things. And in the next episode, we will be starting something new, which I haven't really figured out yet because I was building something, and I will get back to that in a minute, but it just didn't work as I wanted it to be. But yeah, I wanted to do something in this habitat with like grid path and have like shelters that people could be standing there being dry from the rain and those kind of things, but it's all just not really possible regarding the size of the habitat. So yeah, we just had to deal with only some nature, but I really love how it turned out. And also we have like that long path all the way going through the back, and there's like a side path going to the Indian elephant shelter, and they actually use it right now, so that's really nice. In the beginning when I built it, no one was using it at all, but now when the elephants are inside of the shelter, you actually see a lot of people just looking down into the shelter, so that's really cool. I really love it that it works. And I was building this particular path area during a Twitch stream. I think I spoke about it a little bit in my previous video too. But what I didn't mention was like all these people, they were using that as a viewing platform to look at the elephants. And I was like, no, go away. I don't want you guys to be there. But I actually have to say, when I was looking myself from that path section into the habitat of the Indian elephants, it's actually really nice viewing. So I will add some cinematic shots of that at the end of this video because they are so right. They want to look at the Indian elephants from that side. So first I really wanted to close that off, make higher fences or anything like that. But then I was like, no, I'm just gonna keep it like it is right now, even though we already have a lot of viewing areas. But the Indian elephant habitat is definitely huge. I think it was around 6,000 square meters, so it's really big for the elephants to use. So there are a lot of different angles where the people can view the elephants. But yeah, this habitat, because it's like in between everything else, because of the timber wolves and the Japanese macaque, and it's just closed off on all the edges, so I just can't really make this much bigger as it is right now. But I'm really happy though that even the cheetah, as I mentioned in the previous episode, they got really cute babies, and also the spot hyena also got some babies, so I added those guys too in the cinematic shots in the end, and I'm just really happy that it's all working properly and it's so nice. But yeah, the only thing I'm still debating on are the fences. Like in the end of this video, you see me replacing these fences with the wooden log fences because that is like the most natural ones, and I really like that, except for that middle section because that is the chain link fence, I think it's called. And I really like that idea that you have like that water section that is splitting up and that's open between those habitats, even though I don't think hyenas and cheetahs will really like each other, but I just really like the idea. And I already see a lot of people mentioning, oh, you should have added lions. I know, but I really want to have something different with the lions, so I don't have that many plans for it, but I will definitely add lions and Bengal tigers in Meilin Zoo because I really feel those animals should be added somewhere. And thank you guys so much for all your feedback at the previous episode because a lot of you guys were like, no, you should make this park bigger, and I totally get that. I totally feel you guys, but I also really feel that we shouldn't make it too big. But I don't know, maybe I am already saying like, okay, it's only more like 5 or 6 episodes or anything like that, but maybe I will just continue a little bit more. So don't worry, guys. And for those asking for a tour already for the zoo, I do a lot of tours in my live streams, like especially during my Twitch live streams. So if you're really interested of seeing the whole zoo, I mostly use my Twitch streams to show people around in Meilin Zoo a little bit. And I'm sometimes giving some sneak peeks there too if it's not uploaded yet to YouTube. But I'm not going to make a tour video yet. I will do that definitely when the zoo is completely finished, of course, but I will save that for the last bit. Or maybe we will just stop building when it's finished and then wait for a DLC to see if we can add some more animals, and then we will continue this. But I just really also feel like I want to try something else, and I don't really want two active Sandbox series at the same time going on. So hopefully you guys understand, and don't worry, we're gonna have a lot of fun too in a different biome with a different theme, so it's gonna be fine. So yeah, other plans I have is that I really want to have something with a rainforest with like raised paths and bridges and those kind of things, like the wooden path. Like, you don't really have the option to really have thin paths, so that's a pity, because sometimes you see like those very small pathways with only some wood and like some rope fences. I don't know if you call it fences, railings, that's the word I was looking for. So like ropey railings and those kind of things. I would love to do that, but that's not really possible. But I will definitely try to do something with a rainforest and like higher up path and something awesome. So I was basically working on a orangutan habitat in Meilin Zoo, and I had such an awesome idea because I always keep saying Orangutan Dierenpark. I'm so sorry, like it's not even my favorite zoo, but I just keep saying that. It's inspiring me so much. I don't know what that is, but yeah, Orangutan Dierenpark has a orangutan habitat, and I think there are more worldwide that has the same thing, but they have like really large poles, like really high, and then they have like ropes and stuff, so the orangutans can go from one pole to the other one over the path systems. And that's really awesome, because then you can see the orangutans climbing above you while not being in a habitat. But I was trying to build that, but Planet Zoo doesn't really like me doing that. So for one, if you want to have those raised poles with like a climbing frame or anything like that, you have to have a fence underneath it, because else it will say that the orangutan will be escaped. Well, it's not, because it can't reach the ground, because it's out of the barriers. It will say it has been escaped. Okay, so then I added the null fence. But when you have a null fence and the orangutan over a path and the people walk over the path, the people will run away because there's a dangerous animal and they are like in their habitat, which they're not, obviously, but that's how the game thinks it works. So then I was like, okay, now I'm gonna try the ringtailed lemur, because, yeah, well, okay, if I can't do it with the orangutan, maybe the ringtailed lemur and the red-ruffed lemur will make it work. And no. Well, it technically works, but the game just didn't like me at all, and it just stopped working, and I had constantly crashes and stuff. So yeah, I'm really curious what that is. So hopefully Frontier can get back to me and tell me what the issue exactly is, because a walk-in habitat for a ringtailed lemur should work. So I wonder what is wrong with the structures I've made. They're not like super high-end, 1,000 pieces or anything like that. So yeah, I'm just really curious if I will be able to finish that part up, because the idea is super cool, but hopefully I am able to make it work for some reason, because even when I opened the traversable area, the game just stopped working for me at all. So I was like, something I did, it doesn't like me. It definitely doesn't like me. So yeah, I had to remove it for now, so we're gonna create something different. What I also really want to do is create a reptile house or anything like that, together with a Nile Monitor and a Gharial habitat. And this time, I really want to avoid making another dome, because we have so many round buildings already. We might want to add something very small in there with a dome-ish shape. I don't know. I want to do something with glass again, but this time I want to do something completely different, and also with like some raised paths and stuff, and like a tropical garden inside of it. So yeah, that is probably something we're going to work on in the next episode. Hopefully I know what I want to do, because maybe I will grab some other animal first, and then I can still think a little bit about how I want to do that. If you guys have any ideas or references I could use for that reptile house, please do let me know in the comment section. And your comment might end in the spam area, but don't worry, I will accept it later on. I'm really curious if you guys have any ideas or suggestions of how to do that. So yeah, we're gonna end it for now. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this next episode. Please do make sure to subscribe, of course, if you already haven't, and leave a like at the video if you enjoyed. And I really hope to see you guys in the next episode. Thank you guys so much for watching. Bye guys! And in this episode, we're going to build the orangutan habitat I was talking about. And someone did mention in the comment section, like, why don't you just have raised paths? Because then, as I mentioned in the previous episode, the people were running away if I added the no fence underneath a path that was connected to the terrain. So every time the people walked over that path section where the no fence was, they just ran away as if like they are in a habitat of a dangerous animal. So I was like, oh, how do I fix that? How do I do that? And I had no idea. And obviously, just add a raised path like you can do with a lot of habitats. I don't know how I could forget about that. So thank you so much for bringing that up, and it really inspired me to do this habitat again, even though it's a completely different idea as what I had in mind in the first place. But these high structures are basically still based on Alhans Dierenpark, where they have a orangutan habitat with like these high climbing structures where the animals can't climb down and they are walking over the path sections. So I decided to combine this together with the rainforest idea. Now it doesn't really look like a rainforest just yet. We have a big open space where we have a lot of rocks and stuff on the outside of the edges. We have raised paths going through this area, and this section is going to the left of the area, and there will be a platform a little bit on the middle right-ish side, and there will be a new habitat for a different animal, because it's basically a very huge area what we have right over here. So I'm thinking to get the Bengal Tiger on the other side. And you may notice in the later stage that you will see a path going to the left side, and we have on the left side there are the red pandas. So what I want to do is I want to have a long path going all the way around that habitat of the red panda. And then maybe when they come back, because next to the red panda there's actually nothing yet. So I was thinking to have maybe the Formosan black bear habitat on that side, something like that. So then basically people go into a rainforest right now, and they can choose to go right to the Bengal tigers, to go left through the rainforest area at the orangutans, and then they will go a little bit over the water section to the left side in a big turn, and then they will end up in a forest area for the Formosan black bear. Something like that is what I have in mind. I am super excited to continue this build because this is so inspiring for me to do this. I had like such a big smile on my face, not because of the crashing, because as I said in the previous episode, I had so many crashes, so I had a workaround right now. So every time I noticed that when I unpaused the game and the orangutans were trying to find a traversable area, or like the game is recalculating it, I think I just have too much of the climbing structure. So when it starts to recalculating, it just crashed on me. So I had to pause the game, do my builds, save the game, restart the map, and then everything is good and I don't have any crashes. But as soon as I don't do that and I save the game but I just unpause it, it will crash on me. So yeah, that's the workaround right now, and I really hope that can be fixed in the later stage. But I think I really broke it a little bit because there are just too many climbing frames, maybe too many animals, but I'm pretty sure that something like this will definitely be fixed. And I am just really super happy that I was able to continue this because, as I said, it's so satisfying to see those animals actually using everything you build. And that's just so much fun. So we have like a big shelter, a little bit, well, not big, it's not super big. So like a house shelter. And then the orangutans can just climb up with a little stairs or like an angled area. And then on the left side, there is like another raised section with like that rolling barrel feeder. And there's a keyboard over there. And oh my god, that keyboard and the sounds they make, it's just so hilarious. And on the other side, we have more raised sections over there where I'm really happy that also the keeper can reach it, because I remember when building the rat panda habitat, I had a little bit of issues for the keeper to find a pathway to be able to give food to all the feeders I put down. So I was a little bit worried, but everything worked so well, so I was super duper happy. And it's just so amazing to see those orangutans just using everything and chilling. And the only thing they are not using are those high poles in the sky, so they are able to climb it. Now what I did was basically, because my first idea was to not have like a real habitat underneath it. Now this is a little bit changed obviously, but the first idea was to have like raised poles with like building items underneath it that aren't climbable. So you can see in the constructions area what items are climbable and what not. So for some poles, I used climbable items to make sure that the orangutans could climb up. But for others, I only used like concrete and recolored concrete. I think it is something like that. So for some poles they cannot climb on, and for others they can. So they're not able. Maybe I should try and change that because maybe they will use it more often. But there are 2 or 3 different poles that have like real climbable construction items or like just climbable frames on it. So maybe if I change that, then they will be able to use it. But then again, as I said, I'm just super happy with how this turned out, and it really, in Dutch you say like it tastes more. I don't know how you say that in English. There's like a phrase, it tastes to do more. I don't know how you say that, if that's really a thing in English, but never mind. I just really would love to do something more like this. So when we're going to build the Bengal tiger habitat, I am definitely going to use more of the raised levels and stuff. This really feels like more like a practice or anything, because we didn't really do anything similar like this. We had the Japanese macaque area, but that was basically just mostly a flat area with just some climbing frames and stuff. But this was already a little bit playing around with the terrain and stuff, and just seeing everything working. It's just so cool. So I'm really excited to do something for the Bengal tiger with more leveled areas and stuff. So yeah, I'm really excited for that, and I'm just really excited to hear what you guys think of this episode, because there's so much more to come, and I'm just really having a really good vibe thanks to this orangutan area. So yeah, I'm just really excited for that. And it's also good to know that we have some orangutan babies coming up, so you guys will see that in the cinematic shots of the video, and I'm just really excited to see just them walking around in this habitat too. And I really hope, by the way, if I start the Bengal tiger habitat, that it will be working out and the Bengal tiger is not able to jump to the other side. So I'm really curious if that is going to be easy, or that I really have a challenge coming up here to make sure the Bengal tigers cannot jump over it. At least the orangutans are staying in this area and they don't have like any escapable routes or anything like that. So yeah, that's gonna be a little bit challenging. And also just the terrain tool, guys. The shape tool, I know I mentioned it a few times in my tutorial video, so if you haven't seen it and you're new to Planet Zoo, definitely go and check them out. But that new terrain tool, I say new because it wasn't in Planet Coaster, it's new for Planet Zoo. And it's just really incredible, and it's so easy to use, especially if you want to have like raised paths and something, or lowered path. You just use the shape tool and put it in an angle, and it's just it's really incredible. So I really like that feature, and it makes it so much easier to plan out your area. So definitely, if you're struggling with the terrain tool itself, maybe the shape tool will help you a little bit more if you want to have a certain shape or anything like that. And obviously I use a lot of rocks to hide the edges away and stuff, so it's more for me also for reference. And I really like to use it to raise it a little bit through those wooden pillars, so you can see the dirt a little bit coming through it. I really like that natural feeling. I try to play around with that a lot more during this habitat build. So yeah, I'm just really excited for this. I'm just super curious to hear what you guys think of this build. Let me know in the comment section down below, and let me know if you have any suggestions still for the reptile house. Since I'm super in my vibe right now for this area, I think we're going to finish this up first, but I'm really excited to see your ideas and stuff for the reptile house. If you have any references or those kind of things, definitely let me know in the comment section down below, because I'm really excited to read that and to get some inspiration for that reptile house. But first things first, we're going to build this habitat, the orangutan habitat, and we're going to start the Bengal tiger one, and I think the Formosan black bear, because that's also an Asian bear, and I think that one fits the best in this area too. So yeah, let me know in the comment section what you guys think. Make sure to subscribe, of course, if you already haven't, and leave a like at the video if you enjoyed. And I'll leave you guys with the rest of the speed build, and I really hope to see you guys in the next one. Bye guys!
This is our Sandbox park, and we are creating a Bengal tiger habitat next to the orangutan habitat. And luckily, we've got a huge update today from Planet Zoo. They did a lot of fixing, and I didn't really tell you guys, but I wasn't even able to open this park for a few days. Or well, I could open it, but it freezed after 5 seconds, so I couldn't do anything. And I was so sad because I was working on this habitat and I had so much fun with it. So yeah, finally with the new update today, I was able to continue this habitat. It's not completely finished. The habitat itself for the Bengal tigers is finished, but everything around it still needs to have a lot of work in it. But I am super proud of what we have so far. I do really have to say that the way I am creating these habitats, I don't really think it is supposed to work like this in the game. The game has a lot of issues with getting the traversable areas. Once it is calculated, it's all good, but I think the way I've made it, it's just really hard for the game to render it. So keep that in mind if you're going to do anything like that. And Planet Zoo Frontier Developments is still working on the game, obviously, so hopefully in the future will be a little bit easier to do these kind of things. But it's definitely, even for me, really inspiring to see what you can do with it. I do have to say, because I am using a lot of the raised terrain and stuff, you're losing a lot of the square meters areas for the animals in general, what you're using, and in this case, the Bengal tigers. So you really have to keep that in mind. So still, when I thought this was definitely big enough for the Bengal tigers to use, as soon as I started to do a lot of terrain forming and stuff, it inclined a lot. So they don't have enough space to use. I think they're like 50 square meters in short of the traversable area, but it's fine. Like, we have a lot of new options right now with the Sandbox mode to give them a 100% welfare. So I think it's all good in the end, and it looks just really amazing. Like, if this would be real, I think they would definitely have more space to just walk around and stuff. So it's also a little bit of an in-game issue that it calculates less than you would expect it to be. So yeah, but it looks really nice, and I really hope you guys enjoy how this is looking. But trust me, it is kind of a struggle, especially with those wooden platforms. Like, it's not really calculated as just a walkable area, it's more of a climbing area. And they also use it more as a climbing area. So once there is terrain, you see them running and stuff. But when it is the platforms itself, they sometimes behave a little bit differently. And that's just because that is how the game works. And it's supposed to be more of a climbable area. And I am combining it together with the terrain. So yeah, these kind of things are really something to keep in mind. But the idea is just so cool. And I really wish I could do more, but I wanted to avoid that the traversable area and the space they got was getting less. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna keep it like this, even though I want to do a lot more other things. But it's so much fun to work with. And also the shelters. At first I built this small little shelter right over here, but in the end I really felt like I want to have one little shelter more on the other side, and they're actually using it, which is so much fun to see. And of course the water sections they've got, they just swim around and stuff, and it's so much fun. And I really enjoy just seeing the animals moving around in habitats you create. And as I said in the orangutan habitat video, that it was so much fun to play around a bit more with those wooden platforms and to see them using everything except for the long poles we use. But I saw someone commenting like, yeah, well, most adult orangutans don't really climb super often, like it's mostly the babies, but I didn't really pay attention to that. So I don't know, maybe those babies will be using those longer poles in the future. I haven't really paying attention to that. I don't know if it's true, but it makes sense maybe that the orangutans, the adults, are a little bit more lazy. But then again, I don't really see that happening because in real life they're also just climbing in trees, right? So I don't know. I'm curious what you guys think about that. Now, it was also hard to do the terrain forming because I tried to remove the water, but I wasn't able to put it back anymore, so I really had to work with the terrain and already the water section in there. So yeah, I wasn't sometimes able to raise the terrain where I wanted it to have. So yeah, it's a lot of tweaking and stuff, but in the end, yeah, as I keep saying it, but I'm just really happy with how this turned out. If I would do this in the future again, I would definitely start with the habitat and then start building everything around it. It's sometimes just too small if you really want to create something which you have in mind, and it just doesn't really work out that well. But I really like the look of how the terrain, and especially when you create the soil terrain coloring together with those wooden platforms and you raise it a little bit so it comes through that wood, it looks so nice. I really like the look of that, and I really try to use that as much as I could in this habitat. I really wish I could have added a waterfall, but as I just said, like, there just wasn't enough space for it. So in the end, I was just like, okay, let's keep it like this and don't add a waterfall because you're gonna mess up too much with the terrain and it will definitely be too small in the end. And I wanted to give it really a nice feeling that the animals are still happy with their habitat, even though it's a little bit too small. So yeah, no waterfall in this episode, but I will definitely... I definitely want to have a waterfall in a next episode because I just really feel it's a lot of fun to work with waterfalls, and I didn't really do it that much, even though during the beta I really used a lot of the waterfall section. So yeah, I think we are lacking waterfalls, guys, during this series, so I really want to do something again with the waterfall. Also, something very good to mention, thanks to this new update, we are finally getting our baby boom. So the hippos are pregnant, the pygmy hippos are pregnant, the Indian elephants are pregnant, the timber wolves got babies. So I'm just really happy to share with you guys that there is a baby boom going on right now in Meilin Zoo, and we'll definitely share something about that in a later stage. But I just wanted to let you guys know that it's finally fixed. So if you also had issues just like me, that not all your animals got babies in your sandbox park, I don't know if it's the same in franchise mode, but at least for me during the sandbox mode, it's fixed and I'm super happy about that. It's a lot of fun to finally see everything working. So it wasn't me, it was something bugged in the game, but it's fixed. So I'm really happy about that. Do let me know in the comment section, of course, what you guys think of this habitat, and I really hope I can inspire you with this new build. Do let me know in the comment section down below and leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed, and subscribe, of course, if you already haven't. And I really just hope to see you guys in the next episode. Thank you guys so much for all your support. Hope to see you in the next one. Bye, guys.
And the start of this video is basically almost finishing up the rainforest area we have with the Bengal tigers and the orangutans. And in a previous video, I mentioned that there was a path going around that orangutan habitat, and I wanted to have that going over the water section around the rat panda habitat and have a habitat over there for the Formosan black bear. Now, plans are changing because, as I mentioned in the previous episode, I wasn't really able to delete the water and replace it back again, so I'm not really sure what that issue is. It might have something to do with the Japanese macaque habitat, which is also using that water section inside that habitat. And so yeah, I'm not really sure what that is, but I better be safe and not remove the water, build a lot of stuff, and then end up with not being able to put back the water section. I don't want to take that risk. So I am going to have this round viewing gallery on this side with the Bengal tigers, and I'm also going to use the same one, a round one at the end section at the orangutans. I think it looks really nice with those very small viewing galleries, round ones, and as soon as like your animals are new in your zoo, then it's like super busy, but when they're in your zoo for quite some time, then it's all good and you don't have like super bottlenecks and those kind of things in your zoo. So yeah, I guess that's gonna be fine. And I will add some cinematic shots of this specific area at the end of this video, of course. And we still have to do like the stairways that goes up to this area, so I'm still thinking about that, how to decorate that and make it look nice and pretty, but I'm not really sure yet what I want to do there. So yeah, we might get back to that in a later stage again, but for now I'm just really happy how this is turning out, and I think this is already looking way better than that big squared area we had as a viewing platform in the beginning. Also, that section you see with the steel mesh fence, I think they are called, I saw someone commenting like, oh, that looks exactly like you have in Ouwehands Dierenpark, and that's exactly true. This is something I use a lot for inspiration. I remember doing the same thing with when we played Zoo Tycoon when we were waiting for Planet Zoo. I also had this same idea, and I just really like that idea, even though you basically should add something in front of that steel mesh, because obviously when you put your fingers through these steel mesh fences, your tigers may be able to eat your fingers off. But we don't have that much space, so I'm not going into that much of realism. Obviously the people in Planet Zoo don't really do that, but I just really like to have some kind of cavey area exactly like we have right now. Now, obviously, because of this space, I couldn't really make it like a path that you could just walk through to a different area, so this is more of a dead end, but people actually use it, which is a lot of fun, and I did put down the educational sign at the end, so people would actually go to the back end and just read that sign too. So yeah, that's really nice, and that's a really nice way to attract a little bit of people to there if they want to learn more about the Bengal tigers. And also the staff path on the right side of the Bengal tigers, I still need to do some decorations with, but those kind of things I rather just do off camera because I don't really think it's gonna be super interesting. It's just gonna be me either putting a lot of rocks or trees around it just to hide it away a little bit, so we don't have to bother too much about that, in my opinion. Like, I really want to focus during this series about the habitats and stuff, so I don't really do too much for the staff areas. Like, sometimes if it's like super obvious and people can really see it, then I will try to make it more nice and pretty, but sometimes I'm just like, hey, I don't mind. Like, there's a whole path system underneath the ground. Like, I am not decorating anything of that. So when this park is finished and it will be in the workshop, you will see some areas that are really ugly that you haven't seen in my videos. But yeah, I just really want to focus mostly on building the habitats for the animals and just make that look nice and pretty, and like everything the guests see does look really nice. So that's the most important thing, and I think that also works kind of the same in real life, that most of the areas you don't see on the backstage are probably not really that much decorated and just only has the function it needs to have, so having the staff buildings and those kind of things and nothing really pretty or anything like that, as long as the guests can't really see it. So very often I get the question, like, could you maybe talk more about where you get your inspiration of? Because I don't really talk about that often in my videos, and there's a reason for that. And the reason is I am not really someone that is planning out anything beforehand. And I had the same thing with Planet Coaster. Like, obviously you have your experiences or anything like that you have been to a theme park, and for Planet Coaster definitely a lot of Disney inspiration, I think. And for zoos, it's the same way. Like, I have been to a few zoos, mostly in the Netherlands, and that is something that I just have in mind, or I just remember some kind of things, like the same things with like that steel mesh fence with the Bengal tigers. And that's about it. Like, sometimes I just Google for a specific animal, like in this case, we're building the rhino habitat. So I just Google rhino habitat and I'm like, okay, not super a lot of interesting pictures. Like, a lot of people don't make pictures of the habitat or the enclosure itself, but they just make a picture of a rhino. So it's not like the same if you Google a theme park where people are really interested in all the buildings and stuff. You do have obviously some pictures of zoo buildings, but especially with the enclosures, like, you barely see overview pictures of habitat. So it's just really hard to really get inspiration from that. So I remember seeing some kind of straight platform with some wooden structures underneath it, and I think it was a rhino habitat, I can't even remember, and something like that. I just keep that in mind and I'm like, okay, that's what I'm gonna start with. And basically the rest is just me placing down some beams, placing down some wooden pillars, and just go with it. Like, I never really have a lot of super ideas when I start building things. Like, mostly, and that's the same like in Planet Coaster, I just start building. I just start building with a wall. I just start building with a path and just see where I end up. And then things just pop in my head. I'm like, maybe I can try this or maybe I can try that. But it's nothing specifically that I feel like I can really talk about or explain, because it's just, there's not like a super big thought or anything going in my mind. I just put down water and then I think like, maybe I want to have a river, or maybe I want to expand it a little bit. Maybe I want to make it bigger. Maybe it looks better if I make it smaller. So I don't really feel sometimes, I do get it. I do get it that people ask me like, can you talk more of what is going on in your mind when you're building this? And it's mostly just me trying things out and see if anything looks good. But the problem with this habitat is basically because I just don't have a plan or anything. I just wasn't really happy with how this one turned out. And I think it's especially with the walls I'm putting down around the habitat, and maybe that's because we never really use those big walls, except for the red panda habitat. We used the same thing, but then it was a total different habitat. It was very small and stuff. So I don't know, I'm just not really happy with the walls right now, and I just can't really figure out what I would like more. So I'm just gonna wait and see, and probably in a few days or maybe in a week, I'm like, hey, okay, maybe I want to try and change this in a later stage. Like, it doesn't look bad. It doesn't look bad at all, but just something feels off for me. And the same goes for like that area that is slightly lower of the path leading to that platform. That I used those walls again, and I did put down a lot of mulch and a lot of cypress trees, but in the end I just really didn't like it, so I removed it all. And then I started putting down some smaller rocks because I felt like, okay, more rocks, yes please. No, I know a lot of you people are commenting about me how many rocks I use in this park, but I don't know, they're just way more beautiful than putting down fences. But I really try to get some more variation in here, just like I'm using the dry stone walls right now. And then I feel I'm just not really happy with it at all. Well, not at all, but I don't know, it feels so different for me, and I'm just not really sure how much I like these walls. So I'm really curious if you guys, first of all, what you guys think of the dry walls, and secondly, if you guys have any ideas what else to do except for the rocks, because I'm just completely blank in this case for this habitat. Like, the rest is more of an Indian vibe. It's probably not how you would ever see a habitat in a real zoo looking like this. But hey, I just really enjoy using a lot of trees and flowers. Well, I didn't really use that many flowers though, but a lot of the cypress trees, I don't know. I have not seen any picture using any cypress trees, but I just really like the look of them. And in general, I think it looks pretty nice. And I really wanted to have some kind of heavy stone bridge over the water sections we're going to add in later stage. So, and they are able to use it, but then again, I really don't think you would see anything like that in real life either. But I just gave them a nice habitat. But it's, as I said, it's not really the best habitat we've built so far, but I really wanted to add the Indian rhinos, so I really just hope maybe in a later stage I can get back to it, and with some small little tweaks and stuff we can make it look even better than it does right now. And at least for the edges of the fencing with a dry stone, we might want to just replace that, and then you will have a total different vibe going on already. So yeah, we just have to wait and see in the end if I'm able to redo anything for this habitat. But I'm really happy to see them in the game right now, because I've seen them the first time at the behind closed doors recordings at Gamescom, and I really liked them, and I actually totally forgot a little bit about them, having them in the game. So I was like, I really feel like we should add them into our zoo. And yeah, I just really hope that at one point I am able to be 100% happy with the habitat so far, but maybe at least I can inspire you guys with this habitat build, and we will just continue with the rest of our zoo, and one day we might get back to it, or maybe not, and we just keep it like this. But at least I really hope you guys understand that for me, it's not like I have a very big thought or a very big thinking before I start building anything. It mostly starts with just one small little reference, and I just start building around it on the go. Like, it's not really that I have a super big idea behind it or anything like that. I feel very sorry, because I really would love to talk more about that, but for my feeling, there's just not really something to talk about. Like, yeah, I can talk about, oh yeah, I felt like I want to place that rock on the left side and I want to place that rock on the right side. You know, it doesn't make any sense to me, especially when putting down rocks. But yeah, I get it. I get that there are a lot of YouTubers out there that really know a lot about gardening, like Mike Sheets or Silverad. He knows a lot about architecture and stuff, but I'm just not really like that. I just build what I like to build, and sometimes I use stuff as a reference, and if I do use anything, I will just mention it in my video, but it's not like I can fill up 15 minutes talking about that. So yeah, I'm just really sorry that I sometimes am not able to tell you guys like, oh yeah, this is the reason why I did that, or this is the reason why I did that. So yeah, I'm sorry for that, and I just really hope you guys still enjoy my videos, and I really hope you guys enjoy watching them. And if you do, please let me know in the comment section and leave a like at the video if you guys enjoy. And I just really hope to see you guys in the next one. Thank you guys so much for watching. Bye guys.
we are back with another Meilin Zoo speed build episode. Not because I wanted to, because franchise mode is not really working properly. So we're just continue our journey in our Sandbox park, which is actually starting to get quite big. Like, I've been talking about the river section you can also see in this video, and I really want to have this, at least this particular zoo, to be inside of that river, and I'm still not really sure if I want to continue afterwards. But we're almost at the end of that section, so yeah, I'm just gonna think about what we're going to do, but we still have maybe around 3 or 4 habitats to continue, but this one is fairly big, what we're building on right now. But before we dive into that, I did do a lot of stuff off camera, as you can see, because all those trees and rocks in the back were not there, so I basically tried to finish off a lot of the particular areas off camera. And Mike Sheets, who did the amazing Japanese macaque area, he also built one pathway that was actually leading to nothing, but it was like pointing to the Indian peafowls, that region of the zoo. So I actually thought maybe I could just take that path and go around it, like half of the park over the water section, just like he did. And that actually looks really nice, but I totally forgot to make cinematic shots for that. But you guys will definitely see that later, so don't worry about that. But it's quite fun. It feels a little bit like, it's not backstage area, but it's more of a more relaxing area where the people can just walk and enjoy the nature instead of only the animals. But obviously they have some areas over there where they can still see the Indian peafowls and the Bengal tigers and the orangutans. So I actually also expanded a little bit of the Bengal tiger and the orangutan habitat in the water section, so you don't really see too much of the fencing in the water section anymore. And also the Bengal tigers are able to swim around that area, so that is really fun. So I will definitely show you guys more of that in a later stage, but for now we are building the West African lion habitat. And for this one I really needed some inspiration because I really had no idea how to start, and then I found the Antwerp Zoo. So they have a very interesting lion habitat with some kind of bridge over a section. I'm not really sure. I didn't dive too much into it, and I do that on purpose because I don't want to do some kind of recreation. I really want to just see one picture and then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna use one specific thing and then I'm going to try and do something myself out of it. So that's the whole only reason why I didn't look up any more pictures. I was like, okay, I can work with something like this. So they do have that little water section in front of it and like those bushes, and I think only the stairs and like the way the terrain moves a little bit is a bit similar to it. But I really tried to give it my own vibe, obviously, and just to see what I can do with it. So I really like to have that path section going up, and I decided to have some kind of viewing platform. In the end I ended up with a thatchy roof. I don't think I will keep that one, but I just thought that is fun because I never use a thatchy roof, so I was like, okay, we're in the African area, I'm gonna use that. But I'm probably going to end up making something completely different out of that and get back to this area a little bit more to perfectionize it. So the thing is with the West African lion is you can only put down the Africa grassland biome, so there are not that many trees in there. You do have, I totally forgot the name, but there are huge trees, and I did put them down, and they are super beautiful, and they are climbable. So I was like, oh my goodness, I want to see a lion climbing that. But they don't do that often, just not like the snow leopard did during our franchise series, or the Bengal tigers. They also really like to climb the trees once in a while. And I do know that the West African lion in general doesn't really climb trees unless it's really necessary. But actually, I was looking at a documentary of, I think it's National Geographic that made it. And they've made a documentary about tree climbing lions. And I love that documentary. it's about lions, and they live specifically in Ishasha National Park. So that's the National Queen Elizabeth Park in Uganda. I don't really know if that's the right order to say it. I had to look those names up because I was like, it's something with Queen, a National Queen, and I wasn't sure which one it was. So yeah, the National Queen Elizabeth Park in Uganda. You have a whole region right over there where the lions actually live in trees. They are mostly found in trees, so not like other West African lions in the world. They really love to be in trees. As soon as they have cubs, their cubs will learn how to climb a tree. They fall out of the tree and those kind of things. They actually recorded it. They tried to study them because they still have no idea why they actually do that. Like what kind of reason they have comparing to other West African lions, why they just really like to live and sleep and do everything in trees. Like obviously they get out of the trees to hunt and stuff, but they mostly just live in the trees. It's just so funny, and it just really love that documentary. So if you have the ability to watch it, I would highly recommend you to watch it because it's super interesting. There's probably a lot of stuff on the internet too about it, but it's just really a lot of fun. So yeah, I was really looking at these lions like, yeah, well, it's a game, and they probably didn't really mind the realism if these would be lions that are not from that region. But, well, at least for the time I was looking at them, they actually didn't climb any trees. While the trees are so freaking beautiful, I really love these grassland trees. They're absolutely amazing. But no, they just didn't want to climb in the trees, unfortunately. But obviously, I did wait a little bit also to see some cubs. Well, it's actually just one cub, and the mating didn't really go that well with those lions. But in the end, I'm already happy with just one cub, and it was really active, so I could make some cinematic shots for you guys for at the end of this video. So hopefully you guys will enjoy that. So we have a lot of raised terrain around this habitat, and most of it I still have to get back to, but I really want to wait to see what I'm gonna build next to this habitat, because I actually really want to create a gorilla habitat or a gorilla house. I'm not really sure yet, so that is the reason why I'm not completely finishing the outside of these raised terrain sections, because I just really don't know if I'm gonna change anything in a later stage. But I did put down some paths, of course, and the people love to watch the African lions from above it, and I didn't have any bottlenecks so far, so it all works pretty well. I'm really happy about that, and it's just a lot of fun to have like that little bridge. I think we are definitely going to do those kind of things more often in the future when we are building in our zoo. I'm not really sure if that's going to be Meilin Zoo. We really have to wait and see about that. But yeah, I just really had a lot of fun building this, and we're definitely, it's not completely finished yet, so we're definitely going to get back to it, but you get the idea, and I really like it. Like for now, I just use these standard fences for the path systems, but we're definitely going to try and do something else in the future. At least some things I will just keep doing off camera, and you guys can see it in the end with the overview video of the whole zoo, or when you download the park when it's up in the workshop. So yeah, it's gonna be all fine, but some things I just really want to think about before I really do that. So, but I still do hope that I can inspire you guys with these creations. Please do let me know in the comment section down below. Leave a like at the video if you enjoyed, and subscribe, of course, if you already haven't. And yeah, I just really hope to see you guys in the next one. Thank you guys so much for watching. Bye, guys.
do make sure to leave a like at the video if you guys enjoy, and subscribe of course if you already haven't. And we are building the well, originally the idea was a gorilla house, and this one is also inspired by the gorilla house of the London Zoo, at least the shape of the building. But in the end, it turned out that the building wasn't quite big enough to house gorillas in it. So afterwards, I tried that maybe the chimps would fit in here, but that also wasn't really ideal. So I decided to just get the ringtailed lemur in here, and if we have some space, we will have a walk-in habitat later on for the red-ruffed lemur or the ringtailed lemur together or something like that. But I just felt like I don't want to add an animal in here that has just way less space than it would need. So I think it fits for the ringtailed lemur too, and at least for the inspiration and to try something different, we at least have a habitat that looks a bit like the gorilla habitat of London Zoo, or the gorilla house I should say. I'm very sorry by the way that this video is a little bit late. I'm a little bit tired today and I have been watching Formula 1, and it's also holiday season in the Netherlands, so we have, I don't know how, I don't want to explain too much about it, but it's called Sint Nicholas or Sinterklaas. And so yeah, I had a day yesterday with my family and the kids and my nephews and stuff. So yeah, we had a great day, but it really made me tired. And it's not really a good combination for me with my chronic fatigue, so I really feel it today. So that's why I'm also not going to talk a lot today, but I really wanted to upload this video for you guys, and hopefully you guys will enjoy. So yeah, I'm just gonna say please enjoy the rest of this video, and hopefully tomorrow I have had some rest so I can talk a little bit more for you guys. And I am going to wish you all a very nice Sunday if you're watching this on Sunday, of course, and also a very nice other day if this is later for you. And yeah, I just really hope to see you guys in the next one. Thank you guys so much for watching. Enjoy the rest of the video, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye guys.
this video, we are going to build a house of primates. So, as we wanted to do in the previous episode, but we ended up with the ringtailed lemur, I really want to add the gorilla and the chimpanzees in this house of primates. So we're going to start today with the gorillas, and the next episode will be for the chimpanzees, and then we're going to finish off this whole building. But so far it's starting to look really nice, and I think it's fun to have like this main road going through it, and there will be a different separate smaller road from the area from the lemurs. You probably will see that path section a little bit, but we're going to use that to go probably over the chimpanzees habitat or anything like that. And since we've learned from the beta where we built the dome and then the mandrills habitat, we didn't want to have any bottlenecks for the main road, so that's why we have a separate viewing gallery from that side to look into the outside habitat of the gorillas, because else it will be too busy, and we have a very big wide open road going through this building, which obviously doesn't look like a road but just people going through the building. But I think it looks really nice. I'm really happy with it. We're not finished yet, we still have to do a little bit of detailing, but I think we're getting there. And the idea of this building is to create half of the building and then just duplicate the whole thing to the other side. So we basically will have two different viewing areas inside of this primate's house. And we obviously have to live a little bit with the amount of space. The gorillas do have enough space, so it's all good. But also regarding like climbing structures and stuff, because if you make it too narrow and too busy, your staff will not be able to fill feeders, for example. So you really have to keep that in mind, and that's why I can't really do too much crazy things. But as far as I remember from real life gorilla habitats, they don't have like super dense climbing structures and stuff, so I ended up with like more of very big logs and stuff, and they are absolutely happy with the amount of climbing stuff in their habitat right now. And on the inside of the habitat, I wanted to make sure that you have like some kind of platform. Like I do remember a lot from going to real life zoos that you have like gorillas laying down to the glass area or like really close, and the people will be really up close to them. Now we had like this incident a few years ago in Rotterdam Zoo. It's already a long time ago, but that was Boquito, and like a lady always went to Boquito and she always looked him in the eyes. And at some point, I don't remember exactly how it went, but he was able to break out and he got that woman and he ran around with her through the zoo, and it was really terrible. So yeah, back then he still had the ability to be really close to the glass, and they changed it after that incident. So there's no way of Boquito getting out of the habitat, obviously. And also, like, you can't be really up close to them anymore, even though there's glass in between. I don't think they have real one-sided glass, because else he would not have seen her looking her in the eyes, right? So I don't know how that really works, but for this zoo, we decided to have the people can go to the glass, and we do have one-sided glass. So that's a little bit different. Like, I keep mentioning I don't really go for the super realistic look, but we're also not doing a fairy tale zoo or anything like that. So I want to have fun. I want to have sometimes some realistic details, but I'm not going too much into realism, because I don't know. I just don't really want to go that far. I just want to have fun. I think that's the most important thing for me, and I just want it to look good, I guess. So on the outside of the viewing platform, that is something that is a little bit more of the realism, because I just really felt the difference between the height of the path and the terrain was like super low, so it didn't really felt right to have it super low without anything in between. So I ended up with like some wooden walls and some glass in the end. You will see that definitely in the end, me building that during the speed build and also in the cinematic shots, of course. Now what I did forget to do is to uncheck the box for the sandbox mode that animals are able to get babies, because I turned off aging and stuff, but then you also turn off the birth. I wish that was like a separate option, because I don't want my animals to grow up, but I do want my animals to get babies, and I don't know if there is an option to have one of each, but for now it's not really possible. So yeah, that's a pity. So yeah, we don't have any babies, but since that starts to work now and we don't have any issues, I will definitely make sure when the map will be on Steam uploaded, when it's finished, I will have some babies in there too, so don't worry about that. But I can't really show them at this stage because I just don't have any babies. But maybe if we have the next episode with the chimpanzees, I can definitely try to get some babies in, because I just really like that, and it's so much fun to see the difference of, like, you have the big gorillas and then the female, and they are like so different already in size, and it's just nice to see like the babies next to it, so you have the different size variations in it. I must say that I did not really use too much inspiration for this build. In fact, I didn't really look up anything. I just tried to, as I mentioned before, I just started building something and just waited to see where I end up with it. So yeah, I'm actually really happy with how it turned out, and I think especially with the outside area, having it a little bit divided, and we're gonna have an outside and a inside area too for the chimpanzee, so we're gonna do a little bit of the same thing, but then we have a path going over the habitat or anything like that. I'm super curious how that will end up, because I have no idea yet, but hopefully you guys will enjoy it and have some inspiration out of it. And it's also quite nice that when the people are standing on the outside viewing platform for the gorillas, that you can still look a little bit into the Indian elephant habitat, so that is really nice, and you still have like the nice view of the dome. So I really like how this whole park is getting together, and you have different viewing points and stuff. Oh, also good to mention, by the way, that I wasn't really able to lower the terrain on the outside of the gorillas because I have like a path system for the staff going underneath it. So if I would go too low and the terrain would be too thin, then the gorillas probably will clip through the terrain, or you get like weird warnings, or they get boxed or anything like that. And that's also the reason why I couldn't put down the doors of the habitat for the staff on the side of where I wanted it to be, because that's path section for the staff is underneath it. So I just had to really try and see what would work for me, and in the end I just ended up with like a path above it and just connect it to the main road. And yeah, well, it is what it is. You sometimes just don't want to put too much time into the path system because it's just so wonky, and just live with it, I guess, and just build around what you can do instead of like, no, I really want to have my path like this or that. I just, well, with like the 3,000 hours I had in Planet Coaster and having the same path system in Planet Zoo, you just really have to live with how you get the path sometimes and work around that, instead of like really trying to create what you want it to do, what you want the path to do. So yeah, because it's gonna take you like so many hours of just getting that path right. So I just really got used to it, like, okay, I just have to live with the path system like it is right now. But it's really unfortunate that they didn't change the path system with Planet Zoo, but you get used to it, I guess. But just know that even people that have played so many hours of Planet Coaster, so sometimes can get really frustrated about the path system. But yeah, it is what it is. I do still am really happy with the terrain forming and the shapes. It's so useful, and it's so nice to get an easy way of hiring or lower the terrain. So I really like that. So I do have to say that I really love that terrain tool. But yeah, the path system is just so wonky. It's so sad. So yeah, if you need any help with how I raise this path, for example, for the viewing gallery, I often still get questions about that. I've made some tutorials, so if you need any help with ideas for like viewing galleries, or like those raised viewing platforms you've got, or like building tips of how you can use the 3D gizmo and stuff, or build a dome, please do go and check out my tutorials because they might be very useful if you're pretty new to the Planet franchise and you haven't played Planet Coaster. I would highly recommend you to watch those. So yeah, I'm gonna leave it for now. I really want to thank you guys so much for watching. Please do make sure to subscribe, of course, if you already haven't, and leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed. And I really hope to see you guys in the next one where we will be creating the habitat for the chimpanzees. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hope to see you in the next one. Bye guys! And as promised, we are now building a habitat for the chimpanzees in the House of Primates. So with this video, we kind of finish up the House of Primates, and we only have not that much space left for our Meilin Zoo. So I'm really excited. I have no idea yet what animals I will add to these last sections of the zoo. I just kind of want to go with the flow and see how I feel when I start building the next episode and see what will fit. It will probably only be still African animals because we just don't have any space anymore for the Asian area. But I think we're gonna be fine. I might consider to get the Nile monitors in. I remember a few episodes ago that I spoke about a reptile house, but to be honest, I don't think we will have enough space for that. But I do have some ideas for a reptile house, but that would not potentially fit in this Asian themed map we have going on. So I think I want to save that for the next Sandbox park because I really have some awesome ideas, but I want to use more of the classic building theme style. And I just don't really think that will fit in Meilin Zoo. So I think it's better to save that for our next series, which we will definitely start very soon because, well, there's just not that much to do. I did do a few things off camera, I do have to admit that, because someone was paying a lot of attention, and at some point I added the warthogs in our zoo, and there was like a message or anything like you see right now with the timber wolf. And I never uploaded that speed build video because it's like a very small build. And the same is for Aardvarks. I also added the Aardvarks to Meilin Zoo. But I still have the recordings, but I might just have one video with like the smaller builds and then I'll add them all together. So I think that will work better maybe. So yeah, indeed, for the one that was commenting like, hey, you don't have any warthogs in your zoo. And I'm like, yeah. Maybe. Yeah, we do have warthogs. We have Aardvarks now. So yeah, if you see that message, no, you didn't miss out on anything. I'm saving those recordings for the last bit. There's also a little bit of doing some staff buildings and stuff. So I think I'm just gonna throw everything in one speed build video and talk with you guys about that. But for now, we're doing the chimpanzee habitat, and it's actually really nice to see the chimpanzees for the very first time, I think. I never really got the time to really look at those animals, so it's really cool to see them finally. And they're actually really cute. And just like we did with the gorilla habitat, I really wanted to have an outside area and a inside area. So on the inside, again, because I don't want my staff members to not clean or anything like that, I don't want to go too crazy or anything, so I just end up with some standard climbing frames and then add them together and make something simple. But on the outside, we definitely do something different. You may notice at a later stage, because right now I am building the underneath section, and in the end I ended up with like some standard blueprints on top. But I was like, no, I want to create something with a bridge. So in the end, I deleted those high long poles again, those high structures I should say, and I started building some kind of bridge. Now the chimps do use it, but it's always a little bit weird. Like you want them to just walk in the middle section, but obviously they don't do that. But I'm not gonna change everything just for the sake of that they will use it properly. Like, it's an in-game thing, I guess, and they just have a specific path they will follow, so sometimes it will look a little bit weird, but I just really like the look of how the bridge has turned out. So yeah, I definitely am happy with the end result. I also did mention in the previous episode that I wanted to have a path going over this habitat. Now, when I started building, or well, even before I started, I was looking at the area and I was like, I don't really think we have that much space to really go for that. So in the end, I just turned out with building some round viewing platforms for the people to look at the chimps from the outside. And of course they can see the chimpanzees on the inside too. So I really like how everything has turned out and everything is running pretty smooth and stuff. So yeah, that's really nice. And for those who are wondering like, oh, how did you get the inspiration for this?
I just started building like I do with many videos. I just start building something and see where I end up. So there's nothing really that I inspired this habitat of. It's just me just trying some things out. And that's also the reason why I at first had the first frames for them to climb on the outside. And in a later stage, I'm like, I'm not really happy. And then I'm gonna change it completely and created that bridge and like those small little houses. And we also have some baby chimps, I should say, because they are really cute. And we also have some baby gorillas, but I actually forgot to make some cinematic shots for you guys from that. So I will definitely keep that for you guys in a later stage, because we're not finished, even though I'm sounding like, oh my god, we're almost finished, but we are not finished. So we still have a few episodes to go. And obviously we're going to do a zoo tour when everything is finished. I know a lot of people have been asking for it. Can you please do a zoo tour? Yes, I will do a zoo tour, but when it is all finished, so not earlier than that. And I'm actually already thinking of our new zoo, like what I said with the reptile house. I really want to do something more classic, maybe a little bit more British. But I also really would love to do something with the African savanna theme. And I might start 2 of them, because the African savanna theme, I really want to have more of like a project, not really being a zoo, but more like a very big African savanna landscape with only a jeep safari going through it or something like that. I'm really looking forward to see if you guys would like that idea of me doing something like that next to like a normal zoo build like we're doing right now. So please do let me know in the comment section if you guys would like to see something like that. I think it's really fun to play around with, like, you have a lot of animals that can be combined in an African savanna. So you have the giraffes and the elephants, and I think the pronghorns and the warthogs and the zebras and the ostrich. So you can have like a very big open area and just try to simulate the real African savanna, and that the jeep safari will be just some kind of ride like you would have in real life when you would go to Africa, and you can just do a tour and just go through the real life nature, something like that. If that makes sense to you guys, please do let me know in the comment section if you would like to see anything like that. But yeah, if you guys are up for that, I will definitely try to start building something like that. I just really like to do something a little bit different than we are doing right now, and I think it's just a lot of fun. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to read all your comments. Please don't forget to subscribe, of course, if you already haven't, and leave a like at the video if you guys enjoy. I will leave you guys with some cinematic shots, and I really hope to see you guys in the next one. Thank you guys so much for watching. Bye guys! But before we jump into this, I really would like to ask you guys the following. I want you guys to decide what other new animal we will add in Meilin Zoo in the areas we have left for Meilin Zoo to finish up. So I have a few animals to choose from. One is the African wild dog, or we can have a habitat with the African buffalo, including either a springbok or Thompson gazelle. We can have a bongo habitat or a Okapi habitat, and I'm just really curious what you guys would prefer to see in the African area of Meilin Zoo. So please comment down below what you guys think we should add in the next episode. And for this episode, as I mentioned in the previous episode, I have a few recordings that are like really short, a few smaller habitat builds. So we are now looking at the Warthog habitat, and this is kind of filler up, and like all three of them are more of filler ups of the area. They don't need that much space for the habitat. So yeah, they were just too short to really create one video out of it. So hopefully you guys like it to have 3 different animals during this episode. And as I said, in the next episode, we're gonna do a bigger build again with one of the animals you guys decide to. So I'm really excited to see your comments, what you guys prefer to see. And obviously it doesn't mean like if you choose one that the other one will be excluded. So just let me know down below. I'm really excited to read all of your comments. So we're creating a warthog habitat, and this barn-ish idea is actually just the same as the blueprints I released. I just really like the feeling of it, but I don't really want to do that too often. But for both the Aardvark, which is also going to be in this video, and the warthog, I really wanted to have some kind of barn-ish feeling. Now, especially this area for the warthog, it was quite small, but the warthogs don't really mind that. But I do really wanted to try something with like custom fencing. So that is why I really played around with like those planks and stuff, and I really like the look of that. And yeah, I'm actually really happy with how it turned out. And you also have like that little mud pad, which I tried to blend in with a lot of rocks and stuff. And I did had a lot of babies in a later stage, but in the end they all grew up again. But I will definitely make sure once we will upload the zoo to the workshop with all your names that there will be a lot of babies again back in. It's quite hard, like I mentioned in the previous episode, or one of the previous episodes, that you can turn off aging, but that will also turn off the mating and giving birth. Now, I really want that to be like separate options, because every time I try to get more babies in, all other babies will grow up, and I try to put them in the trading centers so they won't age up, and I can put them back once the options are again turned on. So yeah, it's quite hard to manage that even in sandbox mode. So yeah, I really hope that will be changed very soon, because I just want to have babies and I want to have a lot of babies, but I don't want them to grow up. And I am constantly adding animals to my market now, to my trading center now. So yeah, I really hope that will be changed in a later stage. So what we're looking at right now is the warthog habitat that is basically in front of the elephant's habitat, not really in front of it. You also have the hippo's habitat behind it. So it's actually really an area in between, and I just really felt like I could either fill it up with a lot of trees and stuff, because well, it's Meilin Zoo, Meilin means beautiful forest. But I was like, you know what, we can have trees, but I really want to add something small that the people will walk by, like an animal that is not super popular, but still there are some people that will just stand around it and enjoy it. Like if you would add a really too popular animal in here, I don't think that will work, because then you will get like a lot of bottlenecks and stuff, at least for like the realistic propose. So I thought a warthog was definitely the best animal to go for in this case. So yeah, I'm really happy with how this very small habitat turned out. It's totally different from all the habitats we have, because mostly they're super natural and those kind of things. And like with those barn shelter, it also has
the windows on one side. But yeah, the warthogs don't really go too much inside. But if they are inside, like sleeping, or like imagine in real life when you have a female warthog getting some babies and they're just too small to walk around, she would probably be in the shelter and the people could watch inside of the habitat and see all those little piglets just getting some milk or anything like that from their mommy. So yeah, you get the idea, I guess. So the next habitat we're going to create is for the Algebra giant tortoise, and this one is located at the other side of the entrance exit, whatever you want to call it, from the hippos and the pygmy hippos and like the indoor area. So this is basically when you walk through that building and then you would end up at some kind of small little roundabout, and there was like a little space on the left side that I really wanted to add some smaller animal to. So I decided to go for the tortoise because I really love the tortoise. They're really amazing and they have a really high appealing rate. So a lot of people really like them, although not that many people like them in Planet Zoo or like the videos. The people that watch videos, they're not really interested in it. But I just really wanted to add the tortoise in this smaller build because I just really like them. It's a very short and simple build. Just some nature, some rocks around the habitat, just like we did there in the beta. We had like a very small habitat also with a rock shelter, and it was also surrounded like this. And I think it's even in San Diego Zoo where you would be able to really feed the tortoise. So realistically speaking, this would definitely be something you could see in a zoo. Other than that, I also would have liked to give it a little bit more of some one-sided glass, but since we're playing in sandbox mode, I think we can get away with this, and I think we're going to be perfectly fine. And the tortoise is pretty slow. I was surprised though when I added the rocks around it and I checked the traversable area, they would still be able to escape. They could have just walked over some of the rocks on the edges, so I had to raise them just a little bit and then everything was already good. So it wasn't really a big deal, but I was just like, what? Is that seriously able to still climb over this? But yeah, the Algebra giant tortoise is a little bit smaller than the Galapagos giant tortoise, so I guess it makes sense. I think we had, during the beta, we had the Galapagos one, so maybe because this one is a little bit smaller, it will be able to climb over it. But yeah, I'm really happy. Like, you can't really go super crazy with foliage or trees and bushes, but I'm really happy with how this looks. I do have to say one thing though, that water pipe that we got in Planet Zoo, is it just me? But I am just so annoyed by it, and mostly I just really try to hide it away in every habitat I build. I don't know, it just feels so unnatural to me, and I try to recolor it, but only like the pipe itself is getting recolored, but like underneath it where the animals drink, it stays the same. I don't know, it's just something I really would like to see something different in Planet Zoo, because I also don't really want to have a water boil, because that one needs to be filled by the staff members. So yeah, the pipe makes more sense if you want to have just infinite water. But I don't know, am I the only one that is just really getting frustrated about the look of that water pump? I don't know, I'm really curious if I'm the only one or that you guys feel the frustration. Maybe you have noticed it, but like in a lot of different habitats I've built so far, I always try to hide it away. I just don't want people to see it. And if I am able to really add some normal water, like I could have done that maybe with the tortoise, but that would have reduced the amount of traversable area. So that's why I didn't do that. But obviously, if you have the chance and that you have animals that like to drink from a small little pond or anything like that, I would definitely suggest just to do that instead of putting down those water pipes. I don't know what it is, but it just really frustrated me for some reason. Next up is the Aardvark's habitat, and Aardvark. It's so funny, like, I'm really happy with some of the African animals that have like a really African pronounced name, because African
looks a little bit similar to Dutch. So Aardvark, I hear a lot of people having really big issues with saying Aardvark. But I don't feel it, because finally there's something I am able to pronounce and others are not. Really happy with the Aardvarks in the game, and I just really love the look of it. And this one, I was looking at Google at some pictures. I honestly have no idea which one it was, but they had exactly what I'm doing right now. So you had like, I think it was wooden frames, and then you had like one little window where the people could look inside. And in the end, I had to raise it a little bit because I just didn't really like the look of it together with the staff entrance of the habitat. But yeah, I'm actually really happy with how this one turned out, and especially with like the shelter you have, so the people can walk around the habitat and they are basically half inside of the building and they can look inside of the shelter. But on the other side, the people could even see the Indian elephants we have over there, and I just really like it. It's like some kind of small sneaky peeky area, and it looks exactly onto the mud bed. So if elephants are having a bath and people are looking at the aardvarks, they can have like a very amazing spot looking at the Indian elephants having a mud bath. So really, I don't know, it's just a small little detail, but I just really like that this way we have the habitats a little bit combined and the people can see more of other animals too, and not only the aardvarks. Other than that, like, I really like the look of this habitat, but it's definitely not screenshot worthy or anything like that, because it's just like a big lump of wood. But I just really like that it's like more close, and I wasn't really sure if people would actually be able to use the glassy windows, but they actually do. That only where you see the windows, they are looking inside the habitat. So I really just like those small little details. I really love that. And obviously we have a cute little baby aardvark, and I added that one in the cinematics, so I really hope you guys like it. I'm going to leave you guys for now. If you're Dutch and you're going to celebrate Sinterklaas tonight, just like I will, have a great evening, and everyone else, I wish you all a great evening too, of course, a great day. Don't forget to subscribe, of course, if you already haven't, and leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed. And I'm really curious to hear what you guys want to see in the next episode. So African wild dogs, African buffalo with either the springbok or Thompson gazelle, the bongo or okapi. Let me know in the comment section down below, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. Bye guys!
And this time you guys chose what animal we were about to add in the last bits of Meilin Zoo in the African area. And you guys chose the Okapi. So here you have it. I am going to build the Okapi habitat for you guys. And I am so happy we hit 60,000 subscribers yesterday, and I really want to thank you guys so much for all your amazing and brilliant and lovely and heartwarming support during everything that happened the last few weeks. I'm super happy and excited. So I want to do a live stream tomorrow, and I am not going to plan it right away because for some reason, YouTube has that annoying thing that it already sends a notification and then I can schedule the stream, and it's just super annoying. So I don't want to schedule it right away. I will do that tomorrow, but I just wanted to inform you guys that we're going to do a live stream and we're gonna do a Meilin Zoo tour. And I'm also going to make a video later on if it's all finished, of course. But those who are asking for a Meilin tour, I'm going to do that tomorrow during my live stream. And we're also going to do some tours in my Planet Coaster parks. And the reason for that is because I am a little bit... I have been super burned out for Planet Coaster for a long time. And for those who are following me, like, I haven't uploaded anything of Planet Coaster for such a long time. But that was just really because I wasn't feeling creative at all. And the last few weeks, I feel more like, I might want to get back to Planet Coaster one day again. And who knows, maybe we will get back already this year, and else that will be in the beginning of next year. But yeah, I just kind of feel it tinkling again, like, I might want to go back again. So yeah, and that's mainly because I just really miss the fairy tale and stuff, and Planet Zoo isn't just... it's not really fairy tale-ish. So yeah, I'm going to do park tours of all the parks I did in Planet Coaster because we haven't finished them all yet. We did finish up a few of them. So yeah, I'm really excited for that. But okay, we're now playing Planet Zoo, guys, but I just wanted to inform you that I'm going to stream to celebrate our 60,000 subscribers milestone, and I will have a lot of giveaways, and I just really hope to see you guys there if you're able to make it. Do let me know in the comment section if you can, and I really just hope to see you guys there, of course. So back to the Okapi habitat, and this one is a really lush, heavily decorated with a lot of trees and bushes and stuff, and that is kind of inspired by a video that Mike Sheets recently did because he made a Okapi, what is it? Like some kind of lowered area, like a cliff area, and it's like heavily decorated with a lot of trees and stuff because the Okapi is super shy. So he was like, yeah, well, people has to be lucky to be able to see an Okapi walking around because they just really don't like people. They're super shy and those kind of things. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna use that idea for this habitat build because I just really like that idea, and I haven't really done anything so far this lush as we're doing right now. So I'm really excited for that because that is something I love to do in Planet Coaster too, like making very lush and dense areas with a lot of trees and stuff. So I really feel like, oh my god, yes, this is so much fun. Now what I mostly tried, because I really love the chain fence around this habitat, I really love the look of it with like that little wooden poles on the sides. It looks so good. So I really wanted to have that, but the downside is that people will look inside the habitat at the edges, so I really tried at some points to make it super dense so people don't really feel like looking at the Okapi from there, and they really go to the platform you have in the middle section. And I also tried to use more green and trees and bushes to really blend that whole viewing platform section in. So yeah, I really love how this looks, and this is something I'm definitely going to do more in the future. Now, the thing obviously is that not all the animals do like a lot of dense areas, and the Okapi really loves a lot of trees and bushes and stuff, so it's definitely
an animal that you can go crazy with regarding plants and trees. So I really love that. And in the end, I also decided to get a little water section in so the Okapi can drink, since we spoke about that in the last episode. Like, I really don't like the water pipe, so if you can, just give them a small little pond or anything like that. But obviously some people commented like, yeah, I tried to hide that pipe away in some rocks or anything like that. I was like, yeah, why don't I do that? But I think that's mostly because I was afraid that the animals are not able to drink from it or anything like that, so that you kind of block the path. So yeah, I think that is the reason why I never tried to hide it away. But in the end, I just really hope we will get some kind of variations with those water pipes and stuff, because I don't know, I just don't really like the look of them. But we're not gonna talk about that again. So yeah, I tried a little bit of different things with the fencing to make it really dense and stuff. Now, the Okapi only likes the Africa and the tropical biome, so there wasn't that much choice. There is not like the elephant grass or reeds or anything like that. So I really had to play around with the trees and stuff we have, because I do want to commit to the biome they like and not really go for too many things from other biomes they don't like. So yeah, that was quite challenging. And well, this video is basically me putting down a lot of trees, but I really pay attention in this habitat to where I put my trees, how I put my trees, and like every leaf and every bunch. I want it to be perfect. So I don't want to have trees sticking through the walls or trees or branches sticking through the glass. So that is something I really paid attention to. And well, I think you can really tell from the result. Like, obviously with the chain fence, you can have leaves and stuff sticking out a little bit, but it has to look realistic. So that is really something I paid a lot of attention to, and that was really my focus. So trying to rotate a tree just a little bit to make sure it's not going through the platform, those kind of things. So yeah, this video, like normally I cut out a lot of like tree placements and rock placements, but in this video I kept everything in, and I'm actually quite surprised with the time this took me to build. It was only like 1.5 hours or something like that. So yeah, it takes some time, but I think it's definitely worth it. But it's not like 4 hours to do one habitat build. So yeah, I think it's really nice. So I'm just really curious to hear what you guys think of this Okapi build. Do let me know in the comment section down below. Let me know if you're able to watch the stream tomorrow. I really hope to see you guys there. I will probably start around 8 p.m. CET, so that's 8 p.m. Dutch time. And yeah, don't forget to subscribe, of course, if you already haven't, and leave a like at the video because it really does help out my channel. So thank you guys so much for that. And again, thank you guys so much for the 60,000 subscribers. I'm really thankful, and I'm really happy to have you guys around, and you guys are amazing and lovely. So thank you guys so much for that. And yeah, I just really hope to see you guys tomorrow during the live stream. And if not, we will return with videos on Sunday. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hope to see you in the next one. Bye guys!
as mentioned in my last live stream, I wanted to build a African wild dog habitat with some kind of rock bridge over the path. And it's finally working because if you remember when I was talking about the orangutan habitat with having like poles over the path and it just didn't work because the people, as soon as they walked over the null fence and then you had like something above it where the animals could basically not escape from, they still would feel like being endangered of a dangerous species, so they ran away and it just didn't really work. But I think with the last update or anything like that, it finally works, so you can now have just a flat path on the terrain and then have something above it where what the animals can use as a bridge or maybe a climbing frame if you're making it for an orangutan or anything like that. So that is really cool, so I'm really happy. This is basically just working easier than I thought. Like, the workaround would have been that you just lower the terrain and make some kind of bridge of your path so the people would still feel safe. But yeah, we don't have to do that right now, so that is really cool. So we can now finally create something going over the path where the animals can use as a bridge, which is actually really cool. So I decided to create this African wild dog habitat because I just really love those guys. They are so cute and so beautiful. Their fur is really lovely. And basically the biggest area of this habitat was not big enough for them. So that was the reason why I wanted to combine two areas on both sides of the path. And I'm really happy with how this one turned out. So I really tried to do a little bit like normal real life zoos would do with like the hired terrain, or at least going down in a slope, but the people, if they are walking over the bridge, can still see the animals like everywhere where they are. And on the other side you have the rocky bridge, and underneath it you have the shelter. Of course, on both sides you have shelters now, and the people can look inside of it with the one-sided glass. And then if you go closer to the House of Primates, which we recently finished, then you still have two sides with the chain link fence. And yeah, I'm just really happy with how this one turned out. It was a little bit of a struggle, like the African wild dog can jump pretty high, so I really had to pay attention to how high I put my rocks and those kind of things. But yeah, we managed to have a habitat now where the African wild dog is not able to escape, so that is really cool. And they actually use everything, and I just really love that. You see them really running from one side to the other side over the bridge, which is just a lot of fun. I tried to capture that a little bit in the cinematic shot, so hopefully you guys will enjoy that. I did try to get some puppies in, but obviously when I look at them, they don't want to have any puppies. So they did play a lot, but they didn't do any breeding so far. So yeah, I will keep that for a later stage again, but I'm just really excited to see some puppies running around in this habitat and just have some fun. So at first I thought maybe I wanted to create that bridge from rocks out of terrain, but I really found out very quickly that if you use the terrain and like the shape tool, you can really easily create some kind of tunneling. But it was just way too high, and since the guests still walk underneath it if you put down some rocks, and also the animals have no issues to walk over it, I decided to go for rocks instead. But the only downside is, like, if you use terrain, you can really use the fencing of the game to create those barriers. But now I had to create some fencing myself. Like, I didn't want it to be completely out of rock, so in the end I ended up with using some fencing from the construction building items. But we don't really have that many nice looking fences, so you always end up with the same steel fences. So yeah, that's the only downside. I didn't want to use wood for this because I just didn't feel like that would fit better. I really wanted to have something with steel, but maybe there are items that I haven't figured out yet that where you can also create some really cool fencing of. But yeah, for now we just stick with those steel fencing we use a lot during the game. But I really hope we will get some kind of fences like the chain link fences or anything like that that you can really just put down. because that would be really amazing that you have just like for every fence, like from the wood, you have like a whole set of wall pieces that fit the same theme, but we don't really have that with other things other than maybe the concrete. So I really would love to see some chain fence and those kind of things also added as just separate items for building. So yeah, I'm really hoping that in the future we will get an update or a DLC where we will see some more of those items. But I do feel that should be in a free update though, because I feel that just belongs to the base game and not something you have to buy a DLC for, obviously. But yeah, I just really love the look of those chain link fences. They look so gorgeous. I used them earlier at the Ringtailed Lemur house, where what was inspired by the London gorilla house, if I remember correctly. And I used it a lot just as a decoration item, and those fences are just really beautiful. So yeah, I was really happy to use it again a little bit in this area. And we also have some facility buildings in the back, which I really try to just hide away a little bit with some elephant grass and those kind of things. I don't really think the African wild dog in this habitat is super happy with the amount of plants. I try to limit it as much as possible, but the African wild dog just doesn't really like it. Because I wanted to hide away the facility building stuff, I really tried to create some kind of fencing with the elephant's grass, so I don't really think they really liked it. But I didn't really check it because now I'm playing in Sandbox mode, and recently they got an update where you could just check that your animals have 100% welfare no matter what you do. So I don't really check those kind of things anymore because I'm like, yeah, well, I just want to make it look pretty and nice. And they still have like a very big open space where they can just run around, and they do run around a lot. So I think they still are really happy with it, even though maybe I used a little bit too many trees and the elephant grass. What is really weird though, the elephant grass has some kind of walkable area on top of it. So I tried to use that as grass at some points, and they were just walking over it in the sky. So I was like, that doesn't look right. So I had to move and tweak it a little bit in the end to make it look a bit more natural. And one was even sleeping on it, and I was like, what are you doing? And he was just like sleeping in the sky above elephant grass, and I was like, what? It was so funny. But yeah, other than that, it's all working super nice, and it's just so much fun to see this zoo coming along quite nicely. I think only just a few more episodes, guys, and we're finished. And if you're wondering for a zoo tour, I know a lot of people asked for it. I did a zoo tour during my live stream I had last Saturday, where we celebrated my 60,000 subscribers, which I'm still super thankful of. So thank you guys so much. If you haven't been there, I really I can't believe it. I'm just super thankful that we hit 60,000 subscribers, and I just really never expected this to happen this soon. So yeah, thank you guys so much for that, of course. But yeah, if you're looking for a zoo tour, definitely go and check out that live stream. The Meilin Zoo tour was at the end of the live stream, and before that I did some tours of all my Planet Coaster parks I've made during the times I played a lot of Planet Coaster, and hopefully I can get back to Planet Coaster. I think beginning of next year. I want to try to see if I can get back to it a little bit, but no guarantees. But yeah, if you're interested to see my parks, like from my very first park in Planet Coaster Alpha to my very last park and Koali Beach, so definitely then go and check out that live stream, or just scroll through it a little bit so you can see some tweaks of it. And yeah, as I said, the Meilin Zoo tour was really a lot of fun, so hopefully you guys enjoyed who were there or have seen it later. But thanks in general everyone that watched the video or has been there. Thank you for all your congratulations, and you guys are really amazing, so thank you guys so much for that. So yeah, the only downside of this habitat is still that I can't move the water section. For those who are wondering why I don't do anything with the river that is on the side, I just can't move the water anymore. I can't remove it and then put the water back. I don't know what that is, because basically not an animal is able to really use it except for the Bengal tigers. But even though I box all the animals, it's still not working properly, so I just have to stick with that river, unfortunately. and it doesn't look annoying or anything like that. The only downside is just that you really have to work with the river that is on that spot and not being able to tweak it a little bit. So yeah, we have to live with that. Do let me know in the comment section what you guys think of this new habitat for the African wild dog. Leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed, and subscribe of course if you already haven't. And I just really hope to see you guys in the next one. Thank you guys so much for watching. Bye guys! And I'm just so excited. Planet Zoo has announced that there will be a big free update coming to us the 17th of December. I posted a video about it, but I'm just so excited while recording this voiceover. And not only a free update, they also hinted that there might be another surprise in store for you as well. So keep an eye out for any exciting announcements soon. So I am just super thrilled. I really hope this is going to be a DLC. Like, this update is basically a winter update. We will also get a complete ice and snow rock set, enrichment items like a snowball and Christmas presents, new winter foliage and ice pathing. And I just really feel that maybe a small DLC or anything like that, maybe with winter snowy animals like a polar bear, hopefully penguins. I really would love to see some penguins in this game. And I don't know, I'm just really excited. Like, if that is going to be a free update, why not announce it already? Maybe they will release a small pack with only some snowy animals. Maybe it's going to be a full big DLC. I have no idea, but I am just super duper excited. I just can't help it. And also the fact that the tundra biome is going to get northern lights. Like, I just can't wait to see that. And we're also getting new heat maps, and animal pack behavior will be adjusted, and you will now also see, well, not now, but after the update, you will see the immediate family on the information panels for the animals. So you will see if an animal has siblings, who are the parents, and so many things. But the best thing of the free update is slow animal aging. Something we have been asking for since the beta, and I am just super excited for that, because that will mean that when we play franchise mode, our animals will not age as fast. You can have like a slider, so you can decide if you want animals to, like, the age slow down like 5 times, which also basically means that they will not breed as fast, they will not grow up as fast. But I just really love that new feature. I'm really excited for that. So yeah, if you want to know more about this new free update coming along, please do check out my video I posted this morning. Well, it's not really this morning, it was this afternoon. And also, if there is any new news about a potential DLC or anything we can expect, like the exciting announcements, I will definitely keep you guys posted about that. But oh boy, am I excited for all the new stuff that is coming to Planet Zoo. But now let's go to Meilin Zoo, because we are building a Nile Monitor habitat, and I really, since days, I really wanted to build a underwater viewing gallery again, because I just really love to build one. So since we don't really have that much space for a real reptile house in this zoo, so I'm going to save that for the next zoo we're going to build. But I really wanted to do something with the Nile monitors. And I thought, okay, I'm just gonna build something with like a log cabin with a underwater viewing gallery a little bit lowered in the terrain. But that's basically all I had in mind. So the rest is just me building and trying to see what looks nice and not. And because I really wanted to avoid that people were only using one section of the underwater viewing gallery and not use a different viewing gallery, I really try to have 2 separate areas. So you have the raised viewing gallery and the lowered viewing gallery. But if I am right, the people will be using both of them if they want to see the animals. Like, sometimes you have a underwater viewing gallery, but it's the path behind it is so high that they will see the Nile monitors on every side, so they don't really use it for just the water section if they're there swimming. So yeah, I didn't really got the time to really test it with the guests, so not a single guest has been looking at the Nile monitor so far, but I think this is going to work exactly how we want it to work. And I just really love the look of how the viewing gallery itself looks, the underwater viewing gallery. And also the one above, I tried to use a little bit of the same style with the Okapi, because I really like that with the glass on top of the wood. So I really like that idea. So I wanted to
have this too on this section because the Okapi habitat is right next to it. And in the end, I just really try to keep the African theme we got going on with the aloe vera plants and the cactus. So I really try to use the same style so it really feels like still the same zoo. I don't really, like for every zoo I build, I don't really want to create super different areas. So if you start with one style, you really want to try to stick with that style and theme because I think that will make the zoo as a whole in a later stage. But obviously you're free to do whatever, but that's just how I feel. So I really didn't want to go super crazy again with other things, and I think it definitely fits the whole area. So we only have, I think, 1 or 2 habitats to go before the zoo is finished basically. So I'm just really excited to like finish it up. We're probably going to do a live stream or anything to do like those little bits and pieces, or maybe I'll just save it for myself to do it off camera before I make a cinematic video. But oh boy, imagine that we will now get a new DLC and we can start a complete new zoo with the new DLC. Oh my god, that will be super amazing. So maybe this is the best timing to finish up Meilin Zoo to start something completely fresh and new when a new DLC drops. So maybe we're even going to build in the tundra biome because oh boy, that northern light, I really would love to see that. I think that's going to be stunning. And then we're also going to focus more on like the lighting at nighttime and those kind of things because I didn't really put too much attention to that to this zoo. Also, what I didn't really pay attention to is like the food and drink stalls. So that is something I really need to focus on a little bit more in our next zoo. I do have a few shops, but I didn't really show them that often in my videos. I mostly did them during live streams or just off camera because I just really feel like this is a zoo game and I just want to focus mostly on creating habitats. So it's a bit different than in Planet Coaster where you really create shopping areas and restaurants and stuff, even though it's even as important, but for some reason I just really felt like I want to focus so much on habitat builds because that is the most fun thing to do during this gameplay. So yeah, I'm not saying that we're not gonna have any shops or anything like that, don't worry about that, but that's the reason why I didn't focus too much on it yet. I think right now we only have like 4 or 5 drink and food stalls, but there will be a little bit more because at the hippo area we still have space for a big restaurant. So I might want to focus on that and try to find 1 or 2 more spots to tweak in a little shop for food and drinks and toilets, of course. So when it is all finished, we do have hopefully enough for our guests to fulfill their needs. But yeah, I'm just really happy how this habitat turns out. It's really big enough. They have enough water. Plants are a little bit too many, but I just want to go with like a beautiful habitat and don't want to make it too barren and too empty. So yeah, I just really love the look of it. And since this is sandbox mode, we don't really have to pay attention too much because we can have all the animals have 100% welfare. So if you would do the same in franchise mode, you might be a little bit screwed because then they really don't like the plants in their habitat. But other than that, I'm just really happy how this one turned out and just super excited to finish off this park and just make a zoo tour for you guys to enjoy and a cinematic video and then upload it to the workshop with all your names. And I'm just super excited and I'm so excited for next week. I can't wait to hear more about the exciting announcements. So definitely go and check out that video if you haven't already, if you want to know exactly what will be in the free update. But as I said, there will be more info, so as soon as I know more, I will definitely inform you guys about that. Please do leave a like at the video if you guys enjoy, and subscribe of course if you haven't already. And I just really hope to see you guys in the next one. Thank you guys so much for watching. Bye guys! Please make sure to leave a like at the video if you guys enjoy, and subscribe, of course, if you haven't already. And we are building right now a habitat for the giraffe, zebra, and the ostrich. And the reason for that is mainly because you guys really asked it so often in my videos. And even though I mentioned like I really want to make a African safari, so more of a realism feeling where you would really just go to Africa and take a jeep and go on safari. That is at least the approach for that Sandbox park I am planning to do. Now, because of the new DLC and the update coming along, it might be a little bit delayed, like not as fast as I was hoping to do. But we might just start 2 different zoos once this one is finished, because this one is almost finished. Like there's only one more spot left where I feel we might be able to squeeze in the Gharial. Even though it might be in the African region, I think it's totally fine to just squeeze that one in that empty section with like a lot of water. It won't be with a underwater viewing gallery, even though I would love to, but as mentioned in my previous episodes, the water section I have right now, I just can't do anything with that river anymore. It's just not doable to put back the water section, so I have to work with that river, but I think it's enough water to put a Gharial in, and then maybe have a small little path section going over the water, and just have the people being able to look down at the Gharials with not like not like a lot of height difference. Something like that I have in mind. Obviously, I will just have to see what will work and what will not work, but I'm really excited to have that as our last animal of Meilin Zoo. And I'm just really excited to finish up everything. I will definitely go through my whole zoo and add some little details and tweak some things to make it really look as best as I can do. And I'm really excited to finish up this zoo. And I think for our first zoo, we really achieved something really nice and good looking, but there are still some empty areas I really need to go back to. And I also already built a restaurant at the Hippo area, which I did not upload yet. I will save that for that last bits and pieces episode. And I'm just really, really excited to make a cinematic video and to name all the animals finally and put it on the workshop. And I want to do the zoo tour, of course, for you guys. So yeah, there's still a lot more content coming up. But yeah, this is definitely almost the last episode, at least, but regarding the animals. Only the Gharial I want to add, and then we're basically finished with Meilin Zoo. So I'm just really excited to see the end result when everything is perfect and fine, and to hear all you guys' responses when it's all finished, and maybe you're going to download it from the workshop and gonna have some fun in it. So yeah, I'm just really excited for that, and just to start something fresh and new, because I noticed that I was trying to build with the New World theme for that restaurant at the Hippo area, and I deleted it afterwards because there were like so many new pieces I never even used in this zoo. So I really feel that when you start playing Planet Zoo and you're new to it and you don't really know the pieces yet, try to stick with one theme and then get to know the pieces a little bit more, because we're already a month in, and as I said, like the New World theme I barely touched except for some flat roof pieces, and that's it. So yeah, it's just good to start something completely new and to get to know the pieces. And like when you're 2 or 3 or 4 zoos ahead, then you really know all the pieces, and then you're going to experiment more with combining those pieces. So yeah, I just really like that, to have this little journey of getting to know new themes, new styles. And the new DLC that is coming up also has a more Scandinavian style, but which also includes a lot of wood, and well, I just really love a lot of wood. So let's be real, I'm just really excited for that, and also the new animals, of course. So there's so many awesome stuff coming up the next few weeks, so hopefully you guys are as excited as I am. And obviously for the giraffes and the zebras and the ostrich, I really wanted to have some kind of shelter building, and I ended up with again a little bit the same as we did with the elephant's house, and a little bit of a dome. And and this time I wanted to add the path for the guests inside of that area, just like you have in Rotterdam Zoo. And also this specific area I still want to get back to, but I was a little bit in a time issue today, so I will get back to that in the last episode where we do all the little bits and pieces and tweaking and stuff. And I'm really gonna make it look nice and pretty and just make sure everything is perfect. I really want to have everything to be perfect when I upload it to the workshop, and I'm just super excited for that. I do have to admit, by building this habitat, I am just really looking forward to build the African savanna that we're planning, because I'm not a huge fan of having this greener habitat. If I look at these animals, I just really feel they fit more in the African savanna theme with like the more yellowish colors and stuff. So yeah, I went a little bit crazy with the trees and stuff, not super crazy or anything, but to make it look good. But I just really feel if you have the grassland biome in this game, it fits so much more, and it's so much more satisfying to just keep areas empty, I think, because it's really common in the more grassland areas. So that's why I really felt like, yeah, it's nice to have these animals in here, but I'm really looking forward to start building our African savanna and have those animals in there. I'm curious if you guys feel the same about that. So yeah, just let me know in the comment section down below. I'm really excited to read all your comments. Leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed, of course. Subscribe, of course, if you haven't already. And I really hope to see you guys in the next episode where we're going to create the Gharial habitat. Thank you so much for watching. Hope to see you guys in the next one. Bye, guys.
and we're back with the last habitat speed build of Meilin Zoo, and this is going to be the Gharial habitat as we mentioned in the previous episode. Please do make sure to subscribe, of course, if you haven't already, and leave a like at the video if you guys enjoy. And this Gharial habitat, actually at the beginning, it didn't really work because I was building this and I wanted to do the fencing, and then I was like, yeah, okay, but where do I put my staff gate? So I had to go a little bit different because I just really wanted some kind of walkway of like wood, a little bit of a harbor feeling, like a little bit of a harbor feeling, but it doesn't really work because you have to have a gate or anything like that. Like I was looking at some pictures and I noticed that some zoos have this higher platform, and actually the staff members feed them over the barriers with like meat on a stick or anything like that. I'm not really sure if that's specifically Gharials, but like other I'm afraid to say crocodiles, but similar species like alligators and crocodiles and all those different kind of animals. No, but so yeah, I had to work a little bit with that. And for those who are new to the channel, if you're wondering why I'm not editing this water section, that's just because I am not able to remove it. I am able to remove it, but I am not able to replace it. So I have to work with this water section how it is. So that's why I also had to add a lot of rocks and stuff, because I felt even though the Gharial is able to walk from the water to the sandy island in the middle, like it's not too steep, but for me it feels too steep. So I really felt that I had to do something with the rocks instead because it just didn't feel right. And for the barriers on the sides of the walkway, I really wanted to have something like we're doing right now. Basically, I just noticed those new pieces, as I mentioned in the last episode, of the new world theme, and then I realized that they were way too big, like way too high, so that people would not really be able to look over it, so I had to lower it and stuff. But I really like the result of that. That is something I definitely would like to use more in our future zoos because I think that really works. It's steel, so it feels more heavy and more having more strength. And we also have a bridge underneath the walkway where the Gharials can still swim underneath. So it's really awesome when the people are standing on the bridge and they see the Gharials swimming underneath them to the other side of the water section. And obviously we have some fencing that would basically mean that if someone would fall down, they would not fall in the water section right away. So it's more of a safety thing, a more realism thing, even though I don't do it too often. But I just saw this in a picture of, I think it was a Gharial habitat in a real life zoo, and I saw something like that. So I was like, okay, I'm going to add that. I will do that. So yeah, the Gharials have a lot of water in this section. They really love it. They have enough terrain to walk on. For me, it didn't feel that big, but if I looked at the stats for the Gharial, it was definitely big enough for them, and like it's humongous. So I added like I think 4 different Gharials in this habitat. So we have 1 male and I think 3 females. And at some point I was laughing so hard because in this zoo I have like that bug where the ringtailed lemur, when they climb too high, I get the notification that an animal has escaped while they're not escaped. So I hope that will be fixed next week. And at some point, I continuously heard the alarms of the emergency. And I was like, oh, gee, those ringtailed lemurs. But in fact, it were my Gharials that were sneakily escaping this habitat on the backside. So I added no fences there, but as soon as I realized that my female Gharials all escaped, I added the chain link fence on that side too. You don't really notice it that much, and it's not really the biome, the trees and stuff they like for their biome, but those are just the trees we have like surrounding the whole zoo. So in the end, I'm like, yeah, well, I'm just gonna live with that. Like, this is
an area they use for the gharials, and they're not going to cut down any trees that were already there, like that idea behind it. And it's sandbox mode, so it's not really that bad, I guess. I do have to admit that one of my last videos, I told you guys that because this is the last episode where we do a habitat, we will do, I think, one more episode where we do a lot of fixing and stuff. And I mentioned like I might do a live stream with that to fix that. And I saw a lot of people asking for that, but I'm not really sure if that's a good thing to do because I already did a lot of stuff off camera, or at least I recorded it, so I can't really do that during a live stream. And the things I still do have to do are only like path edges and to clean those things up. So there's really nothing spectacular to do. And also someone asked like, can you maybe do the live stream and then do another tour? And I'm like, no, we already did a tour during a live stream, so I really want to save that for just a video without me being interrupted by talking to the chat, because then the video or the live stream would take much longer than it's supposed to. So I really want to keep that for the video, and that's why I don't feel like, okay, if I'm gonna do a live stream, it's gonna be me putting down a lot of fencing, a lot of rocks, and that's it. And I know already that a lot of people will ask like, can you do a zoo tour? But I'm not going to do a zoo tour, so I have to disappoint people. So I will save the zoo tour for a video, and I will save the fixing and like the facility buildings. Most of them, I think I only have one more facility building that I have to do, and the rest is really only cleaning up the paths, putting down bins, putting down benches, all those kind of small things. I just don't think it's very interesting to look at during a live stream. Like, I think it's more fun to see a live stream when you're really playing the game or creating a habitat, but in this case, it's just not interesting enough, I think, to do a live stream for. So yeah, the last episode will be just me, a lot of fixing, a lot of tweaking, and just, yeah, nothing interesting I can do still for a live stream because I already recorded a lot of stuff. And I'm just really happy how this is coming along. And I'm just so excited that it's just almost finished. I can't believe it. And I think we really achieved something really awesome here. I also saw someone asking, like, why didn't you make a boat ride in that river section? And I actually thought of that, but because of blame Mike Sheets, because of Mike Sheets, he made the Japanese Macaque area, and there is no way I can tweak in a boat ride to go around the whole zoo, and the river bedding is in most spots just too small to have two different tracks around it so you can like rotate it or anything like that. So it's just not really doable to add a boat ride in here, also including the fact that I'm just not able to remove the water and added the terrain and stuff. So yeah, I actually really thought of that, but I was like, no, I'm not gonna do that then. And also because Planet Coaster, I still feel like it was yesterday that I built my Forbidden Jungle ride, and it's so much different though, because that was with like a lot of triggers and a lot of animatronic hippos and crocodiles and a lot of triggers. So that took a long time, and I think it's gonna be way different when you do it in Planet Zoo. But I think it's just because of Planet Coaster. I'm like, no, I want to build a zoo. I want to build habitats. I don't want to build a ride because I've played Planet Coaster now, so I don't want to do that. But obviously, in our next series, or one of our next series, we're gonna do the African Savannah with a Jeep ride. And I think in one of the next parks we're going to create, we're also going to use some other rides. So I think only Meilin Zoo will be rideless, but I think it's gonna be fine. And I think this zoo already turned out really great, so this is really promising for the rest of all our zoos we're going to create, because hey, we're not finished. Like, we're not finished with Planet Zoo at all, so I'm just super excited to start a new zoo for that. Also, someone asked me, or like a few people asked me, like, why don't you just expand this zoo? Why don't you add more animals? Why don't you add the Arctic animals to it? And to be honest, other than the fact that I feel like the zoo is just finished, obviously I have space to just make a bridge over the river section and continue the zoo. You guys can continue this zoo if you want to when I upload it to the workshop, but I also feel the game starts a little bit lagging. It's not super bad, but I think at some point you just have to stop before it gets really bad. Like, I have a pretty decent computer to run this game, but I already expect some people saying when they open this zoo, when they don't have like a monster computer, that they're like, oh my goodness, this game lags so much for me. So yeah, I think it's better to not make the zoos too big. Just also for the sake of other people being able to still open the zoo and I being able to still build in it without any lagging or like delays and stuff when I open things. So yeah, I think this is just the perfect timing to stop with Meilin Zoo and to start something fresh and new, and I'm just really excited for that. So I just really hope you guys like that and it can accept that. So now, Koala Zoo, the second episode has dropped today at Mike Sheets' channel. I already shared a link on my community wall and on Twitter. If you haven't seen it yet, please do go and check it out. Me, Sofra, and Rudy Rankemmel are in that video, obviously. And next week will be my turn, and I'm breaking my head about what to do, especially because Silverred and Mike Sheets are such incredible builders. So yeah, I'm just really nervous for it, but I'm gonna do my best. But I'm just already breaking my head, like, what am I gonna build? Is it going to be a polar bear habitat? Or am I gonna do a flamingo habitat? Or maybe even the Gharial? I could do so many things, but I'm just super nervous, so I can't really think straight for it. I just really hope you guys will be supporting me during Koala Zoo the whole trip, because I'm just bloody nervous, but also very excited for it. Really looking forward to this collab and also to start building myself now in the zoo. So yeah, if you haven't yet, please go and check our collaboration in Planet Zoo out. And I'm gonna leave you guys with the rest of this speed build. I really hope you guys enjoyed. Subscribe, of course, if you haven't already. Leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed. And I really hope to see you guys in the next one. Thank you guys so much for watching. Bye, guys.
and we're back with the last speed build video of Meilin Zoo. We don't have any other things to do. It is completely finished. I can't believe it. Please do make sure to subscribe, of course, if you haven't already, and leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed this whole series of Meilin Zoo. And we're starting this video with the entrance, so we're finishing up the entrance with some information kiosks and toilets, of course, because, well, we need more toilets in this zoo. And the only thing that is really lacking is probably some more food and shop stands in the African region, but I just had no space whatsoever to really fit those in. So yeah, there might be some people hungry when you guys download this one from the workshop. It's not in the workshop yet. I will do that right after I posted the zoo tour. So it's not in the workshop yet for those who are wondering. But if you guys will be walking around in this zoo yourself when it is in the workshop, you will notice that there is a little bit of shops lacking in the African region. But other than that, it's all good. It's all fine. I think I've managed to really add enough of other things. At least maybe also a toilet is missing in the African region, but I think it's gonna be fine. I will also upload a few of the separate buildings once I upload the whole zoo to the workshop, and I will also try to upload a few habitats for you guys to download separately. But that is going to be the real challenge, because when you're using no fence and you create your own fencing, it's gonna be really hard to really upload nice blueprints for people to use. So I have no idea which one are able to be uploaded separately and which one are not. So just wait and see and follow me on Steam once the zoo is uploaded, and you will find out which one are easy to use and which one are not. But other than that, I just really hope you guys will enjoy just walking around in Meilin Zoo and have some fun with it. And yeah, I'm just really happy with how everything turned out. The only downside is, like, next to the toilets, right away there's the edge of the zoo, so I'm not even able to finish off the roof with those nice pointy corners or anything, because it was just not possible to put it down anymore. It turned out red because there's right away the edge. So yeah, I have to work a little bit with the space we got in this area, but I just really like how this small little corner section turned out, and people can buy their, I think it's called adoption packs or something like that, and they can get like an audio tour, I think, at the information stands. So yeah, I think overall this zoo turned out really nicely, and obviously I had to put down a lot of bins, a lot of benches, to make sure that the people can have rest and just throw away their litter and stuff. And also, I kind of regret that I uploaded my giraffe, zebra, and ostrich habitat we are working on right now in this video, because I think it looks so much better how I upgraded this whole indoor shelter habitat area where the people can look down to the giraffes and the zebras and the ostrich. Especially just closing off the edges so that you don't see the edges of the path or the terrain like going straight down, because I just don't really like the look of that. So I really tried to hide that away, and we also built a sign for the educational boards. So I really love how this one has turned out. I also tried to do a little bit more lighting, but I don't want to ruin. Sometimes I feel like if I put down lights next to the path or anything like that, I feel like I ruin just the overview when it's daytime and you see a lot of different lights popping up over the path. So I am trying to avoid that during this zoo, but I think we really want to focus more, especially in the tundra biome. We have to focus more on doing more lighting and stuff. So yeah, I really chose to not do that in Meilin Zoo. There are some areas lit up, but not everything is lit up. So it's not a zoo that you really go in to enjoy during nighttime or anything like that. But yeah, I just really love how this whole zoo is coming along, and especially this area with the giraffes and the ostrich and the zebra. I am really happy with how this shelter area turned out in the end. And I started building this educational signboard until I realized, like, oh, wait a second, there are 3 animals in here, not 1, so I had to make it longer. But in the end, it still works, so I'm just really happy with that. And I managed to squeeze in 3 educational boards for all the animals that are in this habitat. And after that, I really just hide away all the ugliness, as you just seen with the rocks on the other side, because there was just no way for me to hide away those edges next to the path and also have nothing sticking out of it. So yeah, if it sticks out, I just try to add a lot of rocks to hide those ugly things and edges away. And afterwards, I tried to see if I could find some signs or anything, but I wasn't really happy with the animal signs they gave us in the game. So in the end, I just left them out and decided to add some fencing and stuff around the whole path section. And I also added, I do that a lot, like adding those steel fences a little bit more in front of the fences of the habitats, like I'm doing right now, where you can see the zebras in the back. I did do this a lot just to give it more of a realism feeling, that the people cannot like lean towards the glass or knock on the glass. Well, obviously if people are really rude, they can still do it and climb over it, but the intention is that the people are having more of a distance from the glass sections, so to give it a little bit more of a realism feeling. And yeah, as I mentioned in my previous episode, it's a lot of putting down fences and stuff to make everything look nice and clean. But yeah, the end result is just really nice. I am absolutely so proud of what we achieved with Meilin Zoo. Like, I have been scrolling through the park for so long today, and I was like, oh my goodness, it's finished. I can't believe we just really did this. And it's like, I think we managed to do this in like 1.5 months. Well, not I think, like that is the case. Like, I recorded almost daily a video for you guys. The only time I didn't work on it was when we uploaded franchise mode. And we're going to continue a lot of franchise mode next week, obviously, with the Arctic DLC, because I'm just really excited to use those new animals. So we're going to play a lot of franchise mode, and we're going to start a new sandbox park with the tundra biome. So back to Meilin Zoo. We are now doing some more realism stuff with these steel fences again with the African wild dog habitat, because I realized that it's not really the best safe zone if you only see the barrier of the path system. So yeah, I really wanted to have something else to make it look a little bit more safe. And I hide away some of the signs with the do not feed signs. I still have no idea how they exactly work. I actually don't know if with the free update we will get a heat map that also will show more of those signs, because if you click them, it says they are operational when they have electricity. So they should be working, and the same goes for the do not disturb signs, or like the silent signs, to make sure that your animals are less stressed. But yeah, I just really don't know exactly how they work. But yeah, I just wanted to add them underneath the flooring, so if they work, hopefully they do, and the people will read it and they will not feed the African wild dogs. And now we're at the West African lion habitat, and I realized that I just didn't really like the bushes in front of the water section, so I decided to delete them and just go for the aloe vera plants and the cactus, like we did in a lot of different areas of the African zoning in our zoo. So, and afterwards I wanted to make the bridges over the staff entrance and the other section where the lions can just walk underneath. I wanted to make it a little bit more bridgey feeling, if that makes any sense. So I added some more wood and I changed the textures of the path, adding some more unpainted wood from the Asian theme, because I just really love that wood. That is something I'm going to use probably in all my parks, because I just really love that wood. And so yeah, to give it a little bit more of a wooden bridge feeling, and I think breaking the path texture a little bit in this case really worked well for this area. And obviously a lot of bins, a lot of benches, and a sign for the African lion. And that sign I actually use a lot more in this zoo. I really hope I'm right, but if I'm right, I actually managed to give every habitat now a sign and some speakers for the educational purpose. So hopefully I did not forget any area, but yeah, I think if I did, well, it happens, I guess. But I think every animal now has a nice educational stand and a sign, so also the orangutans and the Bengal tiger habitats now all have signs. And with, I think it was the Okapi habitat or the Aardvark tortoise habitat, I also added another viewing platform for the hippos. So I actually made that one a little bit more closed off. Like most of the hippo viewing areas are more open space, but for this one I decided to make it a little bit more closed, like the rest of the African area. Like this one, they can't really fall over or jump over it, or well, jump over it, that sounds so weird, but you guys know what I mean, right? Like obviously they can still throw food over it if they want to, but other than that, like there is really a glass window between the people and the hippos, because in this case I think this is the only viewing area that is more close to the hippos, so they can get really close to the viewing area, and the other ones have still some terrain in between where the hippos are not able to climb over or climb up to. So yeah, in the end I think this one, for the realism a little bit more, to close it off, I think was the best thing to do. And obviously I also added some signs, and I changed the railings of that inclined section going up to the viewing gallery just to give it a little bit more variation and not to use the standard fencing of the paths all over again and again. And obviously some benches and some bins and just everything to finish it up, and the people can chill wherever they want if they are tired from walking. So yeah, just a lot of small detailing in this case again. And now we're going to a staff building. This is a staff building that is used by the gorillas and the chimpanzees in our zoo. I think I also added the tortoise in here, and maybe even the African wild dog. So yeah, I think a lot of different animals are being fed from this little staff room. Like I didn't go too much into detail, but I did want to make it nice looking because this one is more in the viewing of our guests. It's still far away enough for the guests to not get a negative impact, but other than that, they can still see it. So I wanted to give it a little bit more of a natural feeling with like the dry rock walls and the wood. Other than that, it's nothing really spectacular or anything. I did hide it away a little bit more with some rocks and some trees and stuff, but yeah, I think it just looks simple but decent, and especially in the bigger area, you just don't want it to be noticed that much. And now we're heading to the Hippo Outpost restaurant, something I was planning to do for such a long time, but I just had no idea what to do. But this space was empty for such an amazingly long time. So this is basically the biggest area where the people can eat, the people can drink, and just chill and relax and enjoy the viewing of the hippos. This area has also the entrance to the underwater hippo viewing gallery we've made, and I think in the end it really turned out nice. I mentioned this in one of my previous episodes that I was building this one first with more of the New World theme, but I really didn't like it at all, so I deleted it and started just with the dry stone wall set and the wood, because I just really love the wood, and everything just comes along nicely together. Like everything just fits this whole zoo, and in the end that is something I just really prefer doing. And I really wanted to have something like with this, I don't know how you call it, like a big awning, maybe some kind of big canopy-ish. There are a few picnic benches underneath it, and you also have like a picnic bench area next to the water where the hippos can swim. So yeah, you can probably just eat or drink your stuff and just relax and just enjoy the viewing of the hippos, which I just really like the idea of. And I also deleted that middle stair section because it just didn't feel right once I started building that awning, canopy, I don't know how you call it, section, and I feel like that was a better choice, even though I at first wanted to have some kind of stair section in the middle, really to drag the eyes on. But in the end, I was like, no, we have the sections on the right and the left side where the people can go up and down. And I think that's all good. Yeah, I just really like in general how this restaurant has turned out. And in the back of this restaurant, you may notice that there are some staff buildings. So we have a keeper's hut. We have 2 keeper's hut, I should say. And there is also a staff room. So they will be used by the Okapi. And also, oh, you may notice, by the way, that the area in the back is still empty because this is actually recorded before I started the giraffe, zebra, and ostrich habitat. So that's why it is empty. But those staff facility buildings are being used also for that habitat and also for the Nile monitors, if I remember correctly. So this is multifunctional for a few habitats in this area and also for the hippos, of course, because the entrance to that habitat for the staff is also on that side. And after this restaurant building, we are going to build the rat panda or rebuild the rat panda staff buildings in the end. And also you will notice that I mentioned that in a few episodes. I have like a tunnel system underneath the ground for the staff members to use. Like there's not a big tunnel system, but it's mostly used in the Asian area of our zoo. I did not decorate anything underneath the ground for that staff section, but I did decorate it now a little bit more, these stairs going up, so it looks a little bit more clean, but it's very simple. But I just wanted to make it a little bit look better than it was doing right now, so you will see that later on in this video. And I also replaced a lot of staff path in the African section behind it, and I used a lot of Mike sheets as bridges because they're just super beautiful and amazing. So I used them a lot to make nice bridges to the backsides of the habitats for them to use, instead of being in the eyesight of the guests that will see the staff members just walking around everywhere. So yeah, I tried to hide that a little bit more in the end. So yeah, I don't know what else to say during this speed build, so I just really hope you guys will enjoy these last few minutes of this last speed build of Meilin Zoo. Lots of stuff coming up. We're gonna build a tundra biome zoo. We're gonna build a African savanna safari. We still have our Let's Play franchise mode city zoo, which we're going to continue a lot next week. So there's still a lot of content coming up for you guys. Let me know in the comment section what you guys think of this whole journey with Meilin Zoo. Leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed, and subscribe, of course, if you haven't already. And I just really hope to see you guys in the next video. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you guys so much for all your support during this speed builds. I love you guys, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. Bye, guys. My name is the Lady Designer, and we're here with the final episode of Meilin Zoo, the zoo tour. It's finally happening. Now, I really hope everything goes right with this recording because I already tried to record this 2 times and it didn't really work out. The quality, it can be a little bit laggy because Zoo has around 15 to 25 FPS, so I'm going to pause the game a lot of times and hopefully it will be fun for you guys to watch. The zoo will also be uploaded to the workshop, so feel free to walk around in it whatever you want to and enjoy it yourself too. As soon as I upload it today to the workshop, I will pin it to the comment section of this video, so it might be a little bit later because I really want to do the naming for you guys during this series. So yeah, bear with me. It will be up today, but might be a little bit later than this video goes up, but it will be today, and I really hope you guys will enjoy. Please do make sure to subscribe, of course, if you haven't already, and leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed this series. And without further talking, let's just jump into it and hope for the best that it will go well and fun for you guys to watch. So we are at the entrance right now. And we have this entrance building and we have the information and some toilets, and this is the beautiful sign that Mike Sheets made for us. I will link Mike Sheets in the description. He made this beautiful Japanese macaque area, and everything he does in Planet Coaster and Planet Zoo is just super inspiring. So definitely, if you want inspiration and to learn some new things, definitely go and check out Mike Sheets. I'm really thankful for what he did in Meilin Zoo. It's just really incredible. So let's first check out his stuff and then move over to everything I did. So he made these signs right over here and the Japanese macaque signs right over here, and just the nature in general, and like this path going here over to a bridge. And we have a viewing gallery right over here, which we will go up to in a bit. So right over here we have the beautiful Japanese macaque area and the viewing of my domes. It just, it looks so good. So what I did was this climbing structure and like this building over here with these rocks, and the rest what you see around this area is made by the awesome Mike Sheets. Also this hill over here and this beautiful bridge over here, and it's just really incredible. Also this viewing gallery and this beautiful bridge over here. So yeah, definitely go and check him out. I just love his work. It's so amazing. And we're doing Koali Zoo with him, so you should just check him out. It's really nice. This is the very, well, not really the first time because I now record it, but this was today the first time actually walking around in my zoo in first person mode, which is just really incredible. Definitely super awesome to just walk around in here and see all the animals running around. Let's just go down to the downside of the viewing gallery. So we have a viewing gallery right over here, and if the keepers give some food right over here, you have a very nice viewing of the Japanese macaque really up close, which is just super nice. Well, they just really love to climb and stuff, so you mostly see them running around over here, but right now we don't really have much luck. So we just move over here to see if we have some other viewings of the Japanese macaque. Oh, there's one running around. But it's just a really nice viewing, and also with like these small little details with the green behind the rocks and this water. It's just super amazing. I really love how this area has turned out. Mike Sheets, thank you so much for this amazing addition. There's a monkey flying here, but we pretend we don't see that. What's going on? But yeah, other than that, this is just a really incredible habitat. There's one sitting right over here, I see. Okay, let's move to, because thanks to Mike Sheet, I was really inspired to do something Asian themed too. So I started building this flamingo habitat. Can I get a nice shot here? Yeah, there you go. So I took his bridge and built this one myself, and then we have like this food and drink shop right over here. And then the people will have a nice viewing of the flamingos. We will go here in just a minute. But I really am in love with how this habitat looks. So let's just move around here. And then you will have this bridge right over here. And just a very nice view. There's also a viewing gallery right over here so that people can see them if they are more in the backside. And here's their shelter for them to enjoy. And just look at that. This is just super beautiful. I just really love the look of this. And then that little waterfall section right over here. I'm really proud of this habitat, even though this is not a biome for the flamingos. I know that, but I just really love the look of these flamingos swimming around here with the water lilies. It's just super amazing. We can go a little bit over here too. Ooh. Look at that. Isn't that just gorgeous, guys? And the sounds they make. I hope you guys can hear it loud and clear. But it's just so funny. This is just incredible. I really love this habitat, how this one has turned out. So now let's move to the other side. So we have another pass section built by Mike going to this side, and then it just stopped working. So we have this beautiful bridge right over here, which Mike also made. And then we had this cute little bridge right over here, and then it ended up in nothing. So I started building a Indian peafowl habitat right over here. And so this is also an Asian garden for them. And oh, look at them. So you can have a really nice viewing of the Indian peafowl right over here with the forage bogs. And they can use these bridges to go to the other side of a little water section that it goes in between here. And then they go to their shelter if they want to have some privacy and just for a little nappy. And I just really like how this garden has turned out. I think it really fits. I'm going to pause the game for just a little bit. I think it really fits with this area, and just to have a walk-in habitat for the Indian peafowls on this side. I really like it. And so that bridge goes all the way over here to that side, but we are going to the wolf's cave, and also the Japanese macaque area on the other side just has a viewing gallery right over here, a little bit lower than this pass section. I just really like this to lower it a little bit into the ground. I didn't do too much here of the climbing frames because they have like a big climbing frame on the outside. So I did not really feel like doing super special things on the inside, but it's just a lot of fun to just see the Japanese macaque on the inside, maybe when it rains or anything, and I don't really like that. I have no idea. But yeah, I really like how this habitat has turned out in general. I really love it. So we have a wolf cave right over here. So basically, if the timber wolves are in their cave having a little nappy like they do right now, you can see them pretty up close right over here. Or you can go up because we have two more viewing galleries on this side too. And they have like a hill over here. Oh, there's a flying rock. We're just moving along. Nothing to see here, people. There might be some little bits and pieces that are like not completely finished, I guess. Like I just didn't notice it until now, but it's all good. It's all good. So they have like this hill section right over here where they can also just walk and run up to if they want to. There should be some puppies in here. There is an adult. Is there a puppy running right in the back here? Can't really tell. You can hear them. It's super cute. So people can walk here, and there's another viewing gallery on that side. And just to have a nice viewing right over here, they can have a little swim in here too if they want to, which is just really nice. Okay, so pause the game. And move along. We have the Indian rhino here. Not my favorite habitat. I think my least favorite habitat of this zoo. I think it's just too fancy for the Indian rhino. It's not ugly, but it's just, I don't know. It's just too fancy for them. I don't see the Indian rhinos though. Oh, there is one. Are you gonna play with your Skittles? I see no one touched it yet, so you would be the first one to do that. I don't think so. There should be another one in here, but their shelter is right underneath this platform, so it might be not in our sight. But yeah, that's what happens also in real life. Sometimes you just don't see them because they want to have some privacy or just a little nappy. So let's move to our domes, because the domes are basically what we started with in our zoo. So let's go to this side, and then we go to the giant panda habitat and to the rat panda habitat. So the Meilin Zoo domes is what we started this series with, and I'm really proud and happy how this one has turned out. It looks really great, and you can also download this dome separately from the workshop if you want to use it for whatever. So we have some educational signs right over here, and then we have the Chinese pangolin habitat, which is the very first habitat we built in Meilin Zoo. Out there you are, little cutie. So they have a little shelter right over here. There's another one. And they can also climb up a little bit if they want to. They're so beautiful. I really like them. And so yeah, there's a whole staff facility area right in here, but I'm not going to show that because, well, guests will not see that if they go to first person mode. So you have to download it to see that facility staff building area. So this is the saltwater crocodile habitat, and I don't see any saltwater crocodile right now. Are you in here? Oh, there's one swimming. I really like the view of this. It looks really nice with that water section. And then you have this underwater viewing gallery right in the middle over here to see the saltwater crocodile swim around. I'm curious where the other one is. I think there are 2 or 3 saltwater crocs in here. Wow. I think there's a baby also here, right over here. This is really nice, just to see them swimming around right over here. I really love how this viewing gallery has turned out, especially when it being round in this dome section. I just really like that. It's so beautiful. Look at that one run. It's so fast. It's in a hurry. Is food coming in or what? Yeah, might be that the keeper just brought some food. Frozen blood pumpkin. Feeding plate right over here. Yep, it's food feeding time. Incredible. Okay, so then we go to the Komodo dragon habitat, which is on the other side of this dome. So the Komodo... Oh, what are you doing? You're pooping? Perfect. So the Komodo dragon has a private section right on top in the back of this waterfall right over here, so they can chill and have a sleep when the sun is coming through the windows. They might have some little extra warmth or heat. So yeah, I really like how this one has turned out. They can have a nice little drink over here and just have some fun. And just in general, I just really like the viewing of this whole zoo and just this dome in general, like how it looks. It was quite a struggle to get this roofing right. Like especially, there's only one dome in the workshop just because of the amount of items, but adding 3 of them and then fix the roof in a nice way is pretty hard. You will see that when you get the zoo from the workshop and enjoy that. Look at that, how close you are. That is incredible. That is really awesome. Okay, so next up will be the Bengal tigers and the orangutan habitat. So this is basically a rainforest area, and we have a cave viewing for the Bengal tigers right over here. Inspired by a little bit of Ouwehands Dierenpark, where they have this tunnel section with like the chain link fences and what what are you doing here? What? This is so... This is... I just can't help it. This is just so funny. I've never ever seen any tiger on this section. It's just... It's impossible, basically. But for some reason, this Bengal tiger made it possible. We also have a cub here, by the way. So yeah, the people can see the Bengal tigers from here, not from here. That will be so hilarious, though. Oh my god, no, it's not hilarious. It's really dangerous. Don't. So yeah, if they have a swim or anything, and they also have another viewing gallery when we go up to this path right over here. I don't know what is going on in here, but... I've recorded this tour 2 times, and these things just did not happen earlier. I don't know what is going on. We just pretend it didn't happen. Okay, so I really love how this one has turned out with like this little staircase right over here, and it's like more elevations and those kind of things, and they have another shelter right over here. And they can also have a nice little swim over here. And there's a path going here in the backside where the people can also just enjoy the nature for a little bit and just have a viewing from those sides to see the Bengal tigers and the orangutans that are on the other side right over here. I really like how this one has turned out. This is probably... for the size of the animal, a little bit too small compared to all the other habitats and their needs in their habitats, but other than that, I just really like how this one has turned out. Look at that little baby cub. You are so adorable. So right over here, people can already have a view of the orangutans, but to get a better view, it's better just to go right over here. And you have these pole section where the orangutans could potentially be climbing from one side to the other side, but they don't really use it, and that's probably because of the amount of climbing frames they already have in this habitat. Just look at this, how this looks. And you have the male orangutan right over here already using this barrel feeder, and they have like this little house over here, and they can climb up if they want to right on this section. And we have just a lot of babies, and we have a feeding platform right over here, and we have some feeders enrichment right over here, and a piano if they want to use it. And just right over here you can get up close. This is really one of my most favorite habitats I built in Planet Zoo. I just really love to build this one with like the different elevations, and just to see all these animals walking around and using everything you've built. It's just really incredible. I love it so much. It's really awesome. Okay, so next up will be the rat pandas and the giant panda habitat. So welcome to Pandasia, and this is inspired by Ouwehands Dierenpark. Same goes for this building right over here, and the shape was, I think, based on the giant panda habitat of Copenhagen Zoo. So yeah, we have like this high up path, elevated path going around this habitat, and then you can enjoy the beautiful giant pandas. So they have a shelter right over here, and they can go up and walk all over this balcony-ish thingy and just enjoy their habitat. And if they get some food right over here, there's also a viewing gallery right underneath this path what we are standing on right now, where we will be in a minute. And there you can really see the giant pandas super up close to have some dinner or I don't know, breakfast, lunch. So basically you just go down right over here and you will get a food and drink shop on this section. That is basically because I really wanted to have some guests coming down here, because I really love this viewing gallery in general, just the look of it. And then you have the viewing point of this feeder if they get some food, and of course from the building itself. It's a little bit dark right now. If you would change the sunlight, you will get a really nice lighting on this building too, and then have a really nice viewing on the pandas if they get some really nice food and some bamboo, and they will be really happy with that. So yeah, I'm really happy with how this viewing gallery turned out, and definitely if you download this zoo, go and just sit down and relax with those pandas and just see them eating, and it's just so much fun to take your time and just walk around. So here we have the rat panda habitat, and there's one actually climbing here. You are really amazing, my friend. That's so cool. So they have a lot of climbing frames and stuff to just walk around and have some fun. They like to run and climb, so I think all their needs are definitely fulfilled in this zoo. And they're just really adorable. I had to replace these guys, so there are no babies in here right now. But hopefully when I upload it to the workshop, I will be able to get some babies in here. Nom nom. So yeah, I'm really happy with how this one has turned out. It's small, but yeah, very functional for a rat panda. And yeah, I just really like it with those dry stone wall fencing, like completely different of a lot of other habitats where we really focus more on using a lot of nature and rocks and stuff. So yeah, I'm really happy with how this one has turned out, and the people can just enjoy the viewing of the red panda in this case. So next up we will go to Africa, and we have some toilets right over here, and we stop first with the common warthog. And there are a lot of babies in here because I basically tried to avoid that they grew up, and I added them all to my training center, and then they got new babies and new babies. So yeah, we have a lot of baby warthogs in here, baby piglets. They're just super adorable though. But just a very simple filler up habitat, I should say. So with a shelter right over here, more of a barn-ish idea. And yeah, a lot of common warthogs, a mud pool in the middle section for them to enjoy, because I really enjoy some mud pools. And I just really like the viewing right over here, when you already can see the shelter of the elephants. And right over here we have the cheetah habitat. So we have a very nice viewing of this little baby cheetah. They are so adorable. So they have like this hill section going to a cave, where we have a cave viewing on that side, and right over here they can eat and just have a swim. Let's just walk around just a little bit. So we have another viewing gallery right over here. So you have like a cave section right over here, and they can climb up here and walk around. You can see one of the cheetahs already walking right over here, and here's a water section for them to enjoy this habitat. And the people can just look in, but the cheetahs don't see our guests, of course, so we used a lot of the one-sided glass in order to create this. Just without the glass, you can really tell how this looks, at least way better than it does. And then we have the hyena habitat on this side. For some reason, we have some protesters, but we're not gonna bother that. Not for now. So we have little hyena babies right over here. We have a shelter cave viewing. Why? Oh. Okay. So yeah, we have a cave shelter right over here, and they can also walk on top of it. And we also have a viewing on this side, so the people can also look down into the habitat, which is actually really cool. And they're just super beautiful. I really love the look of the hyenas. They're just so cute. Okay, so now we go round here because we have a pass system going in the backside right over here. And there's also a little bit of a sneaky viewing of the Indian elephants. What wasn't my plan at first, but I can see why people just really enjoy looking inside this habitat for the Indian elephants because it just looks super stunning. I love the viewing too, so yeah, I kept it in even though it really was not my intention to have a viewing gallery for the Indian elephants from this backside. So we have the hyena. That little kid, it's so funny. So the hyena habitat, you have a viewing inside of this enclosure right over here. And then we have another one right over here for the cheetah. So if they are sleeping, we have one-sided glass here so they can see the cheetah sleeping. And there's like a blood pumpkin right over here so the people can also see them eat if they are up here or just walking around on this side. And we have the elephant shelter, as we just mentioned, which is just really cool. I really like how this one has turned out. So there is an elephant sleeping here, which is really cute. So yeah, sometimes people really use this viewing gallery and just look at the elephants in this shelter, which is just really cool. I really like how this one has turned out and just the look of it. It's so much fun to just walk around like this in this zoo. I'm thinking, what side shall we go? So let's go here. We have the hippo area from this side, which I really like. It's based on some kind of hippo outpost picture I saw in my Discord server. I have no idea what zoo it was. I forgot. Someone told me again and then I forgot again. I'm just really bad in reminding those things. So I'm very sorry for that, but it is still in my Discord. And it's basically really inspired by that. There's an underwater viewing gallery, there's a restaurant right over here, and I made this shelter, so that is not in that picture. It was more of like a map drawing. So yeah, this is all I got, so I really gave it my own twist and stuff, but I really love how this one has turned out, and especially just because of the humongous water section, and it just looks so natural and beautiful. And just imagine eating here in this restaurant and seeing the hippos swim and having fun and playing in the water. It's just super amazing. So yeah, I'm really happy with how this one has turned out. And then we have a viewing gallery for the Indian elephants on this side. Really one of my favorite viewings. I really love how this one has turned out, and just the viewing in general, and the elephants swimming around here. And oh no, you're swimming here, and we have a underwater viewing gallery. I'm gonna pause it and we're going down because it's just so much fun to see those elephants swim. Like, elephants in real life just really love swimming, and it's just so much fun to see them really using that water section. And go down here and then see them swimming. Now, it basically is more fun if you see the bigger ones, because this one is super small. Oh, but it's just, I love it. Definitely, if you download this zoo, definitely just enjoy the viewing right over here when elephants are swimming in this water section. It's really a lot of fun to enjoy. And it's a pity that they don't dive or they don't go deeper, because elephants really love to swim. I have seen it with my own eyes in Rotterdam Zoo. They love swimming, and especially together and just to play with the water. So yeah, it's definitely really a lot of fun. And this is based on a real life zoo. So I remember someone commenting like, yeah, this is really not realistic, having an underwater viewing gallery for elephants, but that's not true, because this is really based on a real life zoo. So it's not that I made this up or anything like that, and it's just spectacular to see elephants swim. So yeah, I wouldn't, yeah, it makes sense. So here's the restaurant, the Hippo restaurant. We built in the last episode of our series, and we have the restaurant so people can have drinks and food right over here, and they can sit down right over here to see the hippos having fun and enjoy making a lot of noise, pooping, and well, everything they would do. And I think this just turned out really nicely. And then, as I mentioned, we have the viewing platform for the underwater, or viewing gallery, I should say, right over here. So if the hippos have a swim, then it's just really incredible to have a look from this viewing gallery and watch the hippos from here. But yeah, there is no hippo down here right now, so let's just move on. So here we have a viewing gallery for the zebra, ostrich, and giraffe habitat, but we will move on to here. So we have a better viewing. So we go up right over here, and then we have a nice viewing of the common ostrich, and there's the zebra. And there also should be some... there's a zebra. I said zebra to a giraffe. Did I do it again, guys? Did I do it again? I remember doing something during the beta, and everyone was like, that's not a baby giraffe or a baby baby giraffe or baby zebra. I remember something like that, but I pointed to a zebra, I think, and I said baby giraffe or something like that. So here we have the shelter area based on Rotterdam Zoo. But obviously, this is just a lot of fun to see too. Their heads sticking out. Like, this is the thing you want to see in a real life zoo. Them being super up close. So this is inspired by Rotterdam Zoo, where you can basically just walk in and they have like those feeders and they're like super close to you. And then you can enjoy the giraffes, and I just really like it. And we have some educational signs right over here. Or is there anyone using it? Oh, there's a zebra. That's incredible. Beautiful animal. Love you. You're so beautiful. So then you walk right over here, and then you have another window right over here if the ostrich has some food, or the zebra, and then you can see them really up close. So yeah, that's just if they are in this little section on this side. And then we have the Nile Monitor outpost. So we have the Nile Monitors right over here, and they have like a little shelter area. Can we go through the glass a little bit? No, we can't. So there are babies in here, which I was actually really surprised of. I had no idea that we had some babies. They can have some food right over here. And we have a viewing gallery for the underwater part on this side. And I really love this one. This is really incredible. I really love how this one just has turned out. And it's a pity that they are not swimming right now when I recorded this previously, but the recording quality was just super bad. They were all swimming in the water all together, so that was really cool. But unfortunately, we are now in a later stage, so they all came out of the water again, and you were like... Ah, you almost got me here, that I thought you were going into the water. Are you going in the water? Yes! Oh, you want to play with the ball, huh? These guys are just so amazing. They're really beautiful. I really like them. So yeah, definitely if you go and download this park, just enjoy the viewing here when they are all having a little swim in this underwater viewing gallery. It's just really awesome, and I just really love the look of this one. So we have some more toilets on this side, and then we have the Okapi. We have an Okapi shelter right over here. Oh, there's actually one. Oh no. Ooh, how do I get off? How do I get Can I get off? Hello? How did I get here? So for some reason you really have to pay attention to this section, because if you get on the roof you can't get off. So yeah, we have a Okapi shelter right over here. You can't really see it too well, but that one is just having a little nappy, and they are just really shy animals. So I really try to add as much bushes and green and stuff as much as possible to really give them some more privacy. You have like a little look through right over here to the Okapi when they are having some food. But if you really want to see them, then you should definitely just go here, and then you have a better viewing of the Okapi and their beautiful habitat. Oh, there you are. I really love how this habitat has turned out, especially just with the lush feeling, and it's just pretty dense, and they still have an open area, but the outside areas can be a little dense. And there's a little baby Okapi in here too. They're super cute. And they have a little water section right over here, so they can have a swim or a little drink, of course. And then you have this section right over here where the people can also see them if they are on this side. Let me just move in for just a little bit. I just really love the viewing of this one, of this habitat. I'm really proud of this one. It's only nature, but nature can do so much for your zoo. So yeah, I'm really proud of this one too. Okay, so we have the Gharial, which was basically the very last speed build we did during our series. So they have a huge water section right over here. They have a bridge here. That bridge is basically the only reason for that is because of the staff, because there was just not that much room. So in order to get the staff from one side to the other side of the water, they have to have a bridge. Else I would not have put in a bridge, because realistically many people would just many keepers in real life would just have like a little stick with meat on it or anything and just feed them from there, or just throw in food or meat or whatever. So yeah, in this case I just had to go for the bridge, but it's not that bad. Obviously it looks beautiful, but that's the reason why. And then we have 3 females and 1 male in here, and it just looks really nice. I'm really happy with how this whole habitat has turned out. And it's just really beautiful, and it's just a lot of space for them to swim. They have like areas to go inside the water right over here, and there's another section over here, and there's another one on that side, and the people can really see the Gharial from a lot of different angles. They have a big water section right over here, and also the people can stand here and see them if they are lucky. But yeah, the best viewing is obviously here when they get food or anything, or they just swim underneath here, so you can look down on them, and then they will just swim from one side to the other side right over here. So yeah, I'm really happy with how this habitat has turned out. And yeah, let's go to the next one, because the next stop will be, what do we have? We have another hippo habitat right on this side. Habitat, not a habitat, it's just a viewing platform, but just to get a little bit more up close to the hippos. And look at that little baby run. So because it's more up close, I decided to have this more closed off. Like all the other areas are more open, but this one was so close that I found it better to just close this one off, and the people can still see our beautiful hippos on this side. And they also have a underwater viewing gallery in their shelter section right over here. So now they never use this, to be honest, so I have no idea if there ever will be one using it, but they have hay bedding here, so they go indoors a lot of times, very often, just to lay down, chill and relax a little bit. And here we have the Pygmy Hippo habitat, and they're just super cute. They're really adorable. So if the Pygmy Hippos are on this side, people can see it from here, or they have a swim, they can see it from here. But we also have a little peek right over here. We see some baby Pygmy Hippos on this side, which are just absolutely adorable. And right over here we have a shelter place for them to lay down and sleep, and the people can still see them if they are in this section. So yeah, I'm really happy with how this whole habitat has turned out. And we also have a waterfall section right over here, of course. And then if you move to this side, then you get to the underwater viewing of the elephant, and you see the elephant habitat on that side. So now we move to the back right over here. And then we have the Gharial habitat here and the Okapi habitat here. And on your left side, there is a algebra giant tortoise habitat. And this is more of a filler up habitat. Like, we had this empty spot in this corner section. There are staff buildings right in the back over here. So a very simple but very useful habitat for the algebra giant tortoise right over here. And in, I think it is San Diego Zoo, is also that you can, I don't know if the Aldebra or the Galapagos giant tortoise, but any of those you can really feed in that zoo. So that is basically the idea behind this, that at some point you can really feed these animals with a keeper together, and then you can just, yeah, get really up close to them. So that was the whole idea of having these fences, like very low rocks where they can't escape, but the people can feed them at certain times with keepers, obviously. So now we have the African wild dog habitat, and we should have some puppies here in the back. So a more plain area where the African wild dog can run around and have some fun and to play. And then we have a cave area right over here. This is basically a rocky bridge going over the path section, so they also have a big section right over here to enjoy. And I'm really happy with how this one has turned out. Like, if I would have used only this section of the path, it would have been too small. And I also had like an empty spot right over here, so I was like, you know what, I'm gonna connect those two with this bridge over the path. And yeah, I just really like how this one has turned out. And the puppies do too, I think. And obviously we have some glass on these sides too, if they are going to use these caves on this side. And there are two more fencing sections right over here where then people can look at the African wild dogs on these sides. And when they have some food right over here and they're jumping, you can see them jump from here, which is just really cool. And if we go up right over here, we have the chimpanzee outpost, the first one of two, because there's another one on this side, and we have the indoor habitat right over here. There are some chimps boxed, so let's unbox these guys. So there's also a bridge going from this platform to the other side right over there in the back area. And there's a little baby right over here eating from these ice cubes. That is cute. And he's using a barrel feeder, I see. No one is using this one so far, so let's go to the other side because maybe we get more lucky. That's also what happens in real life zoos, people. You have to be lucky to see the animals. I don't think anyone is inside here, but this is the indoor section, and I put down these right next to the glass. It's one-sided glass though, but like I remember those days being in a real life zoo and having like chimps sitting right here or just chilling about, and then people are standing here and being super up close to them, which is just a really fun idea. So that's why these two are really up close to the people. And I did the same right over here for the gorillas. So this is the indoor gorilla habitat, and look at that little baby. You're so adorable. That is really cute. So yeah, the indoor habitat for the gorillas on this side. And this is just our primate house, as you may have noticed right over here. So the house of primates. So chimpanzees, gorillas on your left side. So if you go right over here, we have another viewing platform for the gorillas to enjoy them if they're climbing or walking right over here and playing with this toy thingy, which is just really a lot of fun to see and to look at. I really love that. And there's a piano right over here and some more enrichment for them to enjoy. And we also have so this is the Ringtailed lemur house, where we will get in a second. We have another viewing gallery right over here for the chimpanzees. And as you can see, there's this bridge coming from one side to the other side, which they actually also use. So the chimpanzees really like to walk from one side to the other side. And yeah, it's just a lot of fun, especially if they are like sitting here playing the piano. But yeah, you can't control these things, guys. So yeah, you have to be lucky. Oh, there's one using the climbing frames. It's just so adorable. I can't help it. Okay, so now let's go to the Ringtailed lemur house. This was actually based on the old gorilla house by the London Zoo, if I remember correctly. And I wanted to make the gorillas or the chimpanzees in this habitat, but it was too small. So that's why I ended up with these two habitats of the chimps and the gorillas right now. And I added the Ringtailed lemur in this habitat. So there are a lot of ringtailed lemurs in here. There are also some babies in here. And it's just a lot of fun to have these guys in here and just enjoy them. Oh, I think I see these guys floating. I don't know why that is, but yeah, we have some floating poles. We just pretend we did not see it. And this is the outside area. It's basically the same climbing frame as the inside. And I had to have this double glassy area because they just walk straight through these glass walls. I have no idea why, so I had to put these glassy fences around it. And just the use of these chain link fence as normal fences is just, I love the look of it. I can't help it. I just really love how this one has turned out. And just the feeling with this wood, it's just really incredible. I just really love it. So we have the Aardvarks right over here. And it's just a filler up habitat, I guess. But yeah, sometimes if you go to a real life zoo, not every habitat is super spectacular. What I do remember is that I saw this with the wood and these glassy windows somewhere on a picture, and then their habitat is mostly more hilly and sandy, but you can't really do that in Planet Zoo because of the traversable area. But then again, I just really like how this one has turned out. And also, oh, they're using it. Oh my god, this is the first time I'm seeing people using this section, because I wanted to say this is like a very sneaky way. Oh, the people are in front of my eye. Like, you have to be very lucky, but there's a mud bat here, and those little elephants will be using it, or like the bigger ones. And this is actually the best viewing you would have when you're looking at the aardvarks. You can be super lucky to see the elephants using this mud bat, and I just really love it that we now finally see it. That's incredible. And when the aardvarks are inside of their shelter, they can be seen via this glassy wall. Look how cute that one is. That is super adorable. Okay, so from the Aardvarks, we move on to the African lion right over here. And we have a habitat right over here. Oh, they're already over here. That's incredible. So we have all different cubs. And this is more of a spiral hill going up here. I'm not sure there's a toy or some food on top of it. But yeah, they actually use it, which is just really a lot of fun to see. And they're just super beautiful. And then they can go right underneath here to the other section of their habitat. So here's the staff gate, and the people just walk over it, and they will just see this bridge, and then the staff will go right in the back so people won't see them anymore. And oh, there you go. So we have these beautiful lions right over here. Oh, too bad it already runs away. And they have a shelter right underneath here with some caves and some bedding, so they can really chillax. But it's just a lot of fun to have this viewing gallery, and also you can just see them from this section and just have a sit and just chill when looking at the beautiful West African lions. And here's the shelter for them to chill and get some privacy if they want to. And there's a water section in between right over here. Look how cute! Oh my goodness, that's so adorable. Oh yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, last thing, and then we have seen the whole zoo, people, is the last viewing gallery of the Indian elephant. And yeah, this is basically also a very nice up-close viewing of the elephants, where you can see them getting some food or pooping a lot, having a swim, whatever. They can do everything right over here. I think this keeper is going to clean this up already. And there's also a rolling feeder right over here. Yeah, it's just really a nice viewing of this side of the elephants. It's a huge habitat. It's like the biggest habitat we have in our zoo. It's humongous. I think it's around 5,000 to 6,000 square meters. And it's just, yeah, it's just worth it to have different viewing galleries in such a big habitat. And I just really love how this all came together. It's just really cool. So the last thing, let me show you guys the top of our zoo, just to give you an idea, if it wasn't clear yet, where everything is. So this is basically the map of our zoo. And I could fill this all up. Like, Meilin Zoo is the meaning of beautiful forest, and I could fill this up with all kinds of trees, but it will cost a lot of FPS, so I'm not going to do that. But just to give you an idea of where everything is, we have the flamingos over here, we have the Japanese macaque over here, we have the Indian peafowl, Bengal tiger, orangutan, rat panda, giant panda, Komodo dragon, Chinese pangolin, saltwater crocodile. We have timber wolves on this side. We have the giraffe, zebra, and ostrich over here. We have the hippos. We have a Nile Monitor habitat and Okapi habitat right over here. We have the Gharial habitat in this section. The hippo habitat, the Pygmy Hippo habitat. We have the Indian elephant over here, the cheetah habitat, and the hyena habitat. And there is the common warthog habitat. And over here, then we go to the African wild dogs, gorilla habitat, chimpanzee habitat, ringtailed lemur habitat, Aardvark habitat, and the West African lion habitat, and the Indian rhino habitat. And that is basically our whole zoo, ladies and gentlemen. And I am really happy with how this one has turned out. I'm really thankful for everyone that supported me during this journey. We're going to do a lot more things. We're going to make a African savanna jeep safari. We're going to create a tundra biome zoo. We're going to continue our Let's Play franchise mode series. So much stuff to do. Make sure to check out this zoo yourself and just take your time, whatever. I will link it in the description and in the comment section. I will pin it as soon as it goes up today. I'm gonna do all your naming for those who signed up for the Let's Play franchise mode series. And I'm just really thankful for everything. Make sure to subscribe, of course, if you haven't already, and leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed. Don't forget to rate it on the Steam Workshop. Thank you guys so much again, and thank you for watching, and I really hope to see you guys all in the next one. Bye guys!